The Boarding House by James Joyce, 1882 to 1941. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. The Boarding House by James Joyce. Mrs. Mooney was a butcher's daughter. She was a woman who was quite able to keep things to herself. A determined woman. She had married her father's foreman and opened a butcher's shop near Spring Gardens. But as soon as his father-in-law was dead, Mr. Mooney began to go to the devil. He drank, plundered the till, ran headlong into debt. It was no use making him take the pledge. He was sure to break out again a few days after. By fighting his wife in the presence of customers and by buying bad meat, he ruined his business. One night he went for his wife with the cleaver, and she had to sleep in a neighbour's house. After that they lived apart. She went to the priest and got a separation from him with care of the children. She would give him neither money nor food nor house-room, and so he was obliged to enlist himself as a sheriff's man. He was a shabby, stooped little drunkard, with a white face and a white moustache and white eyebrows, pencilled above his little eyes, which were pink-veined and raw. And all day long he sat in the bailiff's room, waiting to be put on a job. Mrs. Mooney, who had taken what remained of her money out of the butcher business and set up a boarding house in Hardwick Street, was a big, imposing woman. Her house had a floating population made up of tourists from Liverpool and the Isle of Man, and occasionally artistes from the music halls. Its resident population was made up of clerks from the city. She governed her house cunningly and firmly, knew when to give credit, when to be stern, and when to let things pass. All the resident young men spoke of her as the Madam. Mrs. Mooney's young men paid 15 shillings a week for board and lodgings, beer or stout at dinner excluded. They shared in common tastes and occupations, and for this reason they were very chummy with one another. They discussed with one another the chances of favourites and outsiders. Jack Mooney, the Madam's son, who was clerk to a commission agent in Fleet Street, had the reputation of being a hard case. He was fond of using soldiers' obscenities. Usually he came home in the small hours. When he met his friends, he had always a good one to tell them, and he was always sure to be on to a good thing. That is to say, a likely horse or a likely artiste. He was also handy with the mitts and sang comic songs. On Sunday nights there would often be a reunion in Mrs. Mooney's front drawing-room. The music-hall artistes would oblige, and Sheridan played waltzes and polkas and vamped accompaniments. Polly Mooney, the Madam's daughter, would also sing. She sang, "I'm a naughty girl. You needn't sham. You know I am." Polly was a slim girl of 19. She had light soft hair and a small, full mouth. Her eyes, which were grey with a shade of green through them, had a habit of glancing upwards when she spoke with anyone, which made her look like a perverse Madonna. Mrs. Mooney had first sent her daughter to be a typist in a corn factor's office, but, as a disreputable sheriff's man used to come every other day to the office asking to be allowed to say a word to his daughter, she had taken her daughter home again and set her to do housework. As Polly was very lively, the intention was to give her the run of the young men. Besides, young men like to feel that there is a young woman not very far away. Polly, of course, flirted with the young men, but Mrs. Mooney, who was a shrewd judge, knew that the young men were only passing the time away. None of them meant business. Things went on so for a long time, and Mrs. Mooney began to think of sending Polly back to typewriting when she noticed that something was going on between Polly and one of the young men. She watched the pair and kept her own counsel. Polly knew that she was being watched, but still her mother's persistent silence could not be misunderstood. There had been no open complicity between mother and daughter, no open understanding, but though people in the house began to talk of the affair, still Mrs. Mooney did not intervene. Polly began to grow a little strange in her manner, and the young man was evidently perturbed. At last, when she judged it to be the right moment, Mrs. Mooney intervened. She dealt with moral problems as a cleaver deals with meat, and in this case she had made up her mind. It was a bright Sunday morning of early summer, promising heat, but with a fresh breeze blowing. All the windows of the boarding-house were open, and the lace curtains ballooned gently towards the street beneath the raised sashes. The belfry of George's church sent out constant peals, and worshippers, singly or in groups, traversed the little circus before the church, revealing their purpose by their self-contained demeanour no less than by the little volumes in their gloved hands. Breakfast was over in the boarding-house, and the table of the breakfast-room was covered with plates on which lay yellow streaks of eggs and morsels of bacon fat and bacon rind. Mrs. Mooney sat in the straw armchair and watched the servant, Mary, remove the breakfast things. She made Mary collect the crusts and pieces of broken bread to help to make Tuesday's bread pudding. When the table was cleared, the broken bread collected, the sugar and butter safe under lock and key, she began to reconstruct the interview which she had had the night before with Polly. Things were as she had suspected. She had been frank in her questions, and Polly had been frank in her answers. Both had been somewhat awkward, of course. She had been made awkward by her not wishing to receive the news in too cavalier a fashion, or to seem to have connived, and Polly had been made awkward not merely because allusions of that kind always made her awkward, but also because she did not wish it to be thought that in her wise innocence she had divined the intention behind her mother's tolerance. Mrs. Mooney glanced instinctively at the little gilt clock on the mantelpiece as soon as she became aware through her reverie that the bells of George's church had stopped ringing. It was 17 minutes past 11. She would have lots of time to have the matter out with Mr. Doran and then catch short 12 at Marlborough Street. She was sure she would win. To begin with, she had all the weight of social opinion on her side. She was an outraged mother. She had allowed him to live beneath her roof, assuming that he was a man of honour, and he had simply abused her hospitality. He was 34 or 35 years of age, so that youth could not be pleaded as his excuse, nor could ignorance be his excuse, since he was a man who had seen something of the world. He had simply taken advantage of Polly's youth and inexperience. That was evident. The question was, what reparation would he make? There must be reparation made in such cases. It is all very well for the man. He can go his ways as if nothing had happened, having had his moment of pleasure. But the girl has to bear the brunt. Some mothers would be content to patch up such an affair for a sum of money. She had known cases of it. But she would not do so. For her, only one reparation could make up for the loss of her daughter's honour: marriage. She counted all her cards again before sending Mary up to Mr. Doran's room to say that she wished to speak with him. She felt sure she would win. He was a serious young man, not rakish or loud-voiced like the others. If it had been Mr. Sheridan or Mr. Meade or Bantam Lyons, her task would have been much harder. She did not think he would face publicity. All the lodgers in the house knew something of the affair. Details had been invented by some. Besides, he had been employed for 13 years in a great Catholic wine merchant's office, and publicity would mean for him, perhaps, the loss of his job. Whereas, if he agreed, all might be well. She knew he had a good screw for one thing, and she suspected he had a bit of stuff put by. Nearly the half hour. She stood up and surveyed herself in the pier-glass. The decisive expression on her great florid face satisfied her, and she thought of some mothers she knew who could not get their daughters off their hands. Mr. Doran was very anxious indeed this Sunday morning. He had made 2 attempts to shave, but his hand had been so unsteady that he had been obliged to desist. 3 days' reddish beard fringed his jaws, and every 2 or 3 minutes a mist gathered on his glasses, so that he had to take them off and polish them with his pocket-handkerchief. The recollection of his confession of the night before was a cause of acute pain to him. The priest had drawn out every ridiculous detail of the affair, and in the end had so magnified his sin that he was almost thankful at being afforded a loophole of reparation. The harm was done. What could he do now but marry her or run away? He could not brazen it out. The affair would be sure to be talked of, and his employer would be certain to hear of it. Dublin is such a small city. Everyone knows everyone else's business. He felt his heart leap warmly in his throat as he heard in his excited imagination old Mr. Leonard calling out in his rasping voice,
"Send Mr. Doran here, please."
All his long years of service had gone for nothing. All his industry and diligence thrown away. As a young man he had sown his wild oats, of course. He had boasted of his free thinking and denied the existence of God to his companions in public houses. But that was all past and done with, nearly. He still bought a copy of Reynolds' newspaper every week, but he attended to his religious duties and for 9/10 of the year lived a regular life. He had money enough to settle down on. It was not that. But the family would look down on her. First of all there was her disreputable father, and then her mother's boarding-house was beginning to get a certain fame. He had a notion that he was being had. He could imagine his friends talking of the affair and laughing. She was a little vulgar. Sometimes she said, "I seen," and "if I had have known." But what would grammar matter if he really loved her? He could not make up his mind whether to like her or despise her for what she had done. Of course he had done it too. His instinct urged him to remain free, not to marry. Once you are married you are done for, it said. While he was sitting helplessly on the side of the bed in shirt and trousers, she tapped lightly at his door and entered. She told him all, that she had made a clean breast of it to her mother, and that her mother would speak with him that morning. She cried and threw her arms round his neck, saying, "Oh, Bob, Bob, what am I to do? What am I to do at all?" She would put an end to herself, she said. He comforted her feebly, telling her not to cry, that it would be all right, never fear. He felt against his shirt the agitation of her bosom. It was not altogether his fault that it had happened. He remembered well, with the curious patient memory of the celibate, the first casual caresses her dress her breath, her fingers had given him. Then late one night, as he was undressing for bed, she had tapped at his door, timidly. She wanted to relight her candle at his, for hers had been blown out by a gust. It was her bath night. She wore a loose open combing jacket of printed flannel. Her white instep shone in the opening of her furry slippers, and the blood glowed warmly behind her perfumed skin. From her hands and wrists, too, as she lit and steadied her candle, a faint perfume arose. On nights when he came in very late, it was she who warmed up his dinner. He scarcely knew what he was eating, feeling her beside him alone at night in the sleeping house. And her thoughtfulness. If the night was anyway cold or wet or windy, there was sure to be a little tumbler of punch ready for him. Perhaps they could be happy together. They used to go upstairs together on tiptoe, each with a candle, and on the third landing exchange reluctant good nights. They used to kiss. He remembered well her eyes, the touch of her hand, and his delirium. But delirium passes. He echoed her phrase, applying it to himself. What am I to do? The instinct of the celibate warned him to hold back. But the sin was there. Even his sense of honor told him that reparation must be made for such a sin. While he was sitting with her on the side of the bed, Mary came to the door and said that the missus wanted to see him in the parlour. He stood up to put on his coat and waistcoat, more helpless than ever. When he was dressed, he went over to her to comfort her. It would be all right, never fear. He left her crying on the bed and moaning softly, "Oh, my God!" Going down the stairs, his glasses became so dimmed with moisture that he had to take them off and polish them. He longed to ascend through the roof and fly away to another country, where he would never hear again of his trouble, and yet a force pushed him downstairs step by step. The implacable faces of his employer and of the madam stared upon his discomfiture. On the last flight of stairs he passed Jack Mooney, who was coming up from the pantry, nursing 2 bottles of Bass. They saluted coldly, and the lover's eyes rested for a second or two on a thick bulldog face and a pair of thick, short arms. When he reached the foot of the staircase, he glanced up and saw Jack regarding him from the door of the return room. Suddenly he remembered the night when one of the music-hall artistes, a little blonde Londoner, had made a rather free allusion to Polly. The reunion had been almost broken up on account of Jack's violence. Everyone tried to quiet him. The music-hall artiste, a little paler than usual, kept smiling and saying that there was no harm meant. But Jack kept shouting at him that if any fellow tried that sort of game on with his sister, he'd bloody well put his teeth down his throat. So he would. Polly sat for a little time on the side of the bed, crying. Then she dried her eyes and went over to the looking-glass. She dipped the end of the towel in the water-jug and refreshed her eyes with the cool water. She looked at herself in profile and readjusted a hairpin above her ear. Then she went back to the bed again and sat at the foot. She regarded the pillows for a long time, and the sight of them awakened in her mind secret, amiable memories. He rested the nape of her neck against the cool iron bed-rail and fell into a reverie. There was no longer any perturbation visible on her face. She waited on patiently, almost cheerfully, without alarm, her memories gradually giving place to hopes and visions of the future. Her hopes and visions were so intricate that she no longer saw the white pillows on which her gaze was fixed, or remembered that she was waiting for anything. At last she heard her mother calling. She started to her feet and ran to the banisters. "Polly, Polly!" "Yes, mamma?" "Come down, dear. Mr. Doran wants to speak to you." Then she remembered what she had been waiting for. End of The Boarding House by James Joyce. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Clochette by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Clochette by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. How strange those old recollections are which haunt us without our being able to get rid of them. This one is so very old that I cannot understand how it has clung so vividly and tenaciously to my memory. Since then I have seen so many sinister things which were either affecting or terrible, that I am astonished at not being able to pass a single day without the face of Mother Bellflower recurring to my mind's eye, just as I knew her formerly, now so long ago, when I was 10 or 12 years old. She was an old seamstress who came to my parents' house once a week, every Thursday, to mend the linen. My parents lived in one of those country houses called chateaux, which are merely old houses with gable roofs, to which are attached 3 or 4 farms lying around them. The village, a large village, almost a market town, was a few hundred yards away, closely circling the church, a red brick church, black with age. Well, every Thursday Mother Clochette came between 6:30 and 7 in the morning, and went immediately into the linen room and began to work. She was a tall, thin, bearded, or rather hairy woman, for she had a beard all over her face, a surprising and unexpected beard, growing in improbable tufts, in curly bunches which looked as if they had been sewn by a madman over that great face of a gendarme in petticoats. She had them on her nose, under her nose, round her nose, on her chin, on her cheeks, and her eyebrows, which were extraordinarily thick and long, and quite grey, bushy and bristling, looked exactly like a pair of moustaches stuck on there by mistake. She limped, not as lame people generally do, but like a ship at anchor. When she planted her great bony, swerving body on her sound leg, she seemed to be preparing to mount some enormous wave, and then suddenly she dipped as if to disappear into an abyss, and buried herself in the ground. Her walk reminded one of a storm as she swayed about, and her head, which was always covered with an enormous white cap, whose ribbons fluttered down her back, seemed to traverse the horizon from north to south and from south to north at each step. I adored Mother Clochette. As soon as I was up, I went into the linen room, where I found her installed at work, with a foot warmer under her feet. As soon as I arrived, she made me take the foot warmer and sit upon it, so that I might not catch cold in that large, chilly room under the roof. "That draws the blood from your throat," she said to me. She told me stories whilst mending the linen with her long, crooked, nimble fingers. Her eyes behind her magnifying spectacles, for age had impaired her sight, appeared enormous to me, strangely profound, double. She had, as far as I can remember, the things which she told me and by which my childish heart was moved, the large heart of a poor woman. She told me what had happened in the village, how a cow had escaped from the cowhouse and had been found the next morning in front of Prosper Mallet's windmill, looking at the sails turning, or about a hen's egg which had been found in the church belfry, without anyone being able to understand what creature had been there to lay it, or the story of Jean, Peeler's dog, who had been 10 leagues to bring back his master's breeches, which a tramp had stolen whilst they were hanging up to dry out of doors after he had been in the rain. She told me these simple adventures in such a manner that in my mind they assumed the proportions of never-to-be-forgotten dramas, of grand and mysterious poems, and the ingenuous stories invented by the poets, which my mother told me in the evening, had none of the flavour, none of the breath or vigour of the peasant woman's narratives. Well, one Tuesday, when I had spent all the morning in listening to Mother Clochette, I wanted to go upstairs to her again during the day after picking hazelnuts with the manservant in the wood behind the farm. I remember it all as clearly as what happened only yesterday. On opening the door of the linen room, I saw the old seamstress lying on the ground by the side of her chair, with her face to the ground and her arms stretched out, but still holding her needle in one hand and one of my shirts in the other. One of her legs in a blue stocking, the longer one, no doubt, was extended under her chair, and her spectacles glistened against the wall as they had rolled away from her. I ran away, uttering shrill cries. They all came running, and in a few minutes I was told that Mother Clochette was dead. I cannot describe the profound, poignant, terrible emotion which stirred my childish heart. I went slowly down into the drawing-room and hid myself in a dark corner, in the depths of an immense old armchair, where I knelt down and wept. I remained there a long time, no doubt, for night came on. Suddenly somebody came in with a lamp without seeing me, however, and I heard my father and mother talking with the medical man, whose voice I recognized. He had been sent for immediately, and he was explaining the causes of the accident, of which I understood nothing, however. Then he sat down and had a glass of liqueur and a biscuit. He went on talking, and what he then said will remain engraved on my mind until I die. I think I can give the exact words which he used. "Ah," said he, "the poor woman. She broke her leg the day of my arrival here, and I had not even had time to wash my hands after getting off the diligence before I was sent for in all haste, for it was a bad case, very bad. She was 17, and a pretty girl, very pretty. Would anyone believe it? I've never told her story before, and nobody except myself and one other person who is no longer living in this part of the country ever knew it. Now that she is dead, I may be less discreet." Just then a young assistant teacher came to live in the village. He was a handsome, well-made fellow, and looked like a non-commissioned officer. All the girls ran after him, but he paid no attention to them, partly because he was very much afraid of his superior, the schoolmaster, old Grabu, who occasionally got out of bed the wrong foot first. Old Grabu already employed pretty Hortense, who has just died here, and who was afterwards nicknamed Clochette. The assistant master singled out the pretty young girl, who was, no doubt, flattered at being chosen by this impregnable conqueror. At any rate, she fell in love with him, and he succeeded in persuading her to give him a first meeting in the hayloft behind the school at night after she had done her day's sewing. She pretended to go home, but instead of going downstairs when she left the Grabus, she went upstairs and hid among the hay to wait for her lover. He soon joined her and was beginning to say pretty things to her when the door of the hayloft opened and the schoolmaster appeared and asked, "What are you doing up there, Sigisbert?" Feeling sure that he would be caught, the young schoolmaster lost his presence of mind and replied stupidly, "I came up here to rest a little amongst the bundles of hay, Monsieur Grabu." The loft was very large and absolutely dark, and Sigisbert pushed the frightened girl to the farther end and said, "Go over there and hide yourself. I shall lose my position, so get away and hide yourself." When the schoolmaster heard the whispering, he continued, "Why, you are not by yourself." "Yes, I am, Monsieur Grabu, but you are not, for you are talking." "I swear I am, Monsieur Grabu." "I will soon find out," the old man replied, and double-locking the door, he went down to get a light. Then the young man, who was a coward such as one frequently meets, lost his head, and becoming furious all of a sudden, he repeated, "Hide yourself, so that he may not find you. You will keep me from making a living for the rest of my life. You will ruin my whole career. Do hide yourself." They could hear the key turning in the lock again, and Hortense ran to the window which looked out on the street, opened it quickly, and then said in a low and determined voice, "You will come and pick me up when he is gone," and she jumped out. Old Grabu found nobody, and went down again in great surprise, and a quarter of an hour later Monsieur Sigisbert came to me and related his adventure. The girl had remained at the foot of the wall, unable to get up, as she had fallen from the second story, and I went with him to fetch her. It was raining in torrents, and I brought the unfortunate girl home with me, for the right leg was broken in 3 places, and the bones had come through the flesh. She did not complain, and merely said, with admirable resignation, "I am punished, well punished." I sent for assistance and for the work-girl's relatives, and told them a made-up story of a runaway carriage which had knocked her down and lamed her outside my door. They believed me, and the gendarmes for a whole month tried in vain to find the author of this accident. That is all, and I say that this woman was a heroine and belonged to the race of those who accomplished the grandest deeds of history. That was her only love affair, and she died a virgin. She was a martyr, a noble soul, a sublimely devoted woman. And if I did not absolutely admire her, I should not have told you this story, which I would never tell anyone during her life. You understand why. The doctor ceased. Mamma cried, and Papa said some words which I did not catch. Then they left the room, and I remained on my knees in the armchair and sobbed, whilst I heard a strange noise of heavy footsteps and something knocking against the side of the staircase. They were carrying away Clochette's body. End of Clochette by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
Curried Cow by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. Curried Cow. My Aunt Patience, who tilled a small farm in the state of Michigan, had a favorite cow. This creature was not a good cow, nor a profitable one, for instead of devoting a part of her leisure to secretion of milk and production of veal, she concentrated all her faculties on the study of kicking. She would kick all day and get up in the middle of the night to kick. She would kick at anything: hens, pigs, posts, loose stones, birds in the air, and fish leaping out of the water. To this impartial and Catholic-minded beef, all were equal, all similarly undeserving. Like old Timotheus, who raised a mortal to the skies, was my Aunt Patience's cow, though, in the words of a later poet than Dryden, she did it more harder and more frequently. It was pleasing to see her open a passage for herself through a populous barnyard. She would flash out right and left, first with one hind leg and then with the other, and would sometimes, under favoring conditions, have a considerable number of domestic animals in the air at once. Her kicks, too, were admirable in quality as inexhaustible in quantity. They were incomparably superior to those of the untutored kind that had not made the art a life study, mere amateurs that kicked by ear, as they say in music. I saw her once standing in the road, professedly fast asleep, and mechanically munching her cud with a sort of Sunday morning lassitude, as one munches one's cud in a dream. Snouting about at her side, blissfully unconscious of impending danger and wrapped up in thoughts of his sweetheart, was a gigantic black hog, a hog of about the size and general appearance of a yearling rhinoceros. Suddenly, while I looked, without a visible movement on the part of the cow, with never a perceptible tremor of her frame, nor a lapse in the placid regularity of her chewing, that hog had gone away from there, had utterly taken his leave. But away toward the pale horizon, a minute black speck was traversing the empyrean with the speed of a meteor, and in a moment had disappeared, without audible report, beyond the distant hills. It may have been that hog. Currying cows is not, I think, a common practice, even in Michigan, but as this one had never needed milking, of course she had to be subjected to some equivalent form of persecution, and irritating her skin with a currycomb was thought as disagreeable an intention as a thoughtful affection could devise. At least she thought it so, though I suspect her mistress really meant it for the good creature's temporal advantage. Anyhow, my aunt always made it a condition to the employment of a farm servant that he should curry the cow every morning, but after just enough trials to convince himself that it was not a sudden spasm, nor a mere local disturbance, the man would always give notice of an intention to quit, by pounding the beast half dead with some foreign body and then limping home to his couch. I don't know how many men the creature removed from my aunt's employ in this way, but judging from the number of lame persons in that part of the country, I should say a good many, though some of the lameness may have been taken at second hand from the original sufferers by their descendants, and some may have come by contagion. I think my aunt's was a faulty system of agriculture. It is true her farm labor cost her nothing, for the laborers all left her service before any salary had accrued. But as the cow's fame spread abroad through the several states and territories, it became increasingly difficult to obtain hands, and after all, the favorite was imperfectly curried. It was currently remarked that the cow had kicked the farm to pieces, a rude metaphor implying that the land was not properly cultivated, nor the buildings and fences kept in adequate repair. It was useless to remonstrate with my aunt. She would concede everything, amending nothing. Her late husband had attempted to reform the abuse in this manner, and had had the argument all his own way until he had remonstrated himself into an early grave, and the funeral was delayed all day until a fresh undertaker could be procured, the one originally engaged having confidingly undertaken to curry the cow at the request of the widow. Since that time my Aunt Patience had not been in the matrimonial market. The love of that cow had usurped in her heart the place of a more natural and profitable affection. But when she saw her seeds unsown, her harvests ungarnered, her fences overtopped with rank brambles, and her meadows gorgeous with a towering Canada thistle, she thought it best to take a partner. When it transpired that my Aunt Patience intended wedlock, there was intense popular excitement. Every adult single male became at once a marrying man. The criminal statistics of Badger County show that in that single year more marriages occurred than in any decade before or since. But none of them was my aunt's. Men married their cooks, their laundresses, their deceased wives' mothers, their enemies' sisters, married whomsoever would wed, and any man who, by fair means or courtship, could not obtain a wife went before a justice of the peace and made an affidavit that he had some wives in Indiana. Such was the fear of being married alive by my Aunt Patience. Now, where my aunt's affection was concerned, she was, as the reader will have already surmised, a rather determined woman, and the extraordinary marrying epidemic having left but one eligible male in all that county, she had set her heart upon that one eligible male. Then she went and carted him to her home. He turned out to be a long Methodist parson named Huggins. Aside from his unconscionable length, the Reverend Berosus Huggins was not so bad a fellow, and was nobody's fool. He was, I suppose, the most ill-favored mortal, however, in the whole northern half of America. Thin, angular, cadaverous of visage, and solemn out of all reason. He commonly wore a low-crowned black hat, set so far down upon his head as partly to eclipse his eyes, and wholly obscure the ample glory of his ears. The only other visible article of his attire, except a brace of wrinkled cowskin boots, by which the word polish would have been considered the meaningless fragment of a lost language, was a tight-fitting black frock coat, preternaturally long in the waist, the skirts of which fell about his heels, sopping up the dew. This he always wore snugly buttoned from the throat downward. In this attire he cut a tolerably spectral figure. His aspect was so conspicuously unnatural and inhuman that whenever he went into a cornfield, the predatory crows would temporarily forsake their business to settle upon him in swarms, fighting for the best seats upon his person, by way of testifying their contempt for the weak inventions of the husbandman. The day after the wedding, my Aunt Patience summoned the Reverend Berosus to the council chamber, and uttered her mind to the following intent. Now, Huggy dear, I'll tell you what there is to do about the place. First, you must repair all the fences, clearing out the weeds and repressing the brambles with a strong hand. Then you will have to exterminate the Canadian thistles, mend the wagon, rig up a plow or two, and get things into shipshape generally. This will keep you out of mischief for the better part of 2 years. Of course, you will have to give up preaching for the present. As soon as you have... Oh, I forgot poor Phoebe. She... Mrs. Huggins, interrupted her solemn spouse, I shall hope to be the means, under Providence, of effecting all needful reforms in the husbandry of this farm. But the sister you mention, I trust she is not of the world's people. Have I the pleasure of knowing her? The name, indeed, sounds familiar, but... Not know Phoebe? Cried my aunt with unfeigned astonishment. I thought everybody in Badger knew Phoebe. Why, you will have to scratch your legs every blessed morning of your natural life. I assure you, madam, rejoined the Reverend Berosus with dignity, it would yield me a hallowed pleasure to minister to the spiritual needs of Sister Phoebe, to the extent of my feeble and unworthy ability, but really I fear the merely secular ministration of which you speak must be entrusted to abler and, I would respectfully suggest, female hands. Why, you old fool, replied my aunt, spreading her eyes with unbounded amazement. Phoebe is a cow. In that case, said the husband with unruffled composure, it will, of course, devolve upon me to see that her carnal welfare is properly attended to, and I shall be happy to bestow upon her legs such time as I may, without sin, snatch from my strife with Satan and the Canadian thistles. With that, the Reverend Mr. Huggins crowded his hat upon his shoulders, pronounced a brief benediction upon his bride, and betook himself to the barnyard. Now, it is necessary to explain that he had known from the first who Phoebe was, and was familiar, from hearsay, with all her sinful traits. Moreover, he had already done himself the honor of making her a visit, remaining in the vicinity of her person, just out of range, for more than an hour, and permitting her to survey him at her leisure from every point of the compass. In short, he and Phoebe had mutually reconnoitered and prepared for action. Amongst the articles of comfort and luxury which went to make up the good parson's dot, and which his wife had already caused to be conveyed to his new home, was a patent cast-iron pump about 7 feet high. This had been deposited near the barnyard, preparatory to being set up on the planks above the barnyard well. Mr. Huggins now sought out this invention, and conveying it to its destination, put it into position, screwing it firmly to the planks. He next divested himself of his long gabardine and his hat, buttoning the former loosely about the pump, which it almost concealed, and hanging the latter upon the summit of the structure. The handle of the pump, when depressed, curved outwardly between the coat skirts, singularly like a tail, but with this inconspicuous exception, any unprejudiced observer would have pronounced the thing Mr. Huggins, looking uncommonly well. The preliminaries completed, the good man carefully closed the gate of the barnyard, knowing that as soon as Phoebe, who was campaigning in the kitchen garden, should note the precaution, she would come and jump in to frustrate it, which eventually she did. Her master, meanwhile, had laid himself, coatless and hatless, along the outside of the close board fence, where he had put in the time pleasantly, catching his death of cold and peering through a knothole. At first, and for some time, the animal pretended not to see the figure on the platform. Indeed, she had turned her back upon it directly she arrived, affecting a light sleep. Finding that this stratagem did not achieve the success that she had expected, she abandoned it, and stood for several minutes irresolute, munching her cud in a half-hearted way, but obviously thinking very hard. Then she began nosing along the ground as if wholly absorbed in a search for something that she had lost, tacking about hither and thither, but all the time drawing nearer to the object of her wicked intention. Arrived within speaking distance, she stood for a little while confronting the fraudful figure, then put out her nose toward it, as if to be caressed, trying to create the impression that fondling and dalliance were more to her than wealth, power, and the plaudits of the populace, that she had been accustomed to them all her sweet young life and could not get on without them. Then she approached a little nearer, as if to shake hands, all the while maintaining the most amiable expression of countenance and executing all manner of seductive nods and winks and smiles. Suddenly she wheeled about and with the rapidity of lightning dealt out a terrible kick, a kick of inconceivable force and fury, comparable to nothing in nature but a stroke of paralysis out of a clear sky. The effect was magical. Cows kick not backward but sidewise. The impact, which was intended to project the counterfeit theologian into the middle of the succeeding conference week, reacted upon the animal herself, and it and the pain together set her spinning like a top. Such was the velocity of her revolution that she looked like a dim circular cow, surrounded by a continuous ring like that of the planet Saturn, the white tuft at the extremity of her sweeping tail. Presently, as the sustaining centrifugal force lessened and failed, she began to sway and wabble from side to side, and finally, toppling over on her side, rolled convulsively on her back and lay motionless with all her feet in the air, honestly believing that the world had somehow got a top of her, and she was supporting it at a great sacrifice of personal comfort. Then she fainted. How long she lay unconscious she knew not, but at last she unclosed her eyes, and catching sight of the open door of her stall, more sweet than all the landscape smiling near, she struggled up, stood wavering upon 3 legs, rubbed her eyes, and was visibly bewildered as to the points of the compass. Observing the iron clergyman standing fast by its faith, she threw it a look of grieved reproach and hobbled, heartbroken, into her humble habitation, a subjugated cow. For several weeks Phoebe's right hind leg was swollen to a monstrous growth, but by a season of judicious nursing she was brought round all right, as her sympathetic and puzzled mistress phrased it, or made whole, as the reticent man of God preferred to say. She was now as tractable and inoffensive in her daily walk and conversation, Huggins, as a little child. Her new master used to take her ailing leg trustfully into his lap, and for that matter might have taken it into his mouth if he had so desired. Her entire character appeared to be radically changed, so altered that one day my Aunt Patience, who, fondly as she loved her, had never before so much as ventured to touch the hem of her garment, as it were, went confidently up to soothe her with a pan of turnips. Gad, how thinly she spread out that good old lady upon the face of an adjacent stone wall. You could not have done it so evenly with a trowel. End of Curried Cow by Ambrose Bierce.
A Dill Pickle by Katherine Mansfield, 1888 to 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. A Dill Pickle by Katherine Mansfield. And then, after 6 years, she saw him again. He was seated at one of those little bamboo tables decorated with a Japanese vase of paper daffodils. There was a tall plate of fruit in front of him, and, very carefully, in a way she recognized immediately as his special way, he was peeling an orange. He must have felt that shock of recognition in her, for he looked up and met her eyes. Incredible! He didn't know her. She smiled. He frowned. She came towards him. He closed his eyes an instant, but opening them his face lit up as though he had struck a match in a dark room. He laid down the orange and pushed back his chair, and she took her little warm hand out of her muff and gave it to him. "Vera!" he exclaimed. "How strange! Really, for a moment I didn't know you. Won't you sit down? You've had lunch? Won't you have some coffee?" She hesitated, but of course she meant to. "Yes, I'd like some coffee." And she sat down opposite him. "You've changed very much," he said, staring at her with that eager, lighted look. "You look so well. I've never seen you look so well before." "Really?" She raised her veil and unbuttoned her high fur collar. "I don't feel very well. I can't bear this weather, you know." "Ah, no, you hate the cold." "Loathe it." She shuddered. "And the worst of it is that the older one grows—" He interrupted her. "Excuse me," and tapped on the table for the waitress. "Please bring some coffee and cream." To her, "You are sure you won't eat anything? Some fruit, perhaps? The fruit here is very good." "No, thanks, nothing." "Then that's settled." And smiling just a hint too broadly, he took up the orange again. "You were saying the older one grows?" "The colder," she laughed, but she was thinking how well she remembered that trick of his, the trick of interrupting her, and of how it used to exasperate her 6 years ago. She used to feel then as though he, quite suddenly, in the middle of what she was saying, put his hand over her lips, turned from her, attended to something different, and then took his hand away, and with just the same slightly too broad smile gave her his attention again. "Now we are ready. That is settled." "The colder!" He echoed her words, laughing too. "Ah, ha, ha! You still say the same things. And there is another thing about you that is not changed at all. Your beautiful voice, your beautiful way of speaking." Now he was very grave. He leaned towards her, and she smelled the warm, stinging scent of the orange peel. "You have only to say one word, and I would know your voice among all other voices. I don't know what it is, I've often wondered, that makes your voice such a haunting memory. Do you remember that first afternoon we spent together at Kew Gardens? You were so surprised because I did not know the names of any flowers. I am still just as ignorant for all your telling me, but whenever it is very fine and warm and I see some bright colours, it's awfully strange, I hear your voice saying geranium, marigold, and verbena. And I feel those 3 words are all I recall of some forgotten heavenly language. You remember that afternoon?" "Oh, yes, very well." She drew a long, soft breath, as though the paper daffodils between them were almost too sweet to bear. Yet what had remained in her mind of that particular afternoon was an absurd scene over the tea-table, a great many people taking tea in a Chinese pagoda, and he behaving like a maniac about the wasps, waving them away, flapping at them with his straw hat, serious and infuriated out of all proportion to the occasion. How delighted the sniggering tea-drinkers had been, and how she had suffered! But now, as he spoke, that memory faded. His was the truer. Yes, it had been a wonderful afternoon, full of geranium and marigold and verbena, and warm sunshine. Her thoughts lingered over the last two words, as though she sang them. In the warmth, as it were, another memory unfolded. She saw herself sitting on a lawn. He lay beside her, and suddenly, after a long silence, he rolled over and put his head in her lap. "I wish," he said, in a low, troubled voice, "I wish that I had taken poison and were about to die, here now." At that moment a little girl in a white dress, holding a long, dripping water-lily, dodged from behind a bush, stared at them, and dodged back again. But he did not see. She leaned over him. "Ah, why do you say that?" "I could not say that." But he gave a kind of soft moan, and taking her hand he held it to his cheek. "Because I know I am going to love you too much, far too much, and I shall suffer so terribly, Vera, because you never, never will love me." He was certainly far better looking now than he had been then. He had lost all that dreamy vagueness and indecision. Now he had the air of a man who has found his place in life, and fills it with a confidence and an assurance which was, to say the least, impressive. He must have made money, too. His clothes were admirable, and at that moment he pulled a Russian cigarette case out of his pocket. "Won't you smoke?" "Yes, I will." She hovered over them. "They look very good." "I think they are. I get them made up for me by a little man in St. James's Street. I don't smoke very much. I'm not like you, but when I do, they must be delicious, very fresh cigarettes. Smoking isn't a habit with me. It's a luxury, like perfume. Are you still so fond of perfumes?" "Ah, when I was in Russia—" She broke in. "You've really been to Russia?" "Oh, yes, I was there for over a year. Have you forgotten how I used to talk of going there?" "No, I've not forgotten." He gave a strange half laugh and leaned back in his chair. "Isn't it curious? I have really carried out all those journeys that we planned. Yes, I have been to all those places that we talked of, and stayed in them for long enough to, as you used to say, air oneself in them. In fact, I spent the last 3 years of my life travelling all the time. Spain, Corsica, Siberia, Russia, Egypt. The only country left is China, and I mean to go there too when the war is over." As he spoke, so lightly, tapping the end of his cigarette against the ashtray, she felt the strange beast that had slumbered so long within her bosom stir, stretch itself, yawn, prick up its ears, and suddenly bound to its feet, and fix its longing, hungry stare upon those far-away places. But all she said was, smiling gently, "How I envy you." He accepted that. "It has been," he said, "very wonderful, especially Russia. Russia was all that we had imagined, and far, far more. I even spent some days on a river boat on the Volga. Do you remember that boatman's song that you used to play?" Yes, it began to play in her mind as she spoke. "Do you ever play it now?" "No, I've no piano." He was amazed at that. "But what has become of your beautiful piano?" She made a little grimace. "Sold, ages ago." "But you were so fond of music," he wondered. "I've no time for it now," said she. He let it go at that. That river life," he went on, "is something quite special. After a day or two you cannot realize that you've ever known another. And it is not necessary to know the language. The life of the boat creates a bond between you and the people that's more than sufficient. You eat with them, pass the day with them, and in the evening there is that endless singing." She shivered, hearing the boatman's song break out again loud and tragic, and seeing the boat floating on the darkening river with melancholy trees on either side. "Yes, I should like that," said she, stroking her muff. "You'd like almost everything about Russian life," he said warmly. "It's so informal, so impulsive, so free without question. And then the peasants are so splendid. They are such human beings. Yes, that is it. Even the man who drives your carriage has some real part in what is happening. I remember the evening a party of us, 2 friends of mine and the wife of one of them, went for a picnic by the Black Sea. We took supper and champagne and ate and drank on the grass. And while we were eating, the coachman came up. 'Have a dill pickle,' he said. He wanted to share with us. That seemed to me so right, so, you know what I mean?" And she seemed at that moment to be sitting on the grass beside the mysteriously black sea, black as velvet, and rippling against the banks in silent velvet waves. She saw the carriage drawn up to one side of the road, and the little group on the grass, their faces and hands white in the moonlight. She saw the pale dress of the woman outspread, and her folded parasol lying on the grass like a huge pearl crochet hook. Apart from them, with his supper in a cloth on his knee, sat the coachman. "Have a dill pickle," said he, and although she was not certain what a dill pickle was, she saw the greenish glass jar with a red chili like a parrot's beak glimmering through. She sucked in her cheeks. The dill pickle was terribly sour. "Yes, I know perfectly well what you mean," she said. In the pause that followed they looked at each other. In the past, when they had looked at each other like that, they had felt such a boundless understanding between them that their souls had, as it were, put their arms around each other and dropped into the same sea, content to be drowned like mournful lovers. But now the surprising thing was that it was he who held back, he who said, "What a marvellous listener you are! When you look at me with those wild eyes, I feel that I could tell you things that I would never breathe to another human being." Was there just a hint of mockery in his voice, or was it her fancy? She could not be sure. "Before I met you," he said, "I had never spoken of myself to anybody. How well I remember one night, the night I brought you the little Christmas tree, telling you all about my childhood, and of how I was so miserable that I ran away and lived under a cart in our yard for 2 days without being discovered. And you listened, and your eyes shone, and I felt that you had even made the little Christmas tree listen too, as in a fairy story. But of that evening she had remembered a little pot of caviar. It had cost 7 6 He could not get over it. Think of it, a tiny jar like that costing 7 6 While she ate it, he watched her, delighted and shocked. "No, really, that is eating money. You could not get 7 shillings into a little pot that size. Only think of the profit they must make." And he had begun some immensely complicated calculations. But now, good-bye to the caviar. The Christmas tree was on the table, and the little boy lay under the cart with his head pillowed on the yard dog. "The dog was called Bosun," she cried delightedly. But he did not follow. "Which dog? Had you a dog? I don't remember a dog at all." No, I mean the yard dog when you were a little boy." He laughed and snapped the cigarette case too. "Was he? Do you know I'd forgotten that? It seems such ages ago. I cannot believe that it is only 6 years. After I had recognized you today, I had to take such a leap. I had to take a leap over my whole life to get back to that time. I was such a kid then." He drummed on the table. "I've often thought how I must have bored you, and now I understand so perfectly why you wrote to me as you did, although at the time that letter nearly finished my life. I found it again the other day, and I couldn't help laughing as I read it. It was so clever, such a true picture of me." He glanced up. "You're not going?" She had buttoned her collar again and drawn down her veil. "Yes, I'm afraid I must," she said, and managed a smile. Now she knew that he had been mocking. "Oh, no, please," he pleaded. "Don't go just for a moment." And he caught up one of her gloves from the table and clutched at it as if that would hold her. "I see so few people to talk to nowadays that I've turned into a sort of barbarian," he said. "Have I said something to hurt you?" "Not a bit," she lied, but as she watched him draw her glove through his fingers, gently, gently, her anger really did die down, and besides, at the moment he looked more like himself of 6 years ago. "What I really wanted then," he said softly, "was to be a sort of carpet, to make myself into a sort of carpet for you to walk on, so that you need not be hurt by the sharp stones and the mud that you hated so. It was nothing more positive than that, nothing more selfish. Only I did desire, eventually, to turn into a magic carpet and carry you away to all those lands you longed to see." As he spoke, she lifted her head as though she drank something. The strange beast in her bosom began to purr. "I felt that you were more lonely than anybody else in the world," he went on. "And yet, perhaps, that you were the only person in the world who was really, truly alive. Born out of your time," he murmured, stroking the glove. "Fated. Ah, God, what had she done? How had she dared to throw away her happiness like this? This was the only man who had ever understood her. Was it too late? Could it be too late? She was that glove that he held in his fingers. And then the fact that you had no friends and never had made friends with people. How I understood that, for neither had I. Is it just the same now?" "Yes," she breathed, "just the same. I am as alone as ever." "So am I." He laughed gently. "Just the same." Suddenly, with a quick gesture, he handed her back the glove and scraped his chair on the floor. "But what seemed to me so mysterious then is perfectly plain to me now, and to you too, of course. It simply was that we were such egoists, so self-engrossed, so wrapped up in ourselves, that we hadn't a corner in our hearts for anybody else. Do you know," he cried, naive and hearty, and dreadfully like another side of that old self again, "I began studying a mind system when I was in Russia, and I found that we were not peculiar at all. It's quite a well-known form of—" She had gone. He sat there, thunderstruck, astounded beyond words, and then he asked the waitress for his bill. "But the cream has not been touched," he said. "Please do not charge me for it." End of A Dill Pickle by Katherine Mansfield. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Doctor and the Doctor's Wife by Ernest Hemingway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Doctor and the Doctor's Wife. Dick Bolton came from the Indian camp to cut up logs for Nick's father. He brought his son Eddie and another Indian named Billy Tabashaw with him. They came in through the back gate out of the woods, Eddie carrying the long cross-cut saw. It flopped over his shoulder and made a musical sound as he walked. Billy Tabashaw carried 2 big cant-hooks. Dick had 3 axes under his arm. He turned and shut the gate. The others went on ahead of him down to the lake shore where the logs were buried in the sand. The logs had been lost from the big log booms that were towed down the lake to the mill by the steamer Magic. They had drifted up onto the beach, and if nothing were done about them, sooner or later the crew of the Magic would come along the shore in a rowboat, drive an iron spike with a ring on it into the end of each, and then tow them out into the lake to make a new boom. But the lumbermen might never come for them, because a few logs were not worth the price of a crew to gather them. If no one came for them, they would be left to waterlog and rot on the beach. Nick's father always assumed that this was what would happen, and hired the Indians to come down from the camp and cut the logs up with a cross-cut saw, and split them with a wedge to make cordwood and chunks for the open fireplace. Dick Bolton walked around past the cottage down to the lake. There were 4 big beech logs lying almost buried in the sand. Eddie hung the saw up by one of its handles in the crotch of a tree. Dick put the 3 axes down on the little dock. Dick was a half-breed, and many of the farmers around the lake believed he was really a white man. He was very lazy, but a great worker once he was started. He took a plug of tobacco out of his pocket, bit off a chew, and spoke in Ojibwe to Eddie and Billy Tabashaw. They sunk the ends of their cant-hooks into one of the logs and swung against it to loosen it in the sand. They swung their weight against the shafts of the cant-hooks. The log moved in the sand. Dick Bolton turned to Nick's father. "Well, Doc," he said, "that's a nice lot of timber you've stolen." "Don't talk that way, Dick," the doctor said. "It's driftwood." Eddie and Billy Tabashaw had rocked the log out of the wet sand and rolled it toward the water. "Put it right in," Dick Bolton shouted. "What are you doing that for?" asked the doctor. "Wash it off, clean off the sand on account of the saw." "I want to see who it belongs to," Dick said. The log was just awash in the lake. Eddie and Billy Tabashaw leaned on their cant-hooks, sweating in the sun. Dick kneeled down in the sand and looked at the mark of the scaler's hammer in the wood at the end of the log. "Belongs to White and McNally," he said, standing up and brushing off his trousers knees. The doctor was very uncomfortable. "You'd better not saw it up, then, Dick," he said shortly. "Don't get huffy, Doc," said Dick. "Don't get huffy. I don't care who you steal it from. It's none of my business." "If you think the logs are stolen, leave them alone and take your tools back to the camp," the doctor said. His face was red. "Don't go off at half-cock, Doc," Dick said. He spat tobacco juice on the log. It slid off, thinning in the water. "You know they're stolen as well as I do. It don't make any difference to me." "All right, if you think the logs are stolen, take your stuff and get out." "Now, Doc, take your stuff and get out. Listen, Doc, if you call me Doc once again, I'll knock your eye teeth down your throat." "Oh, no, you won't, Doc." Dick Bolton looked at the doctor. Dick was a big man. He knew how big a man he was. He liked to get into fights. He was happy. Eddie and Billy Tabashaw leaned on their cant-hooks and looked at the doctor. The doctor chewed the beard on his lower lip and looked at Dick Bolton. Then he turned away and walked up the hill to the cottage. They could see from his back how angry he was. They all watched him walk up the hill and go inside the cottage. Dick said something in Ojibwe. Eddie laughed, but Billy Tabashaw looked very serious. He did not understand English, but he had sweat all the time the row was going on. He was fat with only a few hairs of mustache like a Chinaman. He picked up the 2 cant-hooks. Dick picked up the axes, and Eddie took the saw down from the tree. They started off and walked up past the cottage and out the back gate into the woods. Dick left the gate open. Billy Tabashaw went back and fastened it. They were gone through the woods. In the cottage, the doctor, sitting on the bed in his room, saw a pile of medical journals on the floor by the bureau. They were still in their wrappers, unopened. It irritated him. "Aren't you going back to work, dear?" asked the doctor's wife from the room where she was lying with the blinds drawn. "No." "Was anything the matter?" "I had a row with Dick Bolton." "Oh," said his wife. "I hope you didn't lose your temper, Henry." "No," said the doctor. "Remember that he who ruleth his spirit is greater than he that taketh the city," said his wife. She was a Christian Scientist. Her Bible, her copy of Science and Health, and her quarterly were on a table beside her bed in the darkened room. Her husband did not answer. He was sitting on his bed now, cleaning a shotgun. He pushed the magazine full of the heavy yellow shells and pumped them out again. They were scattered on the bed. "Henry," his wife called, then paused a moment. "Henry!" "Yes," the doctor said. "You didn't say anything to Bolton to anger him, did you?" "No," said the doctor. "What was the trouble about, dear?" "Nothing much. Tell me, Henry. Please don't try and keep anything from me. What was the trouble about?" "Well, Dick owes me a lot of money for pulling his squaw through pneumonia, and I guess he wanted a row so he wouldn't have to take it out in work." His wife was silent. The doctor wiped his gun carefully with a rag. He pushed the shells back in against the spring of the magazine. He sat with the gun on his knees. He was very fond of it. Then he heard his wife's voice from the darkened room. "Dear, I really don't think that anyone would really do a thing like that." "No?" the doctor said. "No, I can't believe that anyone would do a thing of that sort intentionally." The doctor stood up and put the shotgun in the corner behind the dresser. "Are you going out, dear?" his wife said. "Think I'll go for a walk," the doctor said. "If you see Nick, dear, will you tell him his mother wants to see him?" his wife said. The doctor went out on the porch. The screen door slammed behind him. He heard his wife catch her breath when the door slammed. "Sorry," he said outside the window with the blinds drawn. "It's all right, dear," she said. He walked in the heat out the gate and along the path into the hemlock woods. It was cool in the woods even on such a hot day. He found Nick sitting with his back against a tree reading. "Your mother wants you to come and see her," the doctor said. "I want to go with you," Nick said. His father looked down at him. "All right, come on then," his father said. "Give me the book. I'll put it in my pocket." "I know where there's black squirrels, Daddy," Nick said. "All right," said his father. "Let's go there." End of The Doctor and the Doctor's Wife by Ernest Hemingway.
A Duel by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. A Duel by Guy de Maupassant. The war was over. The Germans occupied France. The whole country was pulsating like a conquered wrestler beneath the knee of his victorious opponent. The first trains from Paris, distracted, starving, despairing Paris, were making their way to the new frontiers, slowly passing through the country districts and the villages. The passengers gazed through the windows at the ravaged fields and burned hamlets. Prussian soldiers, in their black helmets with brass spikes, were smoking their pipes astride their chairs in front of the houses which were still left standing. Others were working or talking just as if they were members of the families. As you passed through the different towns, you saw entire regiments drilling in the squares, and, in spite of the rumble of the carriage wheels, you could every moment hear the hoarse words of command. M. Dubois, who during the entire siege had served as one of the National Guard in Paris, was going to join his wife and daughter, whom he had prudently sent away to Switzerland before the invasion. Famine and hardship had not diminished his big paunch, so characteristic of the rich, peace-loving merchant. He had gone through the terrible events of the past year with sorrowful resignation and bitter complaints at the savagery of men. Now that he was journeying to the frontier at the close of the war, he saw the Prussians for the first time, as though he had done his duty on the ramparts and mounted guard on many a cold night. He stared with mingled fear and anger at those bearded armed men, installed all over French soil, as if they were at home, and he felt in his soul a kind of fever of impotent patriotism. At the same time also the great need of that new instinct of prudence which since then has never left us. In the same railway carriage were two Englishmen who had come to the country as sightseers and were gazing about them with looks of quiet curiosity. They were both also stout, and kept chatting in their own language, sometimes referring to their guidebook, and reading aloud the names of the places indicated. Suddenly the train stopped at a little village station, and a Prussian officer jumped up with a great clatter of his sabre on the double footboard of the railway carriage. He was tall, wore a tight-fitting uniform, and had whiskers up to his eyes. His red hair seemed to be on fire, and his long moustache, of a paler hue, stuck out on both sides of his face, which it seemed to cut in two. The Englishman at once began staring at him with smiles of newly awakened interest, while Monsieur Dubois made a show of reading a newspaper. He sat concealed in his corner like a thief in the presence of a gendarme. The train started again. The Englishman went on chatting and looking out for the exact scene of different battles, and all of a sudden, as one of them stretched out his arm towards the horizon as he pointed out a village, the Prussian officer remarked in French, extending his long legs and lolling backward, "I killed a dozen Frenchmen in that village and took more than 100 prisoners." The Englishman, quite interested, immediately asked, "Ah, and what is the name of this village?" The Prussian replied, "Farsburg." He added, "We caught those French scoundrels by the ears," and he glanced towards Monsieur Dubois, laughing conceitedly into his moustache. The train rolled on, still passing through hamlets occupied by the victorious army. German soldiers could be seen along the roads, on the edges of fields, standing in front of gates or chatting outside cafes. They covered the soil like African locusts. The officer said, with a wave of his hand, "If I had been in command, I'd have taken Paris, burned everything, killed everybody. No more France." The Englishman, through politeness, replied simply, "Ah, yes." He went on, "In 20 years all Europe, all of it, will belong to us. Prussia is more than a match for all of them." The Englishmen, getting uneasy, no longer replied. Their faces, which had become impassive, seemed made of wax behind their long whiskers. Then the Prussian officer began to laugh, and still lolling back, he began to sneer. He sneered at the downfall of France, insulted the prostrate enemy. He sneered at Austria, which had been recently conquered. He sneered at the valiant but fruitless defence of the departments. He sneered at the Garde Mobile and at the useless artillery. He announced that Bismarck was going to build a city of iron with the captured cannon. And suddenly he placed his boots against the thigh of Monsieur Dubois, who turned away his eyes, reddening to the roots of his hair. The Englishmen seemed to have become indifferent to all that was going on, as if they were suddenly shut up in their own island, far from the din of the world. The officer took out his pipe, and looking fixedly at the Frenchman, said, "You haven't any tobacco, have you?" Monsieur Dubois replied, "No, monsieur." The German resumed, "You might go and buy some for me when the train stops." And he began laughing afresh as he added, "I'll give you the price of a drink." The train whistled and slackened its pace. They passed a station that had been burnt down, and then they stopped altogether. The German opened the carriage door, and catching Monsieur Dubois by the arm, said, "Go and do what I told you. Quick, quick!" A Prussian detachment occupied the station. Other soldiers were standing behind wooden gratings, looking on. The engine was getting up steam before starting off again. Then Monsieur Dubois hurriedly jumped on the platform, and, in spite of the warnings of the station master, dashed into the adjoining compartment. He was alone. He tore open his waistcoat. His heart was beating so rapidly, and, gasping for breath, he wiped the perspiration from his forehead. The train drew up at another station, and suddenly the officer appeared at the carriage door and jumped in, followed close behind by the two Englishmen, who were impelled by curiosity. The German sat facing the Frenchman and, laughing still, said, "Ha, you did not want to do what I asked you." Monsieur Dubois replied, "No, monsieur." The train had just left the station. The officer said, "I'll cut off your moustache to fill my pipe with," and he put out his hand towards the Frenchman's face. The Englishmen stared at them, retaining their previous impassive manner. The German had already pulled out a few hairs and was still tugging at the moustache when Monsieur Dubois, with a backstroke of his hand, flung aside the officer's arm and, seizing him by the collar, threw him down on the seat. Then, excited to a pitch of fury, his temples swollen and his eyes glaring, he kept throttling the officer with one hand, while with the other clenched he began to strike him violent blows in the face. The Prussian struggled, tried to draw his sword to clinch with his adversary, who was on top of him, but Monsieur Dubois crushed him with his enormous weight and kept punching him without taking breath or knowing where his blows fell. Blood flowed down the face of the German, who, choking with a rattling in his throat, spat out his broken teeth and vainly strove to shake off this infuriated man who was killing him. The Englishmen had got on their feet and came closer in order to see better. They remained standing, full of mirth and curiosity, ready to bet for or against either combatant. Suddenly Monsieur Dubois, exhausted by his violent efforts, rose and resumed his seat without uttering a word. The Prussian did not attack him, for the savage assault had terrified and astonished the officer, as well as causing him suffering. When he was able to breathe freely, he said, "Unless you give me satisfaction with pistols, I will kill you." Monsieur Dubois replied, "Whenever you like. I'm quite ready." The German said, "Here is the town of Strasbourg. I'll get 2 officers to be my seconds, and there will be time before the train leaves the station." Monsieur Dubois, who was puffing as hard as the engine, said to the Englishman, "Will you be my seconds?" They both answered together, "Oh, yes." And the train stopped. In a minute the Prussian had found 2 comrades who brought pistols, and they made their way towards the ramparts. The Englishmen were continually looking at their watches, shuffling their feet and hurrying on with the preparations, uneasy lest they should be too late for the train. Monsieur Dubois had never fired a pistol in his life. They made him stand 20 paces away from his enemy. He was asked, "Are you ready?" While he was answering, "Yes, monsieur," he noticed that one of the Englishmen had opened his umbrella in order to keep off the rays of the sun. A voice gave the signal, "Fire!" Monsieur Dubois fired at random without delay, and he was amazed to see the Prussian opposite him stagger, lift up his arms and fall downward, dead. He had killed the officer. One of the Englishmen exclaimed, "Ah!" He was quivering with delight, with satisfied curiosity and joyous impatience. The other, who still kept his watch in his hand, seized Mr. Dubois's arm and hurried him in double-quick time towards the station, his fellow countryman marking time as he ran beside them, with closed fists, his elbows at his sides. 1, 2, 1, 2. And all 3, running abreast rapidly, made their way to the station like 3 grotesque figures in a comic newspaper. The train was on the point of starting. They sprang into their carriage. Then the Englishmen, taking off their travelling caps, waved them 3 times over their heads, exclaiming, "Hip, hip, hip, hooray!" And gravely, one after the other, they extended their right hands to Monsieur Dubois, and then went back and sat down in their own corner. End of A Duel by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Eagle's Nest by Bjornstjerne Bjornson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The Eagle's Nest. The Endragards was the name of a small, solitary parish, surrounded by lofty mountains. It lay in a flat and fertile valley, and was intersected by a broad river that flowed down the mountains. This river emptied into a lake, which was situated close by the parish, and presented a fine view of the surrounding country. Up the Endra Lake the man had come rowing who had first cleared this valley. His name was Endra, and it was his descendants who dwelt here. Some said he had fled hither on account of a murder he had committed, and that was why his family were so dark. Others said this was on account of the mountains, which shut out the sun at 5 o'clock of a midsummer afternoon. Over this parish there hung an eagle's nest. It was built on a cliff far up the mountains. All could see the mother eagle alight in her nest, but no one could reach it. The male eagle went sailing over the parish, now swooping down after a lamb, now after a kid. Once he had also taken a little child and borne it away. Therefore there was no safety in the parish as long as the eagle had a nest in this mountain. There was a tradition among the people that in old times there were two brothers who had climbed up to the nest and torn it down, but nowadays there was no one who was able to reach it. Whenever two met at the Endragards, they talked about the eagle nest and looked up. Everyone knew when the eagles reappeared in the new year, where they had swooped down and done mischief, and who had last endeavored to reach the nest. The youth of the place, from early boyhood, practiced climbing mountains and trees, wrestling and scuffling, in order that one day they might reach the cliff and demolish the nest, as those two brothers had done. At the time of which this story tells, the best boy at the Endragards was named Leif, and he was not of the Endra family. He had curly hair and small eyes, was clever in all play, and was fond of the fair sex. He early said of himself that one day he would reach the eagle's nest, but old people remarked that he should not have said so aloud. This annoyed him, and even before he had reached his prime he made the ascent. It was one bright Sunday forenoon, early in the summer. The young eagles must be just about hatched. A vast multitude of people had gathered together at the foot of the mountain to behold the feat, the old people advising him against attempting it, the young ones urging him on. But he hearkened only to his own desires, and waiting until the mother eagle left her nest, he gave one spring into the air and hung in a tree several yards from the ground. The tree grew in a cleft in the rock, and from this cleft he began to climb upward. Small stones loosened under his feet, earth and gravel came rolling down. Otherwise all was still, save for the stream flowing behind, with its suppressed, ceaseless murmur. Soon he had reached a point where the mountain began to project. Here he hung long by one hand, while his foot groped for a sure resting place, for he could not see. Many, especially women, turned away, saying he never would have done this had he had parents living. He found footing at last, however, sought again, now with the hand, now with the foot, failed, slipped, then hung fast again. They who stood below could hear one another breathing. Suddenly there rose to her feet a tall young girl, who had been sitting on a stone apart from the rest. It was said she had been betrothed to Leif from early childhood, although he was not of her kindred. Stretching out her arms, she called aloud, "Leif, Leif, why do you do this?" Every eye was turned on her. Her father, who was standing close by, gave her a stern look, but she heeded him not. "Come down again, Leif," she cried. "I love you, and there is nothing to be gained up there." They could see that he was considering. He hesitated a moment or two and then started onward. For a long time all went well, for he was sure-footed and had a strong grip. But after a while it seemed as if he were growing weary, for he often paused. Presently a little stone came rolling down as a harbinger, and everyone who stood there had to watch its course to the bottom. Some could endure it no longer, and went away. The girl alone still stood on the stone, and wringing her hands, continued to gaze upward. Once more Leif took hold with one hand, but it slipped. She saw this distinctly. Then he tried the other. It slipped also. "Leif!" she shouted, so loud that her voice rang through the mountains, and all the others chimed in with her. "He is slipping!" they cried, and stretched up their hands to him, both men and women. He was indeed slipping, carrying with him sand, stones, and earth, slipping, continually slipping, ever faster and faster. The people turned away, and then they heard a rustling and a scraping in the mountain behind them, after which something fell with a heavy thud, like a great piece of wet earth. When they could look round again, he was lying there, crushed and mutilated beyond recognition. The girl had fallen down on the stone, and her father took her up in his arms and bore her away. The youths who had taken the most pains to incite Leif to the perilous ascent now dared not lend a hand to pick him up. Some were even unable to look at him, so the old people had to go forward. The eldest of them, as he took hold of the body, said, "It is very sad, but," he added, casting a look upward, "it is, after all, well that something hangs so high that it cannot be reached by everyone." End of The Eagle's Nest by Bjornstjerne Bjornson.
A Glass of Beer by James Stephens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. A Glass of Beer by James Stephens. It was now his custom to sit there. The world has its habits. Why should a man not have his? The earth rolls out of light and into darkness as punctually as a businessman goes to and from his office. The seasons come with the regularity of automata and go as if they were pushed by an ejector. So, night after night, he strolled from the Place de l'Observatoire to the Font Saint-Michel, and on the return journey sat down at the same café, at the same table, if he could manage it, and ordered the same drink. So regular had his attendance become that the waiter would suggest the order before it was spoken. He did not drink beer because he liked it, but only because it was not a difficult thing to ask for. Always he had been easily discouraged, and he distrusted his French almost as much as other people had reason to. The only time he had varied the order was to request un vin blanc gommé, but on that occasion he had been served with a postage stamp for 25 centimes, and he still wondered when he remembered it. He liked to think of his first French conversation. He wanted something to read in English, but was timid of asking for it. He walked past all the newspaper kiosks on the boulevard, anxiously scanning the vendors inside. They were usually very stalwart, very competent females who looked as though they had outgrown their sins, but remembered them with pleasure. They had the dully polished, slightly battered look of a modern antique. The words "Monsieur," "Madame," rang from them as from bells. They were very alert, sitting, as it were, on tiptoe, and their eyes hit one as one approached. They were like spiders squatting in their little houses, waiting for their daily flies. He found one who looked jolly and harmless, sympathetic indeed, and to her, with a flourished hat, he approached. Said he, "Donnez-moi, madame, s'il vous plaît, le Daily Mail." At the second repetition, the good lady smiled at him, a smile compounded of benevolence and comprehension, and instantly, with a "Voilà, monsieur," she handed him the New York Herald. They had saluted each other, and he marched down the road in delight, with his first purchase under his arm, and his first foreign conversation accomplished. At that time everything had delighted him. The wide, well-lighted boulevard, the concierges knitting in their immense doorways, each looking like a replica of the other, each seeming sister to a kiosk-keeper or a cat. The exactly courteous speech of the people and their not quite so rigorously courteous manners pleased him. he listened to the voluble men who went by, speaking in a haste so breathless that he marvelled how the prepositions and conjunctions stuck to their duty in so swirling an ocean of chatter. There was a big black dog with a mottled head, who lay nightly on the pavement opposite the Square de l'Observatoire. At intervals he raised his lean skull from the ground and composed a low lament to an absent friend. His grief was respected. The folk who passed stepped sidewards for him, and he took no heed of their passage, a lonely, introspective dog to whom a caress or a bone were equally childish things. "Let me alone," he seemed to say. "I have my grief, and it is company enough." There was the very superior cat, who sat on every window ledge winking at life. He, for in France all cats are masculine by order of philology, he did not care a rap for man or dog, but he liked women and permitted them to observe him. There was the man who insinuated himself between the tables at the café, holding out postcard representations of the Pantheon, the Louvre, Notre Dame, and other places. From beneath these cards his dexterous little finger would suddenly flip others. One saw a hurried leg, an arm that shone and vanished, a bosom that fled shyly again, an audacious swan, a Leda who was thoroughly enjoying herself and had never heard of virtue. His look suggested that he thought better of one than to suppose that one was not interested in the nude. "Monsieur," he seemed to say, with his fixed brown-eyed regard, "this is indeed a leg, an authentic leg, not disguised by even the littlest of stockings. It is arranged precisely as monsieur would desire it." His sorrow as he went away was dignified with regret for an inartistic gentleman. One was un garçon, and yet one would not look at one's postcards. One had better then cease to be an artist and take to peddling onions and asparagus as the vulgar do. It was all a long time ago, and now somehow the savour had departed from these things. Perhaps he had seen them too often. Perhaps a kind of public surreptitiousness, a quite open furtiveness, had troubled him. Maybe he was not well. He sat at his café, 3/4 down the boulevard, and before him a multitude of grotesque beings were pacing as he sipped his bock. Good manners decreed that he should not stare too steadfastly, and he was one who obeyed these delicate dictations. Alas, he was one who obeyed all dictates. For him authority wore a halo, and many sins which his heyday ought to have committed had been left undone, and only because they were not sanctioned by immediate social usage. He was often saddened when he thought of the things he had not done. It was the only sadness to which he had access, because the evil deeds which he had committed were of so tepid and hygienic a character that they could not be mourned for without hypocrisy. And now that he was released from all privileged restraints and overlookings and could do whatever he wished, he had no wish to do anything. His wife had been dead for over a year. He had hungered, he had prayed for her death. He had hated that woman, and for how many years, with a kind of masked ferocity. How often he had been tempted to kill her or to kill himself. How often he had dreamed that she had run away from him, or that he had run away from her. He had invented Russian princes and music hall stars and American billionaires with whom she could adequately elope, and he had both loved and loathed the prospect. What unending slow quarrels they had together! How her voice had droned pitilessly on his ears, she in one room, he in another, and through the open door there rolled that unending recitation of woes and reproaches, an interminable catalogue of nothings, while he sat dumb as a fish, with a mind that smouldered or blazed. He had stood unseen with a hammer, a poker, a razor in his hand, on tiptoe to do it. A movement, a rush, one silent rush, and it was done. He had revelled in her murder. He had caressed it, rehearsed it, relished it, had jugged her head back and hacked and listened to her entreaties bubbling through blood. And then she died. When he stood by her bed, he had wished to taunt her, but he could not do it. He read in her eyes, "I am dying, and in a little time I shall have vanished like dust on the wind, but you will still be here, and you will never see me again." He wished to ratify that, to assure that it was actually so, to say that he would come home on the morrow night, and she would not be there, and that he would return home every night and she would never be there. But he could not say it. Somehow the words, although he desired them, would not come. His arm went to her neck and settled there. His hand caressed her hair, her cheek. He kissed her eyes, her lips, her languid hands. And the words that came were only an infantile babble of regrets and apologies, assurances that he did love her, that he had never loved anyone before, and never would love anyone again. Everyone who passed looked into the cafe where he sat. Everyone who passed looked at him. There were men with sallow faces and wide black hats. Some had hair that flapped about them in the wind, and from their locks one gathered, with some distaste, the spices of Araby. Some had cravats that fluttered and fell and rose again like banners in a storm. There were men with severe spade-shaped, most responsible-looking beards and quizzical little eyes which gave the lie to their hairy sedateness, eyes which had spent long years in looking sidewards as a woman passed. There were men of every stage of foppishness, men who had spent so much time on their moustaches that they only had a little left for their fingernails, but their moustaches exonerated them. Others who were coated to happiness, trousered to grotesqueness, and booted to misery. He thought, in the city the men wear their own coats, but they all wear someone else's trousers, and their boots are syndicated. He saw no person who was self-intent. They were all deeply conscious, not of themselves, but of each other. They were all looking at each other. They were all looking at him, and he returned the severe, or humorous, or appraising gaze of each with a look nicely proportioned to the passer, giving back exactly what was given to him, and no more. He did not stare, for nobody stared. He just looked and looked away, and was as mannerly as was required. A negro went by arm in arm with a girl who was so sallow that she was only white by courtesy. He was a bulky man, and as he bent greedily over his companion, it was evident that to him she was whiter than the snow of a single night. Women went past in multitudes, and he knew the appearance of them all. How many times he had watched them, or their duplicates striding and mincing and bounding by, each moving like an animated note of interrogation. They were long and medium and short. There were women of a thinness beyond comparison, sheathed in skirts as featly as a rapier in a scabbard. There were women of a monumental, a mighty fatness, who billowed and rolled in multitudinous, stormy garments. There were slow eyes that drooped on one heavily as a hand, and quick ones that stabbed and withdrew, and glanced again appealingly, and slid away cursing. There were some who lounged with a false sedateness, and some who fluttered in an equally false timidity. Some wore velvet shoes without heels. Some had shoes, the heels whereof were of such inordinate length that the wearers looked as though they were perched on stilts, and would topple to perdition if their skill failed for an instant. They passed, and they looked at him, and from each, after the due regard, he looked away to the next in interminable procession. There were faces also to be looked at, round chubby faces, wherefrom the eyes of oxen stared in slow involved rumination. Long faces that were keener than hatchets and as cruel. Faces that pretended to be scornful and were only piteous. Faces contrived to ape a temperament other than their own. Raddled faces with heavy eyes and rouged lips. Ragged lips that had been chewed by every mad dog in the world. What lips there were everywhere! Bright scarlet splashes in dead white faces. Thin red gashes that suggested rat traps instead of kisses. Bulbous, flabby lips that would wobble and shiver if attention failed them. Lips of a horrid fascination that one looked at and hated and ran to. Looking at him slyly or boldly, they passed along, and turned after a while, and repassed him, and turned again in promenade. He had a sickness of them all. There had been a time when these were among the things he mourned for not having done, but that time was long past. He guessed at their pleasures, and knew them to be without salt. Life, said he, is as unpleasant as a plate of cold porridge. Somehow, the world was growing empty for him. He wondered, was he outgrowing his illusions, or his appetites, or both? The things in which other men took such interest were drifting beyond him, and, for it seemed that the law of compensation can fail, nothing was drifting towards him in recompense. He foresaw himself as a box with nothing inside it, and he thought, it is not through love or fear or distress that men commit suicide. It is because they have become empty. Both the gods and the devils have deserted them, and they can no longer support that solemn stagnation. He marvelled to see with what activity men and women played the most savourless of games, with what zest of pursuit they tracked what petty interests. He saw them as ants scurrying with scraps of straw, or apes that pick up and drop and pick again, and he marvelled from what fount they renewed themselves, or with what charms they exorcised the demons of satiety. On this night life did not seem worthwhile. The taste had gone from his mouth. His bock was water vilely coloured. His cigarette was a hot stench. And yet a full moon was peeping in the trees along the path, and not far away, where the countryside bowed in silver quietude, the rivers ran through undistinguishable fields, chanting their lonely songs. The seas leaped and withdrew, and called again to the stars, and gathered in ecstasy and roared skywards, and the trees did not rob each other more than was absolutely necessary. The men and women were all hidden away, sleeping in their cells, where the moon could not see them, nor the clean wind, nor the stars. They were sundered for a little while from their eternal arithmetic. The grasping hands were lying as quietly as the paws of a sleeping dog. Those eyes held no further speculation than the eyes of an ox who lies down. The tongues that had lied all day, and been treacherous and obscene and respectful by easy turn, said nothing more. And he thought it was very good that they were all hidden, and that for a little time the world might swing darkly with the moon in its own wide circle and its silence. He paid for his bock, gave the waiter a tip, touched his hat to a lady by sex and a gentleman by clothing, and strolled back to his room that was little, his candle that was 3/4 consumed, and his picture, which might be admired when he was dead, but which he would never be praised for painting. And, after sticking his foot through the canvas, he tugged himself to bed, agreeing to commence the following morning just as he had the previous one, and the one before that, and the one before that again. That was A Glass of Beer by James Stephens. Read by Michael Daly.
The Story of the Inexperienced Ghost. From 12 Stories and a Dream by H.G. Wells. Read by Scott McKinley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The scene amidst which Clayton told his last story comes back very vividly to my mind. There he sat for the greater part of the time in the corner of the authentic settle by the spacious open fire, and Sanderson sat beside him, smoking the Broseley clay that bore his name. There was Evans, and that marvel among actors, Wish, who was also a modest man. We had all come down to the Mermaid Club that Saturday morning, except Clayton, who had slept there overnight, which indeed gave him the opening of his story. We had golfed until golfing was invisible. We had dined, and we were in that mood of tranquil kindliness when men will suffer a story. When Clayton began to tell one, we naturally supposed he was lying. It may be that indeed he was lying, of that the reader will speedily be able to judge, as well as I. He began, it is true, with an air of matter-of-fact anecdote, but that, we thought, was only the incurable artifice of the man. "I say," he remarked, after a long consideration of the upward rain of sparks from the log that Sanderson had thumped. "You know, I was alone here last night." "Except for the domestics," said Wish. "Who slept in the other wing?" said Clayton. "Yes, well, He pulled at his cigar for some little time as though he still hesitated about his confidence. Then he said, quite quietly, "I caught a ghost." "Caught a ghost, did you?" said Sanderson. "Where is it?" And Evans, who admires Clately immensely and has been 4 weeks in America, shouted, "Caught a ghost, did you, Clayton? I'm glad of it. Tell us all about it right now." Clayton said he would in a minute, and asked him to shut the door. He looked apologetically at me. "There's no eavesdropping, of course, but we don't want to upset our very excellent service with any rumors of ghosts in the place. There's too much shadow and oak paneling to trifle with that. And this, wasn't a regular ghost. I don't think it will come again. Ever." "You mean to say you didn't keep it?" said Sanderson. "I hadn't the heart to," said Clayton. And Sanderson said he was surprised. We laughed, and Clayton looked aggrieved. "I know," he said, with a flicker of a smile. "But the fact is, it really was a ghost, and I'm as sure of it as I am that I am talking to you now. I'm not joking. I mean what I say." Sanderson drew deeply at his pipe, with one reddish eye on Clayton, and then emitted a thin jet of smoke, more eloquent than many words. Clayton ignored the comment. "It is the strangest thing that has ever happened in my life. I never believed in ghosts or anything of the sort before, ever. And then, I bag one in a corner and the whole business is in my hands." He meditated still more profoundly, and produced and began to pierce a second cigar with a curious little stabber he affected. "You talked to it?" asked Wish. "For the space, probably, of an hour." "Chatty?" I said, joining the party of the skeptics. "The poor devil was in trouble," said Clayton, bowed over his cigar end, and with the very faintest note of reproof. "Sobbing?" someone asked. Clayton heaved a realistic sigh at the memory. "Good Lord," he said. "Yes." And then, "Poor fellow, yes." "Where did you strike it?" asked Evans, in his best American accent. "I never realized," said Clayton, ignoring him, "the poor sort of thing a ghost might be." And he hung us up again for a time while he sought for matches in his pocket and lit and warmed to his cigar. "I took an advantage," he reflected at last. "We were none of us in a hurry." "A character," he said, "remains just the same character for all that it has been disembodied. That is a thing we too often forget. People with a certain strength or fixity of purpose may have ghosts of a certain strength and fixity of purpose. More haunting ghosts, must be as one-ideaed as monomaniacs and as obstinate as mules, to come back again and again. This poor creature wasn't." He suddenly looked up rather queerly, and his eye went round the room. "I say it," he said, "in all kindliness, but that is the plain truth of the case. Even at the first glance he struck me as weak." He punctuated with the help of his cigar. "I came upon him, in the long passage. His back was towards me, and I saw him first. Right off, I knew him for a ghost. He was transparent and whitish. Clean through his chest I could see the glimmer of the little window at the end, and not only his physique, but his attitude struck me as being weak. He looked, as though he didn't know in the slightest whatever he meant to do. One hand was on the paneling, and the other fluttered to his mouth, like so." "What sort of physique?" said Sanderson. "Lean, sort of young man's neck that has two great flutings down the back, here and there, so, and a little meanish head with scrubby hair, rather bad ears, shoulders bad, narrow in the hips, turned-down collar, ready-made short jacket, trousers baggy and a little frayed at the heels, That's how he took me. I came very quietly up the staircase. I did not carry a light, you know. The candles are on the landing table, and there is that lamp. And I was in my list slippers, and I saw him as I came up. I stopped dead at that, taking him in. I wasn't a bit afraid. I think that in most of these affairs one is never nearly so afraid or excited as one imagines one would be. I was surprised and interested, and I thought, good Lord, here's a ghost at last. And I haven't believed for a moment in ghosts during the last 25 years. Said Wish. I suppose I wasn't on the landing a moment before he found out I was there. He turned on me sharply, and I saw the face of an immature young man. Weak nose, a scrubby little mustache, a feeble chin. So for an instant we stood, he looking over his shoulder at me, and regarded one another. Then he seemed to remember his high calling. He turned round, drew himself up, projected his face, raised his arms, spread his hands, and, proved ghost fashion, came towards me. As he did so, his little jaw dropped, and he emitted a faint, drawn-out "boo." No, it wasn't not a bit dreadful. I dined. I'd had a bottle of champagne, and being all alone, perhaps 2 or 3, perhaps even 4 or 5 whiskies, so I was as solid as rocks, and no more frightened than if I'd been assailed by a frog. "Boo!" I said. "Nonsense! You don't belong to this place. What are you doing here?" I could see him wince. "Boo!" he said. "Boo be hanged, do you remember?" I said. Just to show I didn't care a pin for him, I stepped through a corner of him and made to light my candle. "You remember?" I repeated, looking at him sideways. He moved a little so as to stand clear of me, and his bearing became crestfallen. "No," he said, in answer to the persistent interrogation of my eye. "I'm not a member. I'm a ghost." "Well, that doesn't give you the run of the Mermaid Club. Is there anyone you want to see, or anything of that sort?" And doing it as steadily as possible, for fear that he should mistake the carelessness of whiskey for the distraction of fear, I got my candle alight. I turned on him, holding it. "What are you doing here?" I said. He had dropped his hands and stopped his booing, and there he stood, abashed and awkward, the ghost of a weak, silly, aimless young man. "I'm haunting," he said. "You haven't any business to," I said in a quiet voice. "I'm a ghost," he said, as if in defense. "That may be, but you haven't any business to haunt here. This is a respectable private club. People often stop here with nursemaids and children, and going about in the careless way you do, some poor little mite could easily come upon you and be scared out of her wits. I suppose you didn't think of that. You should have done. You haven't any claim on the place, have you? Weren't murdered here, anything of that sort?" "None, sir, but I thought as it was old and oak-panelled—" "That's no excuse." I regarded him firmly. "Your coming here is a mistake," I said, in a tone of friendly superiority. I feigned to see if I had any matches, and then looked up at him frankly. "If I were you, I wouldn't wait for cockcrow. I'd vanish right away." He looked embarrassed. "The fact is, sir," he began. "I'd vanish," I said, driving it home. "The fact is, sir, that somehow I can't." "You can't?" "No, sir, there's something I've forgotten. I've been hanging about here since midnight last night, hiding in the cupboards of the empty bedrooms and things like that. I'm flurried. I've never come haunting before, and it seems to put me out." "Put you out?" "Oh, yes, sir. I've tried to do it several times, and it doesn't quite come off. There's some little thing has slipped me, and I can't get back." That, you know, rather bowled me over. He looked at me in such an abject way that for the life of me I couldn't keep up quite the high hectoring vein I had adopted. "That's queer," I said, and as I spoke I fancied I heard someone moving about down below. Come into my room and tell me more about it, I said. I didn't, of course, understand this, and I tried to take him by the arm, but of course he might as well have tried to take hold of a puff of smoke. I had forgotten my number, I think. Anyhow, I remember going into several bedrooms. It was lucky I was the only soul in that wing, until I saw my traps. Here we are, I said, and sat down in the armchair. Sit down and tell me all about it. It seems to me you have got yourself into a jolly awkward position, old chap. Well, he said he wouldn't sit down. He'd prefer to flit up and down the room, if it was all the same to me. And so he did, and in a little while we were deep in a long and serious talk. And presently, something of those whiskies and sodas evaporated out of me, and I began to realize just a little what a thundering rum and weird business it was that I was in. There he was, semi-transparent, the proper conventional phantom, and noiseless except for his ghost of a voice, flitting to and fro in that nice, clean, chintz-hung old bedroom. You could see the gleam of the copper candlesticks through him, and the lights on the brass fender, and the corners of the framed engravings on the wall, and there he was telling me all about this wretched little life of his that had recently ended on earth. He hadn't a particularly honest face, but being transparent, of course, he couldn't avoid telling the truth. Eh? Said Wish, suddenly sitting up in his chair. What? Said Clayton. Being transparent, couldn't avoid telling the truth. I don't see it, said Wish. I don't see it, said Clayton with inimitable assurance. But it is so, I can assure you, nevertheless. I don't believe he got once a nail's breadth off the Bible truth. He told me how he had been killed. He went down into a London basement with a candle to look for a leakage of gas, and described himself as a senior English master in a London private school when that release occurred. Poor wretch, said I. That's what I thought, and the more he talked, the more I thought it was. There he was, purposeless in life, and purposeless out of it. He talked of his father and mother and his schoolmaster, and all who had ever been anything to him in the world, meanly. He had been too sensitive, too nervous. None of them had ever valued him properly or understood him, he said. He had never had a real friend in the world, I think. He had never had a success. He had shirked games and failed examinations. It's like that with some people, he said. Whenever I go into the examination room or anywhere, everything seemed to go. Engaged to be married, of course, to another oversensitive person, I suppose, when the indiscretion with the gas escape ended his affairs. And where are you now? I asked. Not in, he wasn't clear on that point at all. The impression he gave me was of a sort of vague intermediate state, a special reserve for souls too non-existent for anything so positive as either sin or virtue. I don't know. He was much too egotistical and unobservant to give me any clear idea of the kind of place, kind of country there is on the other side of things. Wherever he was, he seemed to have fallen in with a set of kindred spirits, ghosts of weak, cockney young men who were on a footing of Christian names, and among these was certainly a lot of talk about going haunting and things like that. Yes, going haunting. They seemed to think haunting a tremendous adventure. Most of them funked it all the time, and so primed, he had come. But really, said Wish to the fire. These are the impressions he gave me, anyhow, said Clayton modestly. I may, of course, have been in a rather uncritical state, but that was the sort of background he gave to himself. He kept flitting up and down, with his thin voice talking about his wretched self, and never a word of clear, firm statement from first to last. He was thinner and sillier and more pointless than if he had been real and alive. Only then, he would not have been in my bedroom there. If he had been alive, I should have kicked him out. Of course, said Evans. There are poor mortals like that. And there's just as much chance of their having ghosts as the rest of us, I admitted. What gave a sort of point to him, was the fact that he did seem within limits to have found himself out. The mess he had made of halting had depressed him terribly. He had been told it would be a lark. He had come expecting it to be a lark, and here it was, nothing but another failure added to his record. He proclaimed himself an utter out-and-out failure. He said, and I can quite believe it, that he had never tried to do anything all his life that he hadn't made a perfect mess of. And through all the waste of eternity, he never would. If he had had sympathy, perhaps. He paused at that, stood regarding me. He remarked that, strange as it might seem to me, nobody, not anyone ever, had given him the amount of sympathy I was doing right now. I could see what he wanted straight away, and I determined to head him off at once. I may be a brute, but being the only real friend, the recipient of the confidences of one of these egotistical weaklings, ghost or body, is beyond my physical endurance. I got up briskly. "Don't you brood on these things too much," I said. "The thing you've got to do is to get out of this, sharp. You pull yourself together and try." "I can't," he said. "You try," I said, and try he did. "Try?" said Sanderson. "How?" "Passes," said Clayton. "Passes?" Complicated series of gestures and passes with the hands. That's how he had come in, and that's how he had to get out again. Lord, what a business I had. "But how could any series of passes?" I began. "My dear man," said Clayton, turning on me and putting a great emphasis on certain words, "you want everything clear. I don't know how. All I know is that you do. That he did, anyhow, at least, after a fearful time, He got his passes right and suddenly disappeared." "Did you," said Sanderson slowly, "observe the passes?" "Yes," said Clayton, and seemed to think. "It was tremendously queer," he said. "There we were, I and this thin, vague ghost, in that silent room, in this silent, empty inn, in this silent little Friday night town. Not a sound except our voices and a faint panting he made when he swung. There was the bedroom candle, and one candle on the dressing table alight. That was all. Sometimes one or other would flare up into a tall, lean, astonished flame for a space, and queer things happened. "I can't," he said. "I shall never." And suddenly he sat down on a little chair at the foot of the bed and began to sob and sob. Lord, what a harrowing, whimpering thing he seemed. "You pull yourself together," I said, tried to pat him on the back, and my confounded hand went through him. By that time, I wasn't nearly so massive as I had been on the landing. I got the queerness of it full. I remember snatching back my hand out of him, as it were, with a little thrill, and walking over to the dressing table. "You pull yourself together," I said to him, "and try." And in order to encourage and help him, I began to try as well. "What?" said Sanderson. "The passes?" "Yes, the passes." "But," I said, moved by an idea that eluded me for a space. "This is interesting," said Sanderson, with his finger in his pipe bowl. "You mean to say this ghost of yours did his level best to give away the whole confounded barrier?" "Yes." "He didn't," said Wish. "He couldn't, or you'd have gone there too." "That's precisely it," I said, finding my elusive idea put into words for me. "That is precisely it," said Clayton, with thoughtful eyes upon the fire. For just a little while there was silence. "And at last he did it. I had to keep him up to it hard, but he did it at last, rather suddenly. He despaired, we had a scene, and then he got up abruptly and asked me to go through the whole performance, slowly, so that he might see. "I believe," he said, "if I could see, I should spot what was wrong at once." And he did. "I know," he said. "What do you know?" said I. "I know," he repeated. Then he said peevishly, I can't do it if you look at me. I really can't. It's been that partly all along. I'm such a nervous fellow that you put me out. Well, we had a bit of an argument. Naturally, I wanted to see, but he was as obstinate as a mule, and suddenly I had come over as tired as a dog. He tired me out. All right, I said, I won't look at you, and turned towards the mirror on the wardrobe by the bed. He started off very fast. I tried to follow him by looking in the looking-glass to see just what it was had hung. Round went his arms and his hands, so and so and so, and then with a rush came to the last gesture of all. You stand erect and open out your arms, and so, don't you know, he stood. And then he didn't. He wasn't. I wheeled round from the looking-glass to him. There was nothing. I was alone, with the flaring candles and a staggering mind. What had happened? Had anything happened? Had I been dreaming? And then, with an absurd note of finality about it, the clock upon the landing discovered the moment was ripe for striking 1. So, ping! And I was as grave and sober as a judge, with all my champagne and whiskey gone into the vast serene. Feeling queer, you know? Confoundedly queer. Queer! Good Lord. He regarded his cigar ash for a moment. That's all that happened, he said. And then you went to bed? Asked Evans. What else was there to do? I looked Wish in the eye. We wanted to scoff, and there was something perhaps in Clayton's voice and manner that hampered our desire. And about these passes, said Sanderson. I believe I could do them now. Oh, said Sanderson, and produced a penknife and set himself to grub the dotterel out of the bowl of his clay. Why don't you do them now? Said Sanderson, shutting his penknife with a click. That's what I am going to do, said Clayton. They won't work, said Evans. If they do, I suggested. You know, I'd rather you didn't, said Wish, stretching out his legs. Why? Asked Evans. I'd rather he didn't, said Wish. But he hasn't got 'em right, said Sanderson, plugging too much tobacco in his pipe. All the same, I'd rather he didn't, said Wish. We argued with Wish. He said that for Clayton to go through those gestures was like mocking a serious matter. But you don't believe, I said. Wish glanced at Clayton, who was staring into the fire, weighing something in his mind. I do, more than half, anyhow. I do, said Wish. Clayton, said I, you're too good a liar for us. Most of it was all right, but that disappearance happened to be convincing. Tell us it's a tale of cock and bull. He stood up without heeding me, took the middle of the hearth-rug and faced me. For a moment he regarded his feet thoughtfully, and then for all the rest of time his eyes were on the opposite wall with an intent expression. He raised his 2 hands slowly to the level of his eyes and so began. Now, Sanderson is a Freemason, member of the Lodge of the 4 Kings, which devotes itself so ably to the study and elucidation of all the mysteries of masonry, past and present, and among the students of this lodge, Sanderson is by no means the least. He followed Clayton's motions with a singular interest in his reddish eye. That's not bad, he said when it was done. You really do, you know. Put things together, Clayton, in a most amazing fashion. But there's one little detail out. I know, said Clayton. I believe I could tell you which. Well? This, said Clayton, and did a queer little twist and writhing and thrust of the hands. Yes. That, you know, was what he couldn't get right, said Clayton. But how do you... Most of this business, particularly how you invented it, I don't understand at all, said Sanderson. But just that phase, I do. He reflected. These happen to be a series of gestures connected with a certain branch of esoteric masonry. Probably you know. Or else, how? He reflected still further. I do not see I can do any harm in telling you, just the proper twist. After all, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. I know nothing, said Clayton, except what the poor devil let out last night. Well, anyhow, said Sanderson, and placed his churchwarden very carefully upon the shelf over the fireplace. Then very rapidly he gesticulated with his hands. So, said Clayton, repeating. So, said Sanderson, and took his pipe in hand again. Ah, now, said Clayton, I can do the whole thing right. He stood up before the waning fire and smiled at us all, but I think there was just a little hesitation in his smile. If I begin, he said. I wouldn't begin, said Wish. It's all right, said Evans. Matter is indestructible. You don't think any jiggery-pokery of this sort is going to snatch Clayton into the world of shades. Not it. You may try, Clayton, so far as I'm concerned, until your arms drop off at the wrists. I don't believe that, said Wish, and stood up and put his arm on Clayton's shoulder. You've made me half believe in that story somehow, and I don't want to see the thing done. Goodness, said I. Here's Wish, frightened. I am, said Wish, with real or admirably feigned intensity. I believe that if he goes through these motions right, he'll go. Oh, he'll not do anything of the sort, I cried. There's only one way out of this world for men, and Clayton is 30 years from that. Besides, it's such a ghost. Do you think? Wish interrupted me by moving. He walked out from among our chairs and stopped beside the hole and stood there. Clayton, he said, you're a fool. Clayton, with a humorous light in his eyes, smiled back at him. Wish, he said, is right, and all you others are wrong. I shall go. I shall get to the end of these passes, and as the last swish whistles through the air, presto, this hearthrug will be vacant, the room will be blank amazement, and a respectably dressed gentleman of 15 stone will plump into the world of shades. I'm certain. So will you be. I decline to argue further. Let the thing be tried. No, said Wish, made a step and ceased, and Clayton raised his hands once more to repeat the spirit's passing. By that time, you know, we were all in a state of tension, largely because of the behavior of Wish. We sat all of us with our eyes on Clayton. I, at least, with a sort of tight, stiff feeling about me, as though from the back of my skull to the middle of my thighs, my body had been changed to steel. And there, with a gravity that was imperturbably serene, Clayton bowed and swayed and waved his hands and arms before us. As he drew toward the end, one piled up, one tingled in one's teeth. The last gesture, I have said, was to swing the arms out wide open with the face held up. And when at last he swung out to this closing gesture, I ceased even to breathe. It was ridiculous, of course, but you know that ghost story feeling? It was after dinner, in a queer old shadowy house. Would he, after all? There he stood for one stupendous moment, with his arms open and his upturned face, assured and bright in the glare of the hanging lamp. We hung through that moment as if it were an age, and then came from all of us something that was half a sigh of infinite relief and half a reassuring no, for visibly he wasn't going. It was all nonsense. He had told an idle story and carried it almost to conviction. That was all. And then at that moment the face of Clayton changed. It changed. It changed as a lit house changes when its lights are suddenly extinguished. His eyes were suddenly eyes that were fixed. His smile was frozen on his lips, and he stood there still. He stood there very gently, swaying. That moment, too, was an age. And then, you know, chairs were scraping, things were falling, and we were all moving. His knees seemed to give, and he fell forward, and Evans rose and caught him in his arms. It stunned us all. For a minute, I suppose no one said a coherent thing. We believed it, yet could not believe it. I came out of a muddled stupefaction to find myself kneeling beside him, and his vest and shirt were torn open, and Sanderson's hand lay on his heart. Well, The simple fact before us could very well wait our convenience. There was no hurry for us to comprehend. It lay there for an hour. It lies athwart my memory, black and amazing still to this day. Clayton had, indeed, passed into the world that lies so near to and so far from our own, and he had gone thither by the only road that mortal man may take. But whether he did indeed pass there by that poor ghost's incantation, or whether he was stricken suddenly by apoplexy in the midst of an idle tale, as the coroner's jury would have us believe, is no matter for my judging. It is just one of those inexplicable riddles that must remain unsolved until the final solution of all things shall come. All I certainly know is that in that very moment, in the very instant of concluding those passes, he changed and staggered and fell down before us, dead. End of The Inexperienced Ghost by H.G. Wells. Read by Scott McKinley.
The Last Visit by Conrad Aiken. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amy Dunkelberger. The Last Visit by Conrad Aiken. Marie Schley sat in the Watertown car by the open grilled window. It was a sunny afternoon, the first Saturday in October. Clouds of dust swooped over Mount Auburn Street, flew into the car, made the passengers cough. On the Charles River, an 8-oared crew was rowing round the Blue Turn, crawling like a centipede. The voice of the coxswain could be heard. The blades flashed irregularly. A subdued, many-throated clamor came raggedly across the flat fields from the stadium, suddenly rose intense on a higher note, then died slowly away. A football game must be going on there. Yes, there were the usual kites flying, flashing high over the stadium. How familiar it all was. It made her feel slightly sad, and yet also she could not conceal from herself that she was much freer to enjoy its beauty, to enjoy it as merely a spectacle than had ever been possible for her in the past. It was familiar, but now that she lived so far away and came so seldom, it was also remote. It had now an atmosphere, she said almost aloud, an atmosphere. It was no longer so dreadfully a part of her own being. It was true there had been a time, the first year that she was in Boston, when she was 12, a time when going to Watertown to see grandmother was a positive joy. Even that, however, hadn't been so much a fondness for grandmother as a delight in the queer, musty old furniture, the antimacassars, the tussocks, the rosy conch shells on the gray carpet, of an extraordinary size and used as door fenders, and above all, grandmother's passion for good food. The cherries, for which Marie with the pail used to climb the tree, the plain apple pie, the coffee cake so richly crusted with spiced sugar. Grandmother always called it kuchen. Certainly these had been very important items. Even then she had been on her guard, reserved with grandmother. There had never been any question of an intimacy between them. Grandmother had always been hard and childlike. All her life she had had that peculiar inaptitude for intimacy and sympathy which accompanies the child's lack of consciousness. Visiting her during the school holidays later, Marie had gradually, as she grew older, seen this hardness clearly enough. Grandmother's hardness, it was really almost a meanness, had called forth or implanted a meanness in herself. It had often seemed to her that grandmother was cruel. How much those cruelties, which were wholly of a psychological sort, had been deliberate, or how much they had been simply the natural effect, unconscious, of a hard, callous, defeated old woman on a young and shy and sensitive one, she had never known. Nor had she ever known, to tell the truth, whether, if she herself had been less of an egoist, she might not have discovered more sharply in her grandmother the shy and affectionate girl with remarkably nice blue eyes who occasionally laughed there and then took flight. Later still, when she was going to college, she had in a measure escaped the antipathy, had been able to challenge it laughingly, and had worked a decided and delightful change in her relations with the old woman. Grandmother's meanness, she had found, could often be undermined by laughter. Her sense of humor, or at any rate of the ridiculous, was delicious. She was the only woman Marie knew who often and literally laughed till she cried. Marie, ever since her college days, had used this discovery skillfully. She had been free to make the discovery and to use it, in some unaccountable way, just after her return from a trip to Europe. Was it simply that then at last she had forced grandmother to accept her as grown-up and an equal? At all events, it had led to a kindliness between them. Yes, they had had a few pleasant days together. If they had formerly hated one another, quarrelled savagely, those frightful quarrels over nothing, quarrels had passed. Grandmother had, growing older, grown gentler. She herself, feeling herself to be superior, had learned to tolerate the flashes of cruelty and meanness. And now it was all to be ended. Watertown was to be rolled away. The dusty ride along Mount Auburn Street was to become less familiar, forgotten. Grandmother was going to die. A month, 2 months, 5. Watertown was changing extraordinarily. Her sense of its sharp difference, its newness, was a kind of reproach, for it seemed to hint that grandmother had been neglected. If she had come oftener, seen the new houses being built, new cellars being dug, new streets being surveyed, she would not, she felt sure, be now so struck by its complete alteration. How horribly suburban it was, with all its rows of cheap two-family houses, loathsome, shoddy little stucco garages, forlorn little barberry hedges, rows of one-storied little shops built of garish brick. All this evidence of pullulating vulgarity, where in her childhood had been green fields, hill pastures with tumbled stone walls, wild cherries, and in autumn, thickets starred with the candid blue stars of chicory. She remembered a walk with Uncle Tom from Harvard Square to grandmother's when she was 12. What an adventure in the wilderness! The hills between Belmont and Watertown were covered with juniper and birch trees. Skirting Palfrey Hill, they had come into Watertown past the old graveyard. It had seemed like coming down from a morning's walk on the Himalayas. And what were all these changes for? What did it lead to? It seemed as if men were determined to trample and vulgarize every inch of the world. She remembered that 17th, or was it 18th century song in an old songbook. By the waters of Watertown we sat down and wept. Yea, we wept when we remembered Boston. Poor grandmother! It was as well, perhaps, that she had so long been a prisoner to her stuffy little antimacastered room, with its albums of daguerreotypes. She would have hated this change. But would she? Would she? It was not so certain. Grandmother was a born provincial, a village democrat. Perhaps she would have liked this show of energy, in which there was no pretense and nowhere any distinction. It would perhaps have pleased her to see that Watertown, so palpably, was growing. The churches would thrive, the markets would improve. Marie got off at Palfrey Street and began climbing the hill. The mysterious brook, which used to flow under the street, full of old rusted pots and lidless tin cans, was gone. She climbed slowly, not so rapidly as when she used to run up Palfrey Hill before breakfast to look for wildflowers. Silverrod used to grow on Palfrey Hill, the only place she had ever seen it. That was before grandmother had moved away from the house on Mount Auburn Street, with the cherry tree and the pear tree, and the owners, with whom Grandmother perpetually quarreled and bickered, living in the other half of the house, playing the piano till all hours and carrying on something awful. Marie wondered what they had been like. Probably they were very nice, cheerful people. One of the daughters was a Christian Science healer. The son worked in a music store. To Marie there had always been something romantic about them, and she had never passed their door in the hall without wanting to knock and go in. Once she had gone in. All that she remembered was a plaster bust of a god or goddess who seemed, on top of the piano, to be meditating. There had always been a dog, which Grandmother detested and always shook her apron at. "Pooh! Get out, you dirty beast!" she would cry, an expression of extraordinary hatred on her face. Marie laughed, thinking of this. She passed the weeping birch. Its leaves were touched with yellow. Slightly out of breath, she climbed the wooden steps and rang the bell. 2. "Oh, it's you, Mrs. Schley. How do you do? You're quite a stranger. I think Mrs. Vedder's asleep, but I'll go and see. I'm sure she'll be delighted to see you." Mrs. Ling was detestable. That she was fearfully overworked managing this private hospital, and that she was herself slowly dying, having lost in her last operation all her insides, as Grandmother put it, did not make her more likable. A sly white face, with sly black eyes, a meagre soul. Marie, standing in the suburban little hall, looked at the pious engravings, the cheap rugs. Above the mantel, Christ was leaning down, much haloed, into the valley of the shadow of death, reaching an incredibly long arm to rescue a lost lamb. Over the dark valley hung a dove with bright wings. A pot of ferns stood on a small, high bamboo table near the piano. The piano was a florid affair of pale oak. Marie looked at the music. The Holy City, Alexander's Ragtime Band, Cuddle Up a Little Closer, the Rosary. Here, at any rate, the piano would not be played till all hours. "No, your grandmother's awake. Will you go up?" "How is Grandmother?" "Well, about the same. She's very plucky." In the sick room, with its gloom of lowered blinds, Marie at first found it difficult to see. The nurse hovered by the front window smiling. Grandmother in the great bed turned the small shrunken face on the pillow, turned the pathetic blue eyes of a child. The forlorn little braid of streaked hair. Marie stooped and kissed the sunken weak mouth. "Hello, Grandmother," she shouted, remembering that the old woman was deaf. "Are you glad to see me?" Grandmother looked up in a bewildered, slightly frightened way, as if she were peering up out of a depth. "What did you say?" The voice was slow and faint. "I said, are you glad to see me?" "Oh, yes. Always glad to see you. I'm always glad to see you." "How are you feeling?" Grandmother slowly and gently focused her blue eyes, her pupils were very wide, on Marie's face. She seemed to be trying to see. She moved her lips and then said weakly, "Very bad. I can't eat." "You can't eat? Why's that?" Marie drew the chair closer to the bedside, determined to be cheerful. Mrs. Vedder fumbled with her thin, trembling hand at the patchwork quilt, fumbled aimlessly, her eyes resting exploringly on Marie's face. It was as if she were struggling for speech with a profound, dark indifference. "How's little Kate?" she quavered. "Oh, Kate's fine. She gets all over the house now, holding on to chairs and things. When we take her to the beach in her little bathing suit, she crawls right into the water as if it were her native element. You never saw such courage and energy." "I wish I could see her. She ought to be walking, oughtn't she?" "Oh, no, she's not backward at all." "No, I suppose not. I wish I could see her. Is her hair the same color? Her hair was such a beautiful color. Something like yours when you were little, only not so red. I suppose you can't bring her up to town? No, it's not very easy, you see. Marie, looking through the side window by the bed, watched a gray squirrel running along the maple bough. It's my teeth. I can't use my teeth. That's why I talk so badly. The dentist was here last week. He said my jaw had shrunk and this set of teeth wouldn't fit any more. Oh, what a shame, Granny. But can't you have them altered? I can't afford it. They charge me so much here. It's wicked what they charge here. Miss Thomas, the nurse, approached, holding a spoon and medicine glass. Time for my little girl to take her medicine, she said, dipping the teaspoon. What good does medicine do me? Now you take it like a good girl. There. That's right. Mrs. Vedder sank back, exhausted, the blue-veined hands lying inert. After a moment her eyes filled with tears. Little Kate, she wailed, how I wish. She began crying weakly and uncontrollably. Miss Thomas wiped her cheeks for her, Marie drawing back. She cries a great deal, said Miss Thomas in a low voice. She gets an idea, you know, and just thinks and thinks about it and cries and cries. Especially little Kate. She's always wanting to see your little Kate. Now, Grandmother, stop crying. You don't want to spoil your granddaughter's visit, the first time she's been here in so long, do you? No, I can't help it. Marie began thinking of one Sunday in the Mount Auburn Street house, 17 or 18 years before. They were having an apple pie for dinner. A warm sunny day, she remembered the pear tree in blossom. Your grandfather, whom you don't remember, always used to say, Well, there's nothing I like so much as plain apple pie. How furious it made me. He said it because he knew it infuriated me. Grandmother snorted in a rage. Plain apple pie, I said to him. There's nothing plain about it. What do you know about cooking? You think a plain apple pie can just be thrown together by anybody? I'd like to see how many women could make a pie like this. But, she added, he went right on gabbling about plain apple pie, plain apple pie. Marie had laughed, and Grandmother, relenting or shaking off the past, had suddenly laughed also. On Sundays, Grandmother always played on a little parlor organ, the 7 or 8 hymn tunes she knew, singing in a thin, distressing voice. The organ had been sold when Grandmother was moved to the hospital. Other things had been sold, too. Grandmother's possessions had become very few. 3 or 4 chairs, the horsehair sofa, a whatnot laden with family photographs, a framed lithochrome of the Rialto brought from Venice, a scrollwork clock made by her favorite son, who had died young. Presently these too would be sold. She's lost her memory during this last month or so, said Miss Thomas, smoothing the fold of sheet over the quilt edge. And her interest too, but she's wonderfully brave. Then shouting, Aren't you, Grandmother? Mrs. Vedder lay apathetic, her small withered face turned on one side, a hand under her cheek. Distance was in her eyes. She paid no attention, or had not heard. She looked at Marie and the nurse as if they had no meaning or reality. What was she thinking, Marie wondered. A cornflower blue her eyes were, and still so extraordinarily young and innocent. There was a long silence, during which the squirrel in the maple tree began scolding. Marie, looking down through the screened window under the lowered curtain, saw a black cat cross the lawn, pretending to be indifferent. He sat down, put back first one ear, then the other, looked up into the tree, blinking affectionate green eyes, then trudged away, disillusioned and weary. She ought to have brought something for Grandmother, but then she had hardly had time. In the subway it was true at that little shop, but just then the Watertown car had come grinding round the turn. She would have had to wait 15 minutes for another. Besides, Grandmother always had more flowers than she could use. And what, except hothouse grapes, could she eat? "I meant to bring you some grapes, Granny, but I didn't have time," she said. Mrs. Vedder seemed to go on listening after the remark was finished, as if she still had it somewhere and was giving it, slowly and with difficulty, all her attention. "Mr. Sill gave me those roses," she brought out at last. She did not turn toward them. They stood on the desk, but simply assumed that Marie must have seen them. "He was here yesterday." "What's he doing now that he's left the church?" "What? I don't know. Teaching, I think." "How's Paul?" It always annoyed Marie when Grandmother inquired about her husband. "Oh, he's all right." "That's good." Grandmother sighed and looked away at the viney wallpaper. "I went to New York last week, Granny." "New York? Went to New York?" "Yes, to see Alice, and a queer thing happened to me." There was no response in the blue eyes. "Do you hear me?" "No." "I say, a queer thing happened to me in New York. While I was staying with Alice, I got a letter from Sarah Albright. You remember Sarah Albright, that little girl I used to play with in Chicago? I hadn't seen her or heard from her since I was 10. The last time I ever saw her was the day we played hooky from school and ran off and got lost somewhere out by Winnetka. We got home about 11 o'clock at night. Well, in her letter she said she was in New York for a visit and wondered if I could come down from Fall River to see her. So I went to see her. Wasn't it exciting? She's huge, very fat. I think I'd have known her, though. She's married to a lawyer and has 3 children and paints pictures. It was interesting to hear all about all the Chicago people I knew. Grandmother stared, immobile. "Who did you say looked after little Kate?" she quavered. "Paul's mother." Marie felt herself flushing. Did Grandmother intend? But the old face was merely tired and expressionless. "What was the queer thing that happened to you in New York?" Marie's heart contracted. She moistened her lips and repeated the story, conscious of Miss Thomas's attention. But Grandmother, she saw, did not listen after the first word or two, did not understand, merely rested her faded blue eyes on Marie's, as if it was not the story she was so darkly struggling to understand, but Marie herself. What was it she wanted so? What was it she was trying to see? Life? Her own life, embodied now in Marie and little Kate? Was she trying dimly to touch something which eluded her grasp, to feel something which she could not see? She made no comment, but presently her eyes again slowly filled with tears, became intolerably bright, and suddenly she cried out, weeping, "I can't die! I can't die! I want to die, and I can't!" She wept almost soundlessly, the tears running down the wrinkles of her cheeks. Miss Thomas held up one finger sternly. "Grandmother, shame on you! You promised me not to cry, and now look at you, crying like this for nothing at all." "She's greatly changed," Marie murmured to the nurse. "It seems to me that she's seriously worse. Don't you think?" Miss Thomas shook her head. "Oh, no, she's very strong still. I don't see why she shouldn't live through the winter." A little later, Marie, looking at her watch, said that she must run to catch her train. She would barely have time. She kissed the sunken mouth once more, patted the cool hand. Out of the brimmed eyes, death looked up consciously and clearly. But Grandmother said nothing but, "Goodbye, Marie." 3. Tom was walking up and down in the little alley that led to the theater, looking into shop windows. When he saw her, he came towards her, grinning in his one-sided freckled way. She felt that she had never liked him so much. "On that corner, a rose, if you like," he said without preliminaries. "Or on this, a cup of coffee." "Coffee! I've had an awful time." "Awful, was it? Why on earth do you go?" "Partly because it gives me such a good alibi. Everybody thinks I'm spending the whole afternoon in Watertown." Tom smiled at her gratefully. They went into the lunchroom. "But it's horrible somehow," Marie went on after a moment, stirring the cup of coffee which had been brought to the mahogany counter. "She's dying, really dying. She said a most dreadful thing, and I lied cheerfully about the train and came gaily away to meet you, of whom not one of my family or friends ever heard. Don't you think it's horrible?" Tom stared at his coffee. "It's the way things are," he said slowly. Presently they walked down the sloping dark aisle of the Vaudeville Theatre, looking for seats. "Here are two," said Tom. A black-faced singer on the stage was singing coarsely. The blinding disk of spotlight, with its chromatic red edge, illuminated his bluish makeup, made his tongue an unnatural pink, sparkled the gold fillings in his wide teeth. "Hot lips," he intoned, grinning, "that are pips, and no more conscience than a snake has hips." Tom took her gloved hand, inserted his finger in the opening, and stroked her palm. A delicious feeling of weakness, dissolution, came over her. Life suddenly seemed to her extraordinarily complex, beautiful, and miserable. By the waters of Watertown we sat down and wept. Yea, we wept when we remembered Boston. End of The Last Visit by Conrad Aiken.
Miss Willett by Barry Benefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Miss Willett. Tuesday morning, Miss Willett's intermittent little alarm clock did its third violent song and dance by the side of her bed before she mustered enough energy to reach down and switch the silencing lever. Turning her feet out on the floor, she sat drooping on the side of the bed, holding her face in her hands. After a while, standing up, she yawned and stretched with large listlessness and walked to the one window in her second-floor rear room. It looked out onto a double row of dingy backyards belonging to the old-style brownstone houses that had fallen from the high estate of private residences to the low estate of converted light-housekeeping apartments. Directly opposite her window, in the backyard of the house fronting northward on East 36th Street, was a small brick building. Originally, she judged, it had been used as a stable. She wondered what it was used for now. Herself a light housekeeper, she knew that they did not often keep carriages and automobiles in their backyards. It occurred to her that she was still in her nightgown, and that her pale yellow hair, which she had unpinned and shaken out, was falling about her shoulders, and that people might see her. What if they did? Who cared? All at once there leaped upon the threshold of her consciousness the suspicion that someone was peering at her from behind the one small window in the south end of the old stable, hardly 20 feet away. The window was partly hidden by a green blind now closed, but the slats were tilted open, and there was a dimly silhouetting light behind the peering figure, probably from a window or door on one of the unseen sides of the building. Miss Willett could not discern the eyes clearly, but she knew now that they were there. Well, let 'em rub her. She did not trouble to ask why she had said to herself, him. Shifting her eyes from the stable window, she began smoothing, as if absent-mindedly, at the wrinkles in the gown about her neck. Miss Willett was waiting anxiously and planning. Down on 3rd Avenue, a house was being torn down to make room for a taller building. Through the irregular gap, the summer sun was raking the double line of grimy backyards with a shallow, narrow shaft of warm white light, rising higher every minute. Already it rested on the east side and rear of the old stable, its upper edge cutting just under the window-sill. "If the blackguard waits, I'll catch him with the sun," Miss Willett said savagely, straining to keep her eyes away from the windows until the light should rise and enter the slats of the blind. Over in the east, a cloud slid darkly across the accomplice's sun. Miss Willett shook her hair forward and began running her hands back through it to hold the leering peeper until the revelation and the punishment. A little gray kitten came around the far corner of the stable, stepping with great daintiness through the tin cans and glass and broken furniture in the dirty yard. The big woman welcomed the little kitten. He would be a useful object upon which to attach her eyes until the proper time, and while she gathered her utmost resources to curdle her plump, kindly face in the disgusted grimace she used upon this kind of man. She had not been in department store toilet articles 10 years for nothing, and this morning she felt that it would ease her powerfully to squelch a man. There was no need of gaps in the serried old buildings for the young summer season to get down into these backyards. It came in through the open window, touching Miss Willett. The wind was soft, like silk, and fiery sweet, like an alcoholic toilet water. There was in it the faint fragrance of millions of flowers, like the perfume she used to sell at Pfefferbaum's for $5 an ounce. "I've got him," she almost shouted to herself as the cloud slipped suddenly from across the sun. But the corners of her mouth did not draw down, and her upper lip and snub nose did not lift as if she were making desperate but futile efforts to avoid smelling something unspeakably evil. The brown bearded face behind the blind, lit up for a moment, was not what she had expected. No man's eyes had ever before looked like that at her. They were not staring. They did not leer. They had in them something akin to timidity, a fearful wistfulness, a yearning tenderness, and Miss Willett was sorry that the sun's shaft had now been blotted out by a cloud and no longer disclosed the face. Sighing, she turned away. Pulling aside a huge-figured dust curtain hanging across a corner of the room, she surveyed her wardrobe. "And not a decent dress in the lot," she summarized gloomily. "Gee, and I ain't got no job neither to buy another one with." Miss Willett had received notice the day before. For 5 weeks, she had been earning the highest salary that had come to her in her life, $20 a week, as a demonstrator of Bimber's patent baby bed. For 5 weeks, clothed in the handsome costume of a nurse supplied by Mr. Bimber, she had stood in a show window at Broadway and 23rd Street, illustrating the marvelous and manifold uses of the patent baby bed, the other actor in the pantomime being a dummy baby with a celluloid head, whom she called the Princess Bimberino. According to her employer, she had not fulfilled his expectations. Having learned the mechanism of the bed, she had not acted with any ginger. She had not exhibited the hoped-for pep. In her hands, Mr. Bimber had said the day before, when giving her notice, the Princess Bimberino was only a dummy, and the patent bed only a wearisome piece of machinery out of which she had been making $20 a week, and through which the company had been losing $200. When Miss Willett reported for work at 8:45 o'clock, a mob of 20 or 30 prospective demonstrators who had answered Mr. Bimber's advertisement in the morning papers were waiting out in the hall in front of the office. "Get on your nurse's rig, Miss Willett," he said briskly, "and do the job while I weed out that bunch. I guess you'll be free by noon all right, to look around for another job, but I'm paying you for this week, and your time is mine if I want it." At 9 o'clock, Miss Willett stepped up on the show window stage, ran the curtains hiding 23rd Street on the one side and Madison Square Park on the other, and set herself to do the last sad lap of her $20 job. Lifting the Princess Bimberino in her arms, she noticed that the long white dress of the royal infant had lost its freshness, and that some of the lace at the bottom was torn and hanging. She had not noticed the princess's dress before. "Bless her heart," the big woman whispered contritely, squeezing the princess hard against her breast. "Bless her heart. Nobody looks after her. Your mother's going to make you a brand new dress, even if she is losing her job. God knows, honey, I reckon I'll have plenty of spare time in the next few days. It's toilet articles again for mine, I reckon, at 10 per, And stars above, how I hate the things now. In the shifting hundreds that stopped and gazed in at Bimber's patent baby bed exhibit during the morning, there were more than the usual number of women. At almost any moment, an Italian or Jewish mother with a baby in her arms joined the in-looking crowd. At the conclusion of every part of the didactic pantomime, and while she was putting on the stand the black-lettered card telling the use she had just demonstrated, Miss Willett's round gray eyes were searching hungrily through the spectators until she found one of these mothers, and then they smiled across the silent chasm of the plate-glass window in the eager, instant intimacy of common motherhood. During a 5-minute rest in the middle of the morning, holding the royal infant close up in her arms, Miss Willett turned her chair to face the Broadway side and sat staring out at the park just across the street. The old trees waved their young green branches at her, beckoning her to look. The multitude of flowers, banked row on row around the leaping fountain, lifted their hot faces to the kisses of the sun. The big woman leaned over suddenly and kissed the Princess Bimberino. At 12:30 o'clock, Mr. Bimber stepped up on the stage. His large, fat-padded black eyes were shining. His stubby hands rubbed themselves together as if they were feeling already luxury within them. His little legs were strutting. "Do you know it's half an hour past your lunchtime, Miss Willett?" he asked, looking closely at her. "No, sir. I never paid no attention to the clock today." "Well, it is, Miss Willett. I'll do this here 3-ring circus while you're gone." "Must I come back?" she asked, moving slowly toward the steps. "I guess you got somebody out of that bunch, didn't you?" "What's happened to you, Miss Willett? That's what I want to know." "Nothing's happened to me, only I lost my job." "Lost nothing. I sent that bunch away after 15 minutes. I got so busy writing orders I couldn't talk to 'em. I ain't even had time to go outside to see what you're doing up here. What's happened is what I want to know. What have you been doing up here while my back was turned, eh, Miss Willett? You got 'em coming in droves. Where'd you get all this here new ginger at, Miss Willett? Yesterday you had nothing. Today you got everything. I ain't had time to see it, but you must have it. What's happened to you overnight?" "Oh, stop your kidding, Mr. Bimber. I ain't up to it today. I reckon I got to go back to toilet articles, and I hate them things now. I done 'em 10 years, and it ain't no cinch that I can even get that job again, for it's the good old summertime now. I'll go back to Pfeffer Bombs and make a try anyhow. I reckon you won't need me no more this afternoon." "Need you? You make me laugh, Miss Willett. I tell you, you've got 'em coming in droves. I took more orders this morning than I took ever since I've been here. If this here keeps up, I'll have to hire a secretary to write 'em down. Need you, Miss Willett? Miss Willett, your salary is raised, $1.25 a week. You see that there place across the street over yonder? They say it's a swell restaurant. Myself, I ain't been in it. Presidents of baby bed companies eats in dairy lunches. But you take this here and have lunch on me today, Miss Willett." "Oh, Mr. Bimber." "Gimme the princess and get out." As the big, bewildered, tremulous woman started out of the door, Mr. Bimber committed the terrible dramatic solecism of halting the pantomime in the middle of an act. "Miss Willett," he called. "Yes, sir?" "You take plenty of time to eat, Miss Willett. An hour for yours today. I guess you ain't kind of tired, huh? Take an hour anyhow, Miss Willett, and if it runs over, who cares? Not me. I'll do this here 3-ring circus in some kind of way while you're gone. Don't you come back before 1:30, Miss Willett. You understand me, Miss Willett? 1:30. "Yes, sir. Thank you." She ate in a dairy lunch, bought a pair of clocked silk stockings with the rest of the $2 bill, and sat out the last 3/4 of the hour in Madison Square Park. Quitting work at 6 o'clock, Miss Willett took off the Princess Bimberino's long white outer dress and tucked her carefully in the bed for the static, electrically lighted night exhibition, and came down the steps of the show window stage holding the soiled, frazzled garment in her hands. "What are you going to do with that thing, Miss Willett?" asked Mr. Bimber, looking up from the order book. "I'm going to patch it up some and wash it tonight. Poor little thing looks like a tramp in this. Ain't you got but one dress for the princess, Mr. Bimber? She ought to have a clean dress every day, bless her heart. And she will have, too, if I have to do this one up every night." "Dozen new dresses for the Princess Bimberino tomorrow, Miss Willett. You buy 'em. I'll give you the money at lunchtime. Anything you say about the princess goes, Miss Willett. You understand me? Anything. Will you buy 'em for me, Miss Willett?" "Sure, I'd like to." Good night, Miss Willett. Pleasant dreams." Then Mr. Bimber went back inside to gloat over the day's orders. Arrived at home, Miss Willett rushed up the one flight of stairs and burst into her room. She took off her hat, dabbed a powder rag about her nose, slicked her eyebrows straight with a moistened finger, duded up her hair a bit, then, straining to hold herself to casual, leisurely gestures, walked to the rear window and slid up the shade slowly. She looked out, not at the stable at first, and when at last she did permit her eyes to rest hungrily on the little window, it was blinded on the inside with a dingy blue shade. "Gee, I knew it," sighed Miss Willett, and went back to the bed and sank down. "Nobody lives or works in that little old thing anyhow. He just happened to be in there this morning for a moment or two. I reckon it's just a lumber room or something now, but maybe again sometime." The big woman stirred herself energetically and stood up to hurry her delicatessen and gas stove dinner. "Because I got to do the princess's dress tonight," she said to herself, as if in explanation of her haste. Miss Willett was awake Wednesday morning before the alarm clock on the floor by her bed had done even one violent thing. She heard it give the premonitory click to signal all its forces to make ready for the first fiendish charge upon the quiet peace and comfort of the occupant of the bed. Reaching down, she turned the lever back to the word silent. "Don't, dear," she said, patting it tenderly. "It ain't needed this morning." Getting quickly out on the floor, Miss Willett stood up without stretching or yawning. Having attended carefully to her face and hair, she raised her arms above her head to make sure that the sleeves of her nightgown would slip down over them. She knew that her arms were good to look at. Maybe they were a shade too plump, but they were straight, without a loose-jointed bend in at the elbow, and they were round and smooth and firm and long and white. Assured that the sleeves were in perfect working order, she walked to the window, ran up the shade, and looked straight at the green blind on the rear of the old stable. The morning was gray with clouds, but she easily made out, behind the open slats, the brown-bearded face of the day before. "Again! All right," she said to herself, triumphantly. Shifting her eyes from the window, she slowly raised her arms above her head as if in a waking yawn, and shook the loosened sleeves down to her shoulders. With tremendous effort, she kept her eyes drifting about the backyards in the pretense of lazy early morning indifference. When she looked back, a hand was shoving out of the window sill a tin can containing a geranium with one red flower open. Miss Willett smiled vaguely in the direction of the window, shifted her eyes once more, and pulled down the shade. "I wonder what them things cost," she said to herself. "Anyhow, I got to have one." On the way down to 23rd Street, it occurred to Miss Willett that he might be following her. She rather wished he would trail her to the baby bed window. Mr. Bimber's nurse's white outfit was the handsomest costume she wore. She dawdled in front of several windows, looking furtively, anxiously back. "Shuckins," she said after the third attempt. "He wouldn't do a thing like that, follow a lady." And she hurried on to work. That night, though, the stable window was once more dark and dead with the drawn shade. Miss Willett placed on her window sill a small potted geranium with two open red flowers, flushing as red as they, because she felt that already she was whispering to him in tones that no one else could hear. Well, anyhow, he had spoken first. The week wore on. Mr. Bimber's enthusiasm increased as the orders kept coming in. The forelady of Pfefferbaum's Ladies and Misses Dresses, an old friend of Miss Willett's, was personally supervising the alterations of something swell for her, whom the Pfefferbaum girls called old toilet articles. Every day, across the dingy backyards, the two geraniums sent secret messages to each other, and though not again that week did the sun come out from behind the clouds in time to light the little window in the stable, yet every morning the big, blushing woman kept her tryst there with the brown beard and the tender, wistful eyes. Only once, and then for but a few seconds, had the sun lighted the gloom behind the open slatted blind, yet her imagination, given merely a glimpse of the now familiar head, always supplied the appealing attributes that had impressed her that first morning of acquaintance. Rising early as usual Sunday morning, Miss Willett hurried on to the window. She did not know if he would be there on Sundays. Still, if he wasn't a 20-carat simp, he should have gathered that she, too, was a worker, and that therefore she would probably be free all day Sunday. And even if he wasn't of the masher kind, surely he would have pep enough to seize her first free day. Miss Willett did not raise the shade. She merely peeped around the side of it. He was there, all right, all right. During the week, in the early morning pantomimes, Miss Willett had featured first her vague, sweet smile, then her pale yellow hair, her splendid arms, and her white neck with the dimpled depression at the base of it, and yet all so diplomatically that if for any reason she should want to draw back, she felt she could say severely and convincingly, "Who are you? I never seen you before. I don't know you. On your way. Don't get fresh with me." This morning she would feature the new dress. Hence, the window shade would not be raised until late, maybe 9 o'clock, when she would be all ready. But she desired him to know that she was up and alert. Sticking her head around the side of the shade, she smiled across the 2 tiny yards and shook her hand gaily. At 9:15, Miss Willett still stood before the dresser glass. The shade being down, the gas was turned on. She got in the middle of the room, making large contortions in the endeavor to see herself from all sides. Front, back, and sides, she was the best that she could achieve. The big, gracefully drooping hat was of a tint which would in the open, she knew, emphasize the color of her wholesome complexion. The filmy sleeves revealed her opulent arms alluringly, and the dark blue taffeta skirt rustled richly at her slightest movement. The low shoes, though topped with buckles set with brilliants, did not dim but enhanced the glory of the clocked silk stockings. Taking a final supercritical view of her face within 3 inches of the mirror, Miss Willett turned off the gas, drew a chair against the window, ran the shade up briskly, and sat down, holding in her hand a book that seemed, from the manner in which she handled it, already to bore her considerably. Miss Willett's date was with circumstance. She was ready. She was waiting. From time to time she smiled incitingly across at the wistful, yearning, tender eyes she knew were behind the blind. Down on 3rd Avenue the elevated trains thundered, and in her mind she traced, a little regretfully, the glad course of the 4 old Pfefferbaum girls who had invited her to a Sunday in Bronx Park. If he made a move, she would suggest the park, provided he wasn't dressed altogether like a rube. She was instantly ashamed of thinking of that proviso. Somehow she knew he would not be tacky, no matter what he wore. It was a swell day. Though the elevated trains roared on north and south as usual, though the trolley cars rattled their loose and loosening steel bones along the steel tracks, yet the harsh, clattering, shrieking weekday noises of innumerable trucks and machines and whistles were withdrawn from the general volume of sound, and the city's mighty voice was lowered and softened to its gentler Sabbath key. The west wind, coming from across how many millions of passionate fields and forests, shook out over New York the whispering ghosts of their soft summer sighs. Up in the park, Minnie and the others were already rioting with the city and June and the sun. Miss Willett, gorgeous, eager, tremulous in the strain of suspense, sat by the window, holding a book, waiting. At noon she dropped the book on the floor peevishly. "Gee, I wish the simp would make some kind of a move. I can't sit here all day. My God, on weekdays I'm fed up good and plenty on show window exhibitions." As usual on Sundays, Miss Willett went down to a restaurant on 3rd Avenue for dinner. Coming out, she stopped to consider. What next? She thought she might be able to find Minnie and the others in the park, and it would be fun trying anyhow. But already she was arguing for him. "Yes, you knock the mashers," she said accusingly to herself, "and then you throw a fit because he don't rush things like they do. Give 'em a little time, won't you? Help 'em out. Them's the best kind, the kind you have to help some. It's a sign they ain't fresh." So she went back to her room, sat by the window, and took up her book and waited, while the marvelous June day marched on without her. At 2 o'clock, Miss Willett's eyes were lounging about over the dirty backyards, as if to rest themselves after the fatigue of reading. They fell upon the little gray kitten. He came stealing around the far corner of the old stable, searching for whatever dainty adventures might come his way. Determined to fight something and at once, he humped his back at a poor defenseless tin can lying prostrate on the ground, sidled over to it, lashing his triple-sized tail ferociously, struck one mighty blow at the can, and ran to the fence separating the 2 backyards. He hesitated a moment in indecision whether to come over into foreign and fascinating, but possibly dangerous territory. Then he jumped, and so did Miss Willett. She was standing up when he reached the fence. Her plan was made. Rushing downstairs and through the basement apartment of the janitress, she got out in the yard. 5 minutes later, she was back in her room with the captive kitten. Setting him in the middle of her bed, she threw herself feverishly into the completion of her preparations for her tremendous adventure. It seemed to her that the kitten was a miraculous gift dropped straight down from heaven for a special purpose. Tucking the strategic kitten under her left arm, Miss Willett walked out of the room, tiptoeing for some vague reason, locked the door, and went noiselessly down the stairs. Every piece of jewelry that she owned was stuck on her somewhere. The fingers of her left hand were gnarled with rings. She loathed toilet articles, having had too much to do with selling them, but now she called herself a fool for not possessing any more complicated cosmetic aids than talcum powder. Still, the touch of the rings and the other jewelry, the swish of the taffeta skirt, the soft, snug feel of the silk stockings, the clinging caress of the filmy sleeves, all these somewhat reassured her. At 3:30 o'clock, Miss Willett was around in East 36th Street, standing fearfully in front of the leaning, dilapidated wooden gate that must open upon the passage leading back to the primitive little stable. She didn't want to ring up the janitress of his house unless she had to. She pushed the gate and it creaked open. Slipping inside, she closed it and walked back along the rough, irregularly paved roadway, at the end of which she saw the dull red stable, its sliding door slightly ajar. It was not easy to walk down the old roadway now. She wanted to drop the kitten and flee. After a moment she did stop and drop him, but he did not run away, and thus deprive her of her innocent excuse for entering the stable of the Red Geranium. He humped his back and snuggled purring about her ankles, so she picked him up again. And now she had either to go on or run back at once. She could not stand there in the yard. The houses on both sides of her were filled with windows, monstrous eyes that leered and grinned at her, eyes that seemed to know every secret thought that had passed through her mind in the last 5 days about this man she had come to see, thoughts some of which even she herself was definitely not aware of until now. But they did not seem new. She was certain she'd had them before. The door ahead of her was ajar. She went on slowly. At the door, the big, gorgeous, tremulous, flaming woman halted again, panting, crying shame at herself within her heart. And yet she knew absolutely, that he would not even think shame about her. She recollected his eyes. No eyes had ever looked like that at her before. He would understand at the very first. Nothing else mattered. High up in the house to her left, a yearning beginner on the violin struggled in ecstatic pain with some vast, ancient, overpowering love song. The softly moving wind from the west, slipping through the crevices of the crowding city, came stealing along the passage and waved the pale yellow hair about her hot temples. Apparently unrelated thoughts, dimly noted, went swirling through her head. That the shouting of the children back there in 36th Street sounded sweet in her ears, that she was 30 years old already, that the kitten lay warmly curled under her heart, that somehow the Princess Bimberino was very far away from her now. Then she knocked, and without waiting for an answer, stepped inside the door. Her eyes leaped to the little rear window that looked up at hers, but she was acutely aware of other things in the little house. There was a pungent odor of lime in the air. An old, gray-bearded Italian lay asleep, snoring, on a bench against the wall. On shelves, on benches, on boxes sitting around everywhere were plaster figures of all sizes and shapes and colors. On the sill of the rear window sat the can with the one red geranium bloom. In front of it stood the plaster figure of the face the young summer sun had lifted up to hers. Some queer feminine impulse, in the midst of her catastrophe, demanded that she notice how he was dressed, in a sheet-like garment with a blue border and wearing sandals. She broke into a hysterical giggle, instantly smothered with a sob. Miss Willett's left arm relaxed, and the kitten slipped down upon the hard floor, scratching ragged furrows in her new dress as he went. The big woman, whimpering as if she were being beaten, leaned back against the door, patting at her mouth with her ring-gnarled fingers. "Oh, Jesus!" she whispered, pleading, holding out her arms to the plaster figure by the window. "Jesus! I didn't know! I didn't—" And she backed out of the door and closed it softly and went home. But somehow after that, Miss Willett's love for the Princess Bimberino seemed even to deepen and intensify, and there was in her handling of the veteran infant an immaculate, an almost agonized, wistful tenderness, which, as Mr. Bimber said, kept 'em comin' in droves, and with their eyes shinin'. End of Miss Willett by Barry Benefield. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Mrs. Ballard's First by W. Pett Ridge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Ballard's First. "But there," said Mrs. Ballard, when she had exhausted her stock of acrimonious criticism, "it's no use talking to you, James. Nothing but a sheer waste of words." "I was going to suggest that," remarked Mr. Ballard respectfully. "There never was but one man in this world." "So I've heard you say." "A better and a kinder and a more thoughtfuller husband never existed this side of heaven. There's his portrait," added Mrs. Ballard, pointing to a coloured photograph of her first mate, which hung in a heavy gilt frame on the wall. "That'll prove that I'm speaking the truth, if nothing else won't." Mr. Ballard's attention had on previous occasions been directed to the portrait, but from a natural spirit of obedience he glanced at it again. It represented a man with a stiff short beard, which beard the artist had painted a pale blue, and this, although scarcely credible, seemed in keeping with the general style of the picture. Mr. Ballard coughed. "He knew something," said Mr. Ballard, putting on his braided cap and preparing to leave for the custom-house. "Gentlemen," remarked Mrs. Ballard pointedly, "do not as a rule keep their caps on indoors." Mr. Ballard whipped it off and looked wearily at a stout watch which he took from his trousers pocket. "And pray, what do you mean, James, by saying that he knew something?" "He knew what he was up to when he went out to see his brother in West Australia and fell down a mine on his way." "Oh, you low-mannered man!" cried Mrs. Ballard hysterically. "Oh, you coward! Oh, you slanderer! How dare you say a word against my first?" "I ain't saying a word against your first, my dear," urged the goaded Mr. Ballard. "I'm a-praising of him. I don't blame him for making a clerical error and slipping—" "To think," moaned young Mrs. Ballard, pressing her hands on her neat bodice, "to think that I should live to hear this said, to think that I, who've lived in Swan Lane these 4 years, keeping the business going, and getting the news of poor dear Long's death, bless his heart, and then giving way and marrying you—" "Look here, my dear," said Mr. Ballard, with a reasonable air, "suppose we let bygones be bygones? I'm due down at the custom-house in 5 minutes. Let's give each other a kiss." Mrs. Ballard gave a little cry of horror. "And be friends. Only do try to give the first husband of yours a bit of a rest. It can't amuse him being always thrown in my face, and I'll take my solemn oath it don't give me no particular pleasure." "Ah," sighed Mrs. Ballard, patting her eyes with a corner of her pink apron, "if he was only back again on this earth! I never realized what a good man he really was until he was gone. I'm quite willing, James, to agree never to speak of him again." "Good," said Mr. Ballard, taking up his cap again. "But I should be less than mortal if I forgot all his kindness and all his happy manner." Mr. Ballard approached his good-looking wife to bid her an affectionate farewell. "When I compare you with him—" "Bah!" shouted Mr. Ballard, and went out slamming the door. Mrs. Ballard ran to the window and watched for him as he went through the shop, which still bore her first married name. She heard him say good morning to Anne, presiding at the counter, heard him go down the 2 whitened steps into the cobblestone lane which led from the river to Lower Thames Street. He did not at once appear in the narrow roadway, where scarlet warning flags fluttered on warehouses, and Mrs. Ballard stepped briskly on a horsehair chair to ascertain the reason. Below, she saw that a telegraph boy had arrived, that Mr. Ballard was inspecting the envelope of the telegram curiously, as though desirous of identifying the sender by help of the handwriting. Mrs. Ballard stepped down and threw the window up. "Open it!" she called. Ballard, glancing up at her, obeyed. "Is it for me or is it for you?" she demanded insistently. "Don't be all day reading it, for goodness sake!" He folded it carefully and replaced it in the envelope. He looked up with an odd smile. "Seems to be for you," he said. "Then send it up this minute," ordered Mrs. Ballard. "How dare you open a telegram for me?" "You told me to, my dear." "Send it up this minute, or I shall lose my temper with you." Anne brought the telegram up with a tearful countenance. The girl had been reading an affecting story in her weekly journal, wherein a lady, rather than accept the honourable but undesired advances of a wealthy nobleman, had decided to become a journalist, and Anne had been assisting at the pathetic departure from the old homestead. Mrs. Ballard snatched the telegram from her, bidding her return at once to the little shop below. The foreign telegram had been handed in at Sydney. It was addressed to Long, Swan Lake, London, and contained these words: "Coming home, Long." "Oh, Samuel, Samuel!" cried Mrs. Ballard fervently. "Thou art returning from the dead to thine own true and faithful wife." It will be remarked that some slight inaccuracy had crept into this delirious and romantic statement. For one thing, a lady who, having lost her first husband, thereupon promptly marries again, cannot in strict truth claim to have been true and faithful to his memory. Nevertheless, this was the remark made by Mrs. Ballard. She followed it up in the shop below with many others of like import, so that Anne, round-eyed with interest, discovered that by comparison the story which she had been reading had become dull and wanting in spirit. Patrons who called for elastic strings to be fixed to their hats, or for 2-penny cigars, or for packets of sweets, found themselves served absently. For once they were scarcely desired. Mrs. Ballard, her good-looking countenance improved by this sudden arrival of heart-bounding news, laughed and cried by turns, explaining in lucid intervals to Anne that she was the happiest woman in the world, that she could never again know trouble, that her future was bright with unspeakable joy. "Do you think, ma'am," asked Anne respectfully, "that he'll mind your having gone and got married again?" Mrs. Ballard, for the moment checked by this inquiry, speedily recovered herself. "He was a man of wonderful common sense and extraordinary amiability of temper, Anne." "So I've heard you tell master, ma'am. And when I show him the letters and what not that we had, announcing his fatal accident, why, he'll excuse everything. Besides," here Mrs. Ballard glanced coyly at the square of unframed looking glass in the corner of the little shop, "besides, he'll be so overjoyed to see me that—" "Whenever," said Anne, as her mistress stopped, "in a book I read about anybody being drowned, or being carried off for dead by brigands, or falling over a deadly precipice, then I'm always jolly well sure they'll return up again sooner or later. I wonder whether he's made money. Didn't waste much of it over his telegram, ma'am. It'll be a terrible blow for master, won't it? Like being left a widower. I shall have to make up his clothes in a bundle, Anne, and you must carry 'em down to the customs. And there's a clock and his pipe rack, and 1 or 2 odd articles. The place will seem a bit empty without him, ma'am." "A good riddance," said Mrs. Ballard lightly. "We shall both have to set to and put the place shipshape for Samuel." "I wouldn't marry a man named Samuel," said Anne, going upstairs to commence the work. "Not if he brought me a fortune of 40,000 million pound." "Ah, Anne," sighed her mistress, "you didn't know mine." Swan Lane is not a considerable thoroughfare, and the tidings travelled down the inhabited side with great swiftness. Arriving at the pier, the news fluttered about from the men in the 2 pay boxes to the pier master in his office, and the captains of the steamers and the members of the itinerant band, extracting from all varied exclamations of surprise, such as, "Well, I am blowed," and "Gee Lord, you don't say so," and "Old Ballard ought to give a dance." Mr. Ballard did not issue invitations for a dance, did not even indulge in a few hilarious steps himself. On the contrary, he received his parcels and the letter of dismissal from Swan Lane with melancholy. Despite the condemnatory manner that his wife had of late assumed, he retained a good deal of affection for her, and he went back to his former lodgings across the river at Dockhead with an air of melancholy that was not reduced when his well-meaning old landlady declared that she had foreseen all this from the first. As for Mrs. Ballard, this name she decided for the present to continue, she held a kind of salon in her small establishment, and the rare city residents of the neighbourhood who could not get inside had to content themselves by standing without on the narrow slip of pavement, so that passengers going down to the steamers, stopping to ascertain the cause of this assembly, became so much interested that they sometimes lost thereby the boat for Rosherville. Mrs. Ballard, as the centre and object of all this, behaved in a proud, condescending way, and wore her best Sunday gown every afternoon. It is sometimes held to be an excellent circumstance that the popular mind will not interest itself on more than one definite subject at a time. Astonishing events happen in China, and the public eye is attracted there and is held there. But let something occur on a startling character in Egypt, and the public eye leaves China at once, although that country may still be providing tumult and doing its best to retain the world's attention. Similarly, when a housekeeper in Lawrence Pontney Lane suddenly came into a fortune of £20 a year, left her by a grateful pepper merchant, the residents of the neighbourhood at once diverted their attention from Mrs. Ballard to the new heiress, and work at the little shop resumed its usual course. The reaction from the excitement of the past week or two placed Mrs. Ballard in a mood more thoughtful and less optimistic. As the figure of Samuel Long appeared to come closer across the map of the cotton advertisement on the wall, so it seemed that the memory of his faults became plainer. "You want a blow, ma'am," advised Anne one evening. "Not another. I mean a blow on the river, ma'am." "Do you think it'll liven me up, Anne?" she asked. "It couldn't make you much lower," becoming dictatorial as her mistress showed signs of weakness. "Anybody'd think you'd lost half a dozen husbands all at one fell swoop, instead of recovering one that, though lost to sight, was to memory dear sort of thing." "I can't help thinking about poor Ballard, Anne. It's dreadful for him." "Oh," said Anne cheerfully, "he'll soon find someone to soothe his aching brow. A fine military style such as he's got, and a uniform." "Looked well in his uniform, didn't he, Anne?" "A treat," said the girl. "You go upstairs and pop your bonnet on, and I'll stay in." "You wouldn't have me to go up to Chelsea and back by myself?" begged her mistress pathetically. "If I'm alone I get thinking and, well, you know, thinking." "What about, ma'am?" asked Anne, as she took the shutter-chalked A. "Why," said Mrs. Ballard hesitatingly, "about my first, and about his faults." "Faults?" echoed Anne. "Why, good gracious me, I thought he was perfect." "He'd always been used," she said excusingly, "to having a drop or two too much every Saturday and Monday, and I expect he found it hard to break off the habit." "Was he funny with it?" asked Anne, taking out the last shutter. "Not particularly," acknowledged her mistress. "In fact, he was a bit violent at times. Still, he had his good qualities. He never would wear a collar more than 2 days running." Mrs. Ballard and her maid went down the lane and booked for Chelsea. It was a summer evening, and several other passengers were waiting on the pier, anxious to get a breath of river air after a warm day of work. Mrs. Ballard wore a new hat which she had purchased in the first gush of excitement after the receipt of the telegram, and looked a very presentable, comfortable young woman, with a definite chin showing below her veil. The pier master touched his cap and wished her good evening, begged also to know whether she had any further news of Mr. Long. Mrs. Ballard replied sedately and importantly that she had heard nothing since the telegram, and expected to hear nothing until he arrived. "I shall be glad to see him again," said the pier master, rolling a morsel of tobacco and throwing it into his mouth. "So shall I," declared Mrs. Ballard with excessive fervour. "It seems like a dream." "If anybody had asked me," said the pier master solemnly, "who I'd like to see back from the grave, I should have mentioned his name first. He owed me £2.10. I'm afraid, if Samuel had a fault, it was that he was foolish in regard to borrowing." "Not so foolish as some of us was in lending to him." "Depend upon it, he'll settle up with one and all when he arrives next week." "Heaven send him," said the other piously, "a safe and a prosperous voyage home. You'll have to get up the other end, ma'am, for Chelsea." On board the Hirondelle, the seats were crowded, and a quiet, straw-hatted man gave up his seat to Mrs. Ballard. She nodded her thanks without looking at him. He sighed and walked off to the paddle-wheel. "Your husband, ma'am," whispered Anne. "Which one?" asked Mrs. Ballard excitedly. "Why, the real one," said Anne. "Oh, Samuel, to think that after all these years—" "No, no, it's Mr. Ballard. Shall I go and ask him to come over here?" "Certainly not, Anne. It's best we shouldn't be seen together. There's a couple of young hussies with no hats on trying to make him talk." "Go over at once," ordered Mrs. Ballard instantly, "and tell him I'm here." Mr. Ballard seemed more at ease than did Mrs. Ballard at the meeting. The steamer bumped against the piers at Blackfriars, at the Temple, at Charing Cross, and when it was nearing Westminster, Mr. Ballard announced his intention of disembarking there. "Going anywhere particular?" asked Mrs. Ballard, glancing down at her shoes. "Only to make a call," he replied. "Oh," she remarked shortly. "I suppose we shall soon find the days a-drawing in, shan't we?" "It all depends," she answered vaguely. "I expect Samuel home next week." "Give him my kind regard." "I'm having the wash-house fresh whitewashed," she said. "That'll please him." "It'll seem strange to have him back again after all this long time, and after having mourned for him as one not lost but gone forever," said Mrs. Ballard desolately. "It was what you was always wishing." "Was I?" she asked. "I don't mean what I say half the time." She looked up at him shyly. "Must you get off at Westminster?" "Not if I'm asked to go on," he said readily. "There are one or two matters I should like to talk over with you," said Mrs. Ballard, "and Anne will be with us." "That's good enough," remarked James Ballard. They walked round the circle of Battersea Park, Anne following near and weaving romances in which the cyclist swishing by took part. It was a pleasant evening, and they took refreshments presently outside a wooden house, where they were waited upon by a young woman, an acquaintance it seemed of Anne's, whom Anne had thought to be married, but who was not married, and indeed declared her intention of never so much as thinking of a man again. Pressed for an explanation of this singular attitude, the waitress told them of her engagement 2 years previously to a man who affected to be a gentleman of means by name Cecil Montague, but whose name eventually proved to be Samuel Long. "My gracious!" interjected Mrs. Ballard, dropping her ice-cream glass. "And what was more to the purpose, a married man with a wife, if you please. And him," said the waitress indignantly, as she was called off by an invasion of new customers, "him no more a gentleman of property than this marble table." Silence ensued on the waitress taking wing, and Ballard, declining to force his advantage, suggested presently more refreshment, but Mrs. Ballard said "no" with great determination, and ordering Anne to prepare for the journey home by omnibus, led the way at great speed across Albert Bridge to King's Road. At the bank, after a speechless ride, Mr. Ballard walked with them down Walbrook, and Anne being sent on with the key, prepared to say good-bye. He perceived that there were tears trickling under the veil. "Don't take any notice, James," she said brokenly, "but I'm beginning to be miserable." "You'll be all right next week," said he encouragingly. "I shall never be so happy with him, James, as I was with you." "You mentioned you didn't mean half what you said." "Just now," she sobbed, "I mean a good deal more than I say. What I want to tell you is... Good night, James." And she hurried off after Anne. As the time came nearer to P&O boat, which left Sydney on the date of the telegram, to arrive, Mrs. Ballard's distress secretly increased, and when one afternoon a wire came from Plymouth, saying, with a curtness equalling that of the previous dispatch, that the sender would arrive Paddington 6, then Mrs. Ballard openly bewailed her fate, discarding reserve and confessing to the astonished Anne that she looked forward with tremor to a renewed existence with her first husband. Nevertheless, as difficulties have to be faced in this world, she dried her pretty eyes and wrote an appealing note to Mr. Ballard at the custom-house, begging him to obtain permission to leave early and to favour her with his company. Anne brought back word that Mr. Ballard would rather be excused, but was instantly dispatched with a more urgent message, and eventually returned, enjoying the whole business very much, and by no means insensible of her own importance, with information that Mr. Ballard would be at Paddington at the hour appointed, with which poor Mrs. Ballard had to be satisfied. The train was late in arriving, and this gave her a last opportunity, as she walked up and down the platform, of reviewing the situation. The other expectant people were radiant with the joy of seeing returning friends, and when one inquisitive porter noted her dolefulness, asked whether she were expecting a friend, she replied wearily, "No, only a husband." Mr. Ballard had not yet come. The white lights approached, everybody on the platform pressed forward, and as the train came in, all the doors opened, and passengers from Australia jumped out. "What ho, old chum! How are you?" said the voice of Mr. Ballard. She turned quickly and saw that he was speaking to one of the arrived passengers. Not her husband. She waited. "Seen my brother Sam about here?" "Your brother Sam?" echoed Mr. Ballard. "My brother Sam? Why, he's dead. Slipped down a mine out in West Australia, and—" "Well, I am blowed," declared the other man with great amusement, "if this isn't just about rich. Here's me telegraphing to him thinking he's still at that little shop in Swan Lane, and all the time he's fell down a mine, did he?" The man laughed hilariously. "If that wasn't just like Sam to do that, what became of his widow?" "I married her," said Mr. Ballard modestly. "And a very kind action on your part, too," declared the man with heartiness. "Does you credit. Come and have a tonic." "Rather not," said Mr. Ballard. "Got to see a lady home." Mr. and Mrs. Ballard walked out of the station together, and when Mr. Ballard went into a restaurant, Mrs. Ballard followed without a word of protest. They had an excellent dinner, talking quietly the while of everything but the subject which had recently engaged their attention. It was only when coffee came, and Mr. Ballard lighted a big cigar, that she spoke of this. "James, dear," she said, touching his sleeve, "I was a bit of a nagger in the old days, wasn't I?" "Yes," said Mr. Ballard frankly, "you was." "I've had a lesson," went on Mrs. Ballard, "and you'll find it's taught me something." "A lesson out," she remarked, patting her hand. End of Mrs. Ballard's First, by W. Petridge.
Mrs. Dalloway in Bond Street, by Virginia Woolf. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Dalloway said she would buy the gloves herself. Big Ben was striking as she stepped out into the street. It was 11 o'clock, and the unused hour was fresh as if issued to children on a beach. But there was something solemn in the deliberate swing of the repeated strokes, something stirring in the murmur of wheels and the shuffle of footsteps. No doubt they were not all bound on errands of happiness. There is much more to be said about us than that we walk the streets of Westminster. Big Ben, too, is nothing but steel rods consumed by rust, were it not for the care of H.M.'s Office of Works. Only for Mrs. Dalloway the moment was complete. For Mrs. Dalloway June was fresh. A happy childhood, and it was not to his daughters only that Justin Parry had seemed a fine fellow, weak, of course, on the bench. Flowers at evening, smoke rising, the caw of rooks falling from ever so high, down, down through the October air, there is nothing to take the place of childhood. A leaf of mint brings it back, or a cup with a blue ring. Poor little wretches, she sighed, and pressed forward. Oh, right under the horses' noses, you little demon! And there she was left on the curb, stretching her hand out, while Jimmy Dawes grinned on the further side. A charming woman, poised, eager, strangely white-haired for her pink cheeks. So Scope Purvis, C.B., saw her as he hurried to his office. She stiffened a little, waiting for Dirtnell's van to pass. Big Ben struck the 10th, struck the 11th stroke. The leaden circles dissolved in the air. Pride held her erect, inheriting, handing on, acquainted with discipline and with suffering. How people suffered, how they suffered, she thought, thinking of Mrs. Foxcroft at the embassy last night, decked with jewels, eating her heart out, because that nice boy was dead, and now the old manor house, Dirtnell's van passed, must go to a cousin. "Good morning to you," said Hugh Whitbread, raising his hat rather extravagantly by the china shop, for they had known each other as children. "Where are you off to?" "I love walking in London," said Mrs. Dalloway. "Really, it's better than walking in the country." "We've just come up," said Hugh Whitbread, "unfortunately to see doctors." "Milly," said Mrs. Dalloway, instantly compassionate. "Out of sorts," said Hugh Whitbread. "That sort of thing. Dick all right?" "First rate," said Clarissa. Of course, she thought, walking on, Milly is about my age, 50, 52, so it is probably that. Hugh's manner had said so, said it perfectly. Dear old Hugh, thought Mrs. Dalloway, remembering with amusement, with gratitude, with emotion, how shy, like a brother, one would rather die than speak to one's brother, Hugh had always been, when he was at Oxford, and came over, and perhaps one of them, drat that thing, couldn't ride. How, then, could women sit in Parliament? How could they do things with men? For there is this extraordinarily deep instinct, something inside one. You can't get over it. It's no use trying, and men like Hugh respect it without our saying it. Which is what one loves, thought Clarissa, in dear old Hugh. She had passed through the Admiralty Arch, and saw at the end of the empty road with its thin trees Victoria's white mound. Victoria's billowing motherliness, amplitude, and homeliness, always ridiculous, yet how sublime, thought Mrs. Dalloway, remembering Kensington Gardens, and the old lady in horn spectacles and being told by Nanny to stop dead still and bow to the Queen. The flag flew above the palace. The King and Queen were back then. Dick had met her at lunch the other day, a thoroughly nice woman. It matters so much to the poor, thought Clarissa, and to the soldiers. A man in bronze stood heroically on a pedestal, with a gun on her left-hand side. The South African War. It matters, thought Mrs. Dalloway, walking towards Buckingham Palace. There it stood foursquare, in the broad sunshine, uncompromising, plain. But it was character, she thought. Something inborn in the race, what Indians respected. The Queen went to hospitals, opened bazaars. The Queen of England, thought Clarissa, looking at the palace. Already at this hour a motor car passed out at the gates. Soldiers saluted. The gates were shut, and Clarissa, crossing the road, entered the park, holding herself upright. June had drawn out every leaf on the trees. The mothers of Westminster with mottled breasts gave suck to their young. Quite respectable girls lay stretched on the grass. An elderly man, stooping very stiffly, picked up a crumpled paper, spread it out flat, and flung it away. How horrible! Last night at the embassy, Sir Dighton had said, "If I want a fellow to hold my horse, I have only to put up my hand." But the religious question is far more serious than the economic, Sir Dighton had said, which she thought extraordinarily interesting, from a man like Sir Dighton. "Oh, the country will never know what it has lost," he had said, talking, of his own accord, about dear Jack Stuart. She mounted the little hill lightly. The air stirred with energy. Messages were passing from the Fleet to the Admiralty. Piccadilly and Arlington Street and the Mall seemed to chafe the very air in the park and lift its leaves hotly, brilliantly, upon waves of that divine vitality which Clarissa loved. To ride, to dance, she had adored all that. Or going long walks in the country, talking about books, what to do with one's life, for young people were amazingly priggish. Oh, the things one had said! But one had conviction. Middle age is the devil. People like Jack'll never know that, she thought, for he never once thought of death, never, they said, knew he was dying, and now can never mourn. How did it go? A head grown grey, from the contagion of the world's slow stain, have drunk their cup a round or two before, from the contagion of the world's slow stain. She held herself upright. But how Jack would have shouted, quoting Shelley in Piccadilly. "You want a pin," he would have said. He hated frumps. "My God, Clarissa! My God, Clarissa!" She could hear him now at the Devonshire house party about poor Sylvia Hunt in her amber necklace and that dowdy old silk. Clarissa held herself upright, for she had spoken aloud, and now she was in Piccadilly, passing the house with slender green columns, and the balconies, passing club windows full of newspapers, passing old Lady Burdett Coutts's house, where the glazed white parrot used to hang, and Devonshire House, without its gilt leopards, and Claridge's, where she must remember Dick wanted her to leave a card on Mrs. Jepson or she would be gone. Rich Americans can be very charming. There was St. James's Palace, like a child's game with bricks, and now she had passed Bond Street. She was by Hatchard's bookshop. The stream was endless, endless, endless. Lord's, Ascot, Hurlingham, what was it? What a duck, she thought, looking at the frontispiece of some book of memoirs spread wide in the bow window. Sir Joshua, perhaps, or Romney, arch, bright, demure, the sort of girl, like her own Elizabeth, the only real sort of girl. And there was that absurd book, Soapy Sponge, which Jim used to quote by the yard, and Shakespeare's sonnets. She knew them by heart. Phil and she had argued all day about the Dark Lady, and Dick had said straight out at dinner that night that he had never heard of her. Really, she had married him for that. He had never read Shakespeare. There must be some cheap little book she could buy for Milly. Cranford, of course. Was there ever anything so enchanting as the Cow in Petticoats? If only people had that sort of humour, that sort of self-respect now, thought Clarissa, for she remembered the broad pages, the sentences ending, the characters, how one talked about them as if they were real. For all the great things one must go to the past, she thought, from the contagion of the world's slow stain. Fear no more the heat of the sun. And now can never mourn, she repeated, her eyes straying over the window, for it ran in her head, the test of great poetry. The moderns had never written anything one wanted to read about death, she thought, and turned. Omnibuses joined motor-cars vans, vans taxicabs, taxicabs motor-cars. Here was an open motor-car with a girl, alone. Up till 4, her feet tingling. I know, thought Clarissa, for the girl looked washed out, half asleep, in the corner of the car after the dance. And another car came, and another. No, 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 Clarissa smiled good-naturedly. The fat lady had taken every sort of trouble, but diamonds, orchids, at this hour of the morning. No, no, no. The excellent policeman would, when the time came, hold up his hand. Another motor-car passed. How utterly unattractive! Why should a girl of that age paint black around her eyes? And a young man with a girl, at this hour, when the country... The admirable policeman raised his hand, and Clarissa, acknowledging his sway, taking her time, crossed, walked towards Bond Street, saw the narrow crooked street, the thick notched telegraph wires stretched across the sky. 100 years ago, her great-great-grandfather, Seymour Parry, who ran away with Conway's daughter, had walked down Bond Street. Down Bond Street the Parrys had walked for 100 years, and might have met the Dalloways, Lees on the mother's side, going up. Her father got his clothes from Hill's. There was a roll of cloth in the window, and here just one jar on a black table, incredibly expensive, like the thick pink salmon on the ice block at the fishmonger's. The jewels were exquisite, pink and orange stars, paste, Spanish, she thought, and chains of old gold, starry buckles, little brooches which had been worn on sea-green satin by ladies with high headdresses, but no good looking. One must economize. She must go past the picture dealers where one of the odd French pictures hung, as if people had thrown confetti, pink and blue, for a joke. If you had lived with pictures, and it's the same with books and music, thought Clarissa, passing the alien hall, you can't be taken in by a joke. The river of Bond Street was clogged. There, like a queen at a tournament, raised, regal, was Lady Bexborough. She sat in her carriage, upright, alone, looking through her glasses. The white glove was loose at her wrist. She was in black, quite shabby. Yet, thought Clarissa, how extraordinarily it tells. Breeding, self-respect, never saying a word too much or letting people gossip. An astonishing friend. No one can pick a hole in her after all these years, and now there she is, thought Clarissa, passing the Countess, who waited powdered, perfectly still, and Clarissa would have given anything to be like that, the mistress of Clarefield, talking politics like a man. But she never goes anywhere, thought Clarissa, and it's quite useless to ask her. And the carriage went on, and Lady Bexborough was borne past like a queen at a tournament, though she had nothing to live for, and the old man is failing, and they say she is sick of it all, thought Clarissa, and tears actually rose to her eyes as she entered the shop. "Good morning," said Clarissa, in her charming voice. "Gloves," she said with her exquisite friendliness, and, putting her bag on the counter, began very slowly to undo the buttons. "White gloves," she said, "above the elbow," and she looked straight into the shopwoman's face. But this was not the girl she remembered. She looked quite old. "These really don't fit," said Clarissa. The shop girl looked at them. "Madam wears bracelets?" Clarissa spread out her fingers. "Perhaps it's my rings." And the girl took the grey gloves with her to the end of the counter. "Yes," thought Clarissa. "If it's the girl I remember, she's 20 years older." There was only one other customer, sitting sideways at the counter, her elbow poised, her bare hand drooping, vacant, like a figure on a Japanese fan, thought Clarissa. Too vacant, perhaps, yet some men would adore her. The lady shook her head sadly. Again the gloves were too large. She turned round the glass. "Above the wrist," she reproached the grey-headed woman, who looked and agreed. They waited. A clock ticked. Bond Street hummed, dulled, distant. The woman went away holding gloves. "Above the wrist," said the lady mournfully, raising her voice. And she would have to order chairs, ices, flowers, and cloakroom tickets, thought Clarissa. The people she didn't want would come, and others wouldn't. She would stand by the door. They sold stockings, silk stockings. "A lady is known by her gloves and her shoes," old Uncle William used to say. And through the hanging stockings' quivering silver she looked at the lady, sloping-shouldered, her hand drooping, her bag slipping, her eyes vacantly on the floor. It would be intolerable if dowdy women came to her party. Would one have liked Keats if he had worn red socks? Oh, at last, she drew into the counter, and it flashed into her mind. "Do you remember before the war you had gloves with pearl buttons?" "French gloves, madam." "Yes, they were French," said Clarissa. The other lady rose very sadly and took her bag, and looked at the gloves on the counter, but they were all too large, always too large at the wrist. "With pearl buttons," said the shop girl, who looked ever so much older. She split the lengths of tissue paper apart on the counter. "With pearl buttons," thought Clarissa. "Perfectly simple. How French!" "Madam's hands are so slender," said the shop girl, drawing the glove firmly, smoothly down over her rings. And Clarissa looked at her arm in the looking-glass. The glove hardly came to the elbow. Were the others half an inch longer? Still, it seemed tiresome to bother her. Perhaps the one day in the month, thought Clarissa, when it's an agony to stand. "Oh, don't bother," she said. But the gloves were brought. "Don't you get fearfully tired?" she said, in her charming voice, standing. "When do you get your holiday?" "In September, madam, when we're not so busy." "When we're in the country," thought Clarissa, "or shooting. She has a fortnight in Brighton, in some stuffy lodging, and the landlady takes the sugar. Nothing would be easier than to send her to Mrs. Lumley's right in the country, and it was on the tip of her tongue. But then she remembered how, on their honeymoon, Dick had shown her the folly of giving impulsively. It was much more important, he said, to get trade with China. Of course he was right, and she could feel the girl wouldn't like to be given things. There she was in her place. So was Dick. Selling gloves was her job. She had her own sorrows, quite separate. "And now can never mourn, the words ran in her head, from the contagion of the world's slow stain, thought Clarissa, holding her arms stiff, for there are moments when it seems utterly futile. The glove was drawn off, leaving her arm flecked with powder. Simply one doesn't believe, thought Clarissa, any more in God. The traffic suddenly roared. The silk stockings brightened. A customer came in. "White gloves," she said, with some ring in her voice that Clarissa remembered. It used, thought Clarissa, to be so simple. Down, down through the air came the caw of the rooks. When Sylvia died, hundreds of years ago, the yew hedges looked so lovely, with the diamond webs in the mist before early church. But if Dick were to die tomorrow, as for believing in God, no. She would let the children choose, but for herself, like Lady Bexborough, who opened the bazaar, they say, with the telegram in her hand. Roden, her favourite, killed. She would go on. But why, if one doesn't believe? For the sake of others, she thought, taking the glove in her hand. This girl would be much more unhappy if she didn't believe. 30 shillings, said the shopwoman. No, pardon me, madam, 35. The French gloves are more. For one doesn't live for oneself, thought Clarissa. And then the customer took a glove, tugged it, and it split. There! She exclaimed. A fault of the skin, said the grey-haired woman hurriedly. Sometimes a drop of acid in the tanning. Try this pair, madam. But it's an awful swindle to ask £2.10. Clarissa looked at the lady. The lady looked at Clarissa. Gloves have never been quite so reliable since the war, said the shop-girl, apologising to Clarissa. But where had she seen the other lady? Elderly, with a frill under her chin, wearing a black ribbon for gold eyeglasses. Sensual, clever, like a sergeant drawing. How can one tell from a voice when other people are in the habit, thought Clarissa, of making other people— It's a shade too tight, she said. Obey. The shopwoman went off again. Clarissa was left waiting. Fear no more, she repeated, playing her finger on the counter. Fear no more the heat of the sun. Fear no more, she repeated. There were little brown spots on her arm, and the girl crawled like a snail. Thou thy worldly task hast done. Thousands of young men had died that things might go on. At last, 1/2 inch above the elbow, pearl buttons 5 1/4. My dear slow coach, thought Clarissa, do you think I can sit here the whole morning? Now you'll take 25 minutes to bring me my change. There was a violent explosion in the street outside. The shopwomen cowered behind the counters, but Clarissa, sitting very upright, smiled at the other lady. Miss Anstruther, she exclaimed. End of Mrs. Dalloway in Bond Street by Virginia Woolf.
My Watch, from Sketches New and Old, by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Victor Seremet, Bucharest. Site victorseremet.com. My Watch, an instructive little tale, written about 1870. My beautiful new watch had run 18 months without losing or gaining, and without breaking any part of its machinery or stopping. I had come to believe it infallible in its judgments about the time of day, and to consider its constitution and its anatomy imperishable. But at last, one night, I let it run down. I grieved about it as if it were a recognized messenger and forerunner of calamity. But by and by I cheered up, set the watch by guess, and commanded my bodings and superstitions to depart. Next day I stepped into the chief jeweler's to set it by the exact time, and the head of the establishment took it out of my hand and proceeded to set it for me. Then he said, "She is 4 minutes slow regulator wants pushing up." I tried to stop him, tried to make him understand that the watch kept perfect time. But no. All this human cabbage could see was that the watch was 4 minutes slow, and the regulator must be pushed up a little. And so, while I danced around him in anguish and implored him to let the watch alone, he calmly and cruelly did the shameful deed. My watch began to gain. It gained faster and faster day by day. Within the week it sickened to a raging fever, and its pulse went up to 150 in the shade. At the end of 2 months it had left all the timepieces of the town far in the rear, and was a fraction over 13 days ahead of the almanac. It was away into November enjoying the snow, while the October leaves were still turning. It hurried up house rent, bills payable, and such things, in such a ruinous way that I could not abide it. I took it to the watchmaker to be regulated. He asked me if I had ever had it repaired. I said no, it had never needed any repairing. He looked a look of vicious happiness and eagerly pried the watch open, and then put a small dice box into his eye and peered into its machinery. He said it wanted cleaning and oiling besides regulating. Come in a week. After being cleaned and oiled and regulated, my watch slowed down to that degree that it ticked like a tolling bell. I began to be left by trains. I failed all appointments. I got to missing my dinner. My watch strung out 3 days' grace to 4 and let me go to protest. I gradually drifted back into yesterday, then day before, then into the last week, and by the comprehension came upon me that all solitary and alone I was lingering along in week before last, and the world was out of sight. I seemed to detect in myself a sort of sneaking fellow feeling for the mummy in the museum, and a desire to swap news with him. I went to a watchmaker again. He took the watch all to pieces while I waited, and then said the barrel was swelled. He said he could reduce it in 3 days. After this the watch averaged well, but nothing more. For half a day it would go like the very mischief, and keep up such a barking and wheezing and whooping and sneezing and snorting that I could not hear myself think for the disturbance, and so long as it held out there was not a watch in the land that stood any chance against it. But the rest of the day it would keep on slowing down and fooling along until all the clocks it had left behind caught up again. So at last, at the end of 24 hours, it would trot up to the judges, stand all right and just in time. It would show a fair and square average, and no man could say it had done more or less than its duty. But a correct average is only a mild virtue in a watch, and I took this instrument to another watchmaker. He said the king bolt was broken. I said I was glad it was nothing more serious. To tell the plain truth, I had no idea what the king bolt was, but I didn't choose to appear ignorant to a stranger. He repaired the king bolt, but what the watch gained in one way it lost in another. It would run a while and then stop a while, and then run a while again, and so on, using its own discretion about the intervals. And every time it went off, it kicked back like a musket. I padded my breast for a few days, but finally took the watch to another watchmaker. He picked it all to pieces and turned the ruin over and over under his glass. And then he said there appeared to be something the matter with the hair trigger. He fixed it and gave it a fresh start. It did well now, except that always at 10 minutes to 10 the hands would shut together like a pair of scissors, and from that time forth they would travel together. The oldest man in the world couldn't make head or tail of the time of day by such a watch, and so I went again to have the thing repaired. This person said that the crystal had got bent, and that the mainspring was not straight. He also remarked that part of the works needed half-soling. He made these things all right, and then my timepiece performed unexceptionably, save that now and then, after working along quietly for nearly 8 hours, everything inside would let go all of a sudden and began to buzz like a bee, and the hands would straightway begin to spin round and round so fast that their individuality was lost completely, and they simply seemed a delicate spider's web over the face of the watch. She would reel off the next 24 hours in 6 or 7 minutes, and then stop with a bang. I went with a heavy heart to one more watchmaker, and looked on while he took her to pieces. Then I prepared a cross-question him rigidly, for this thing was getting serious. The watch had cost $200 originally, and I seemed to have paid out 2,000 or 3,000 for repairs. While I waited and looked on, I presently recognized in this watchmaker an old acquaintance, a steamboat engineer of other days, and not a good engineer either. He examined all the parts carefully, just as the other watchmakers had done, and then delivered his verdict with the same confidence of manner. He said, "She makes too much steam. You want to hang the monkey wrench on the safety valve." I brained him on the spot, and had him buried at my own expense. My Uncle William, now deceased, alas, used to say that a good horse was a good horse until it had run away once, and that a good watch was a good watch until the repairers got a chance at it. And he used to wonder what became of all the unsuccessful tinkers and gunsmiths and shoemakers and engineers and blacksmiths, but nobody could ever tell him. End of My Watch by Mark Twain.
A Night Among the Nihilists by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. A Night Among the Nihilists by Arthur Conan Doyle. "Robinson, the boss wants you." The dickens he does, thought I, for Mr. Dixon, Odessa agent of Bailey and Company, corn merchants, was a bit of a Tartar, as I had learned to my cost. "What's the row now?" I demanded of my fellow clerk. "Has he got scent of our Nikolaev escapade, or what is it?" "No idea," said Gregory. "The old boy seems in a good enough humour. Some business matter, probably. But don't keep him waiting." So, summoning up an air of injured innocence to be ready for all contingencies, I marched into the lion's den. Mr. Dixon was standing before the fire in a Briton's time-honoured attitude, and motioned me into a chair in front of him. "Mr. Robinson," he said, "I have great confidence in your discretion and common sense. The follies of youth will break out, but I think that you have a sterling foundation to your character, underlying any superficial levity." I bowed. "I believe," he continued, "that you can speak Russian pretty fluently." I bowed again. "I have, then," he proceeded, "a mission which I wish you to undertake, and on the success of which your promotion may depend. I would not trust it to a subordinate, were it not that duty ties me to my post at present." "You may depend upon my doing my best, sir," I replied. "Right, sir, quite right. What I wish you to do is briefly this. The line of railway has just been opened to Saltev, some 100 miles up the country. Now I wish to get the start of the other Odessa firms in securing the produce of that district, which I have reason to believe may be at very low prices. You will proceed by rail to Saltev and interview a Mr. Demidov, who is the largest landed proprietor in the town. Make as favourable terms as you can with him. Both Mr. Demidov and I wish the whole thing to be done as quietly and secretly as possible. In fact, that nothing should be known about the matter until the grain appears in Odessa. I desire it for the interest of the firm and Mr. Demidov on account of the prejudice his peasantry entertain against exportation. You will find yourself expected at the end of your journey, and will start tonight. Money shall be ready for your expenses. Good morning, Mr. Robinson. I hope you won't fail to realize the good opinion I have of your abilities." "Gregory," I said as I strutted into the office, "I'm off on a mission, a secret mission, my boy, an affair of thousands of pounds. Lend me your little portmanteau, mine's too imposing, and tell Ivan to pack it. A Russian millionaire expects me at the end of my journey. Don't breathe a word of it to any of Simpkin's people, or the whole game will be up. Keep it dark." I was so charmed at being, as it were, behind the scenes, that I crept about the office all day in a sort of cloak and bloody dagger style, with responsibility and brooding care marked upon every feature, and when at night I stepped out and stole down to the station, the unprejudiced observer would certainly have guessed, from my general behaviour, that I had emptied the contents of the strong-box before starting into that little valise of Gregory's. It was imprudent of him, by the way, to leave English labels pasted all over it. However, I could only hope that the Londons and Birminghams would attract no attention, or at least that no rival corn merchant might deduce from them who I was and what my errand might be. Having paid the necessary roubles and got my ticket, I ensconced myself in the corner of a snug Russian car and pondered over my extraordinary good fortune. Dixon was growing old now, and if I could make my mark in this matter it might be a great thing for me. Dreams arose of a partnership in the firm. The noisy wheels seemed to clank out Bailey, Robinson and Company, Bailey, Robinson and Company, in a monotonous refrain, which gradually sank into a hum and finally ceased as I dropped into a deep sleep. Had I known the experience which awaited me at the end of my journey, it would hardly have been so peaceable. I woke with an uneasy feeling that someone was watching me closely, nor was I mistaken. A tall, dark man had taken up his position on the seat opposite, and his black, sinister eyes seemed to look through me and beyond me, as if he wished to read my very soul. Then I saw him glance down at my little trunk. Good heavens, thought I, here's Simpkin's agent, I suppose. It was careless of Gregory to leave those confounded labels on the valise. I closed my eyes for a time, but on reopening them I caught again the stranger's earnest gaze. "From England, I see," he said in Russian, showing a row of white teeth in what was meant to be an amiable smile. "Yes," I replied, trying to look unconcerned, but painfully aware of my failure. "Travelling for pleasure, perhaps," said he. "Yes," I answered eagerly, "certainly for pleasure, nothing else." "Of course not," said he with a shade of irony in his voice. "Englishmen always travel for pleasure, don't they?" "Oh, no, nothing else." His conduct was mysterious, to say the least of it. It was only explainable upon two hypotheses. He was either a madman, or he was the agent of some firm bound upon the same errand as myself, and determined to show me that he guessed my little game. They were about equally unpleasant, and on the whole I was relieved when the train pulled up in the tumble-down shed which does duty for a station in the rising town of Saltef, whose resources I was about to open out, and whose commerce I was to direct into the great world channels. I almost expected to see a triumphal arch as I stepped onto the platform. I was to be expected at the end of my journey, so Mr. Dixon had informed me. I looked about among the motley crowd, but saw no Mr. Dimidoff. Suddenly a slovenly, unshaved man passed me rapidly, and glanced first at me and then at my trunk. That wretched trunk, the cause of all my woes. He disappeared in the crowd, but in a little time came strolling past me again, and contrived to whisper as he did so, "Follow me, but at some distance," immediately setting off out of the station and down the street at a rapid pace. Here was mystery with a vengeance. I trotted along in his rear with my valise, and on turning the corner found a rough droshky waiting for me. My unshaven friend opened the door, and I stepped in. "Is Mr. Dim—" I was beginning. "Hush!" he cried. "No names, no names. The very walls have ears. You will hear all tonight." And with that assurance he closed the door, and, seizing the reins, we drove off at a rapid pace, so rapid that I saw my black-eyed acquaintance of the railway carriage gazing after us in surprise until we were out of sight. I thought over the whole matter as we jogged along in that abominable springless conveyance. "They say the nobles are tyrants in Russia," I mused, "but it seems to me to be the other way about, for here's this poor Mr. Dimidoff, who evidently thinks his ex-serfs will rise and murder him if he raises the price of grain in the district by exporting some out of it. Fancy being obliged to have recourse to all this mystery and deception in order to sell one's own property. Why, it's worse than an Irish landlord. It's monstrous. Well, he doesn't seem to live in a very aristocratic quarter either," I soliloquized, as I gazed out at the narrow, crooked streets and the unkempt, dirty Muscovites whom we passed. "I wish Gregory or someone was with me, for it's a cut-throat-looking shop. By Jove, he's pulling up. We must be there." We were there, to all appearance, for the droshky stopped and my driver's shaggy head appeared through the aperture. "It is here, most honoured master," he said, as he helped me to alight. "Is Mr. Dimmy—" I commenced, but he interrupted me again. "Anything but names," he whispered. "Anything but that. You are too used to a land that is free. Caution, oh sacred one!" And he ushered me down a stone-flagged passage and up a stair at the end of it. "Sit for a few minutes in this room," he said, opening a door, "and a repast will be served for you." And with that he left me to my own reflections. Well, thought I, whatever Mr. Dimidoff's house may be like, his servants are undoubtedly well trained. Oh, sacred one and revered master, I wonder what he'd call old Dixon himself, if he is so polite to the clerk. I suppose it wouldn't be the thing to smoke in this little crib, but I could do a pipe nicely. By the way, how confoundedly like a cell it looks. It certainly did look like a cell. The door was an iron one, and enormously strong, while the single window was closely barred. The floor was of wood, and sounded hollow and insecure as I strode across it. Both floor and walls were thickly splashed with coffee or some other dark liquid. On the whole, it was far from being a place where one would be likely to become unreasonably festive. I had hardly concluded my survey when I heard steps approaching down the corridor, and the door was opened by my old friend of the droshky. He announced that my dinner was ready, and, with many bows and apologies for leaving me in what he called the dismal room, he led me down the passage and into a large and beautifully furnished apartment. A table was spread for two in the centre of it, and by the fire was standing a man very little older than myself. He turned as I came in and stepped forward to meet me with every symptom of profound respect. "So young and yet so honoured!" he exclaimed, and then, seeming to recollect himself, he continued, "Pray sit at the head of the table. You must be fatigued by your long and arduous journey. We dine tête-à-tête, but the others assemble afterwards." "Mr. Dimidoff, I presume?" said I. "No, sir," he said, turning his keen grey eyes upon me. "My name is Petrokhin. You mistake me perhaps for one of the others, But now, not a word of business until the council meets. Try your chef's soup. You will find it excellent, I think. Who Mr. Petrokin or others might be, I could not conceive. Land stewards of Dimidoff, perhaps, though the name did not seem familiar to my companion. However, as he appeared to shun any business questions at present, I gave in to his humour, and we conversed on social life in England, a subject in which he displayed considerable knowledge and acuteness. His remarks, too, on Malthus and the laws of population were wonderfully good, though savouring somewhat of radicalism. "By the way," he remarked as we smoked a cigar over our wine, "we should never have known you but for the English labels on your luggage. It was the luckiest thing in the world that Alexander noticed them. We had had no personal description of you. Indeed, we were prepared to expect a somewhat older man." "You are young indeed, sir, to be entrusted with such a mission." "My employer trusts me," I replied, "and we have learned in our trade that youth and shrewdness are not incompatible." "Your remark is true, sir," returned my newly made friend, "but I am surprised to hear you call our glorious association a trade. Such a term is gross indeed to apply to a body of men banded together to supply the world with that which it is yearning for, but which, without our exertions, it can never hope to attain. A spiritual brotherhood would be a more fitting term." "By Jove," thought I, "how pleased the boss would be to hear him. He must have been in the business himself, whoever he is." "Now, sir," said Mr. Petrokin, "the clock points to 8, and the council must be already sitting. Let us go up together, and I will introduce you. I need hardly say that the greatest secrecy is observed, and that your appearance is anxiously awaited." I turned over in my mind as I followed him how I might best fulfil my mission and secure the most advantageous terms. They seemed as anxious as I was in the matter, and there appeared to be no opposition, so perhaps the best thing would be to wait and see what they would propose. I had hardly come to this conclusion when my guide swung open a large door at the end of a passage, and I found myself in a room larger and even more gorgeously fitted up than the one in which I had dined. A long table, covered with green baize and strewn with papers, ran down the middle, and round it were sitting 14 or 15 men, conversing earnestly. The whole scene reminded me forcibly of a gambling hell I had visited some time before. Upon our entrance the company rose and bowed. I could not but remark that my companion attracted no attention, whilst every eye was turned upon me with a strange mixture of surprise and almost servile respect. A man at the head of the table, who was remarkable for the extreme pallor of his face, as contrasted with his blue-black hair and moustache, waved his hand to a seat beside him, and I sat down. "I need hardly say," said Mr. Petrokin, "that Gustav Berger, the English agent, is now honouring us with his presence. He is young, indeed, Alexis," he continued to my pale-faced neighbour, "and yet he is of European reputation." "Come, draw it mild," thought I, adding aloud, "if you refer to me, sir, though I am indeed acting as English agent, my name is not Berger, but Robinson, Mr. Tom Robinson, at your service." A laugh ran around the table. "So be it, said the man they called Alexis. "I commend your discretion, most honoured sir. One cannot be too careful. Preserve your English sobriquet by all means. I regret that any painful duty should be performed upon this auspicious evening, but the rules of our association must be preserved at any cost to our feelings, and a dismissal is inevitable tonight." What the deuce is the fellow driving at, thought I. What is it to me if he does give his servant the sack? This Dimidoff, wherever he is, seems to keep a private lunatic asylum. Take out the gag." The words fairly shot through me, and I started in my chair. It was Petrokine who spoke. For the first time I noticed that a burly stout man, sitting at the other end of the table, had his arms tied behind his chair and a handkerchief round his mouth. A horrible suspicion began to creep into my heart. Where was I? Was I in Mr. Dimidoff's? Who were these men, with their strange words? "Take out the gag," repeated Petrokine, and the handkerchief was removed. "Now, Paul Ivanovitch," said he, "what have you to say before you go?" "Not a dismissal, sirs," he pleaded. "Not a dismissal, anything but that. I will go into some distant land, and my mouth shall be closed for ever. I will do anything that the Society asks. But pray do not dismiss me." "You know our laws, and you know your crime," said Alexis, in a cold, harsh voice. "Who drove us from Odessa by his false tongue and his double face? Who wrote the anonymous letter to the governor? Who cut the wire that would have destroyed the arch-tyrant? You did, Paul Ivanovitch, and you must die." I leaned back in my chair and fairly gasped. "Remove him," said Petrokine, and the man of the drosky, with two others, forced him out. I heard the footsteps pass down the passage, and then a door open and shut. Then came a sound as if of a struggle, ended by a heavy, crunching blow and a dull thud. "So perish all who are false to their oath," said Alexis solemnly, and a hoarse "Amen" went up from his companions. "Death alone can dismiss us from our order," said another man further down. "But, Mr. Berg, Mr. Robinson is pale. The scene has been too much for him after his long journey from England." "Oh, Tom, Tom," thought I, "if ever you get out of this scrape, you'll turn over a new leaf. You're not fit to die, and that's a fact." It was only too evident to me now that by some strange misconception I had got in among a gang of cold-blooded nihilists who mistook me for one of their order. I felt, after what I had witnessed, that my only chance of life was to try to play the rôle thus forced upon me until an opportunity for escape should present itself. So I tried hard to regain my air of self-possession, which had been so rudely shaken. "I am indeed fatigued," I replied, "but I feel stronger now. Excuse my momentary weakness." "It was but natural," said a man with a thick beard at my right hand. "And now, most honoured sir, how goes the cause in England?" "Remarkably well," I answered. "Has the Great Commissioner condescended to send a missive to the Salteff branch?" asked Petrokine. "Nothing in writing," I replied. "But he has spoken of it." "Yes, he said he had watched it with feelings of the liveliest satisfaction," I returned. "'Tis well, 'tis well," ran round the table. I felt giddy and sick from the critical nature of my position. Any moment a question might be asked which would show me in my true colours. I rose and helped myself from a decanter of brandy which stood on a side table. The potent liquor flew to my excited brain, and as I sat down I felt reckless enough to be half amused at my position and inclined to play with my tormentors. I still, however, had all my wits about me. "You have been to Birmingham?" asked the man with the beard. "Many times," said I. "Then you have, of course, seen the private workshop and arsenal?" "I have been over them both more than once." "It is still, I suppose, entirely unsuspected by the police?" continued my interrogator. "Entirely," I replied. "Can you tell us how it is that so large a concern is kept so completely secret?" Here was a poser, but my native impudence and the brandy seemed to have come to my aid. "That is information," I replied, "which I do not feel justified in divulging even here. In withholding it I am acting under the direction of the Chief Commissioner." "You are right, perfectly right," said my original friend Petrokine. You will no doubt make your report to the Central Office at Moscow before entering into such details." "Exactly so," I replied, only too happy to get a lift out of my difficulty. "We have heard," said Alexis, "that you were sent to inspect the Livadia. Can you give us any particulars about it?" "Anything you ask I will endeavour to answer," I replied in desperation. "Have any orders been made in Birmingham concerning it?" "None when I left England." "Well, well, there's plenty of time yet," said the man with the beard. "Many months. Will the bottom be of wood or iron?" "Of wood," I answered at random. "'Tis well," said another voice. "And what is the breadth of the Clyde below Greenock?" "It varies much," I replied. "On an average about 80 yards." "How many men does she carry?" asked an anaemic-looking youth at the foot of the table, who seemed more fit for a public school than this den of murder. "About 300, said I. "A floating coffin," said the young Nihilist in a sepulchral voice. "Are the storerooms on a level with or underneath the state cabins?" asked Petrikine. "Underneath," said I decisively, though I need hardly say I had not the smallest conception. "And now, most honoured sir," said Alexis, "tell us what was the reply of Bauer, the German socialist, to Ravinsky's proclamation." Here was a deadlock with a vengeance. Whether my cunning would have extricated me from it or not was never decided, for Providence hurried me from one dilemma into another, and a worse one. A door slammed downstairs, and rapid footsteps were heard approaching. Then came a loud tap outside, followed by two smaller ones. "The sign of the Society," said Petrikine, "and yet we are all present. Who can it be?" The door was thrown open, and a man entered, dusty and travel-stained, but with an air of authority and power stamped on every feature of his harsh but expressive face. He glanced round the table, scanning each countenance carefully. There was a start of surprise in the room. He was evidently a stranger to them all. "What means this intrusion, sir?" said my friend with the beard. "Intrusion?" said the stranger. "I was given to understand that I was expected, and had looked forward to a warmer welcome from my fellow associates. I am personally unknown to you, gentlemen, but I am proud to think that my name should command some respect among you. I am Gustav Berger, the agent from England, bearing letters from the Chief Commissioner to his well-beloved brothers of Soltef. One of their own bombs could hardly have created greater surprise had it been fired in the midst of them. Every eye was fixed alternately on me and upon the newly arrived agent. "If you are indeed Gustav Berger," said Petrikine, "who is this?" "That I am Gustav Berger these credentials will show," said the stranger as he threw a packet upon the table. "Who that man may be I know not, but if he has intruded himself upon the lodge under false pretences, it is clear that he must never carry out of the room what he has learned. Speak, sir," he added, addressing me. "Who and what are you?" I felt that my time had come. My revolver was in my hip pocket, but what was that against so many desperate men? I grasped the butt of it, however, as a drowning man clings to a straw, and I tried to preserve my coolness as I glanced round the cold, vindictive faces turned towards me. "Gentlemen," I said, "the rôle I have played tonight has been a purely involuntary one on my part. I am no police spy, as you seem to suspect, nor, on the other hand, have I the honour to be a member of your association. I am an inoffensive corn dealer who, by an extraordinary mistake, has been forced into this unpleasant and awkward position." I paused for a moment. Was it my fancy that there was a particular noise in the street, a noise of many feet treading softly? No, it had died away. It was but the throbbing of my own heart. "I need hardly say," I continued, "that anything I may have heard tonight will be safe in my keeping. I pledge my solemn honour as a gentleman that not one word of it shall transpire through me." The senses of men in great physical danger became strangely acute, or their imagination plays them curious tricks. My back was towards the door as I sat, but I could have sworn that I heard heavy breathing behind it. Was it the three minions whom I had seen before in the performance of their hateful functions, and who, like vultures, had sniffed another victim? I looked round the table. Still the same hard, cruel faces. Not one glance of sympathy. I cocked the revolver in my pocket. There was a painful silence, which was broken by the harsh, grating voice of Petrokeen. "Promises are easily made and easily broken," he said. "There is but one way of securing eternal silence. It is our lives or yours. Let the highest among us speak." "You are right, sir," said the English agent. "There is but one course open. He must be dismissed." I knew what that meant in their confounded jargon, and sprang to my feet. "By heaven!" I shouted, putting my back against the door. "You shan't butcher a free Englishman like a sheep. The first among you who stirs drops." A man sprang at me. I saw along the sights of my derringer the gleam of a knife and the demoniacal face of Gustav Berger. Then I pulled the trigger, and with his hoarse scream sounding in my ears, I was felled to the ground by a crashing blow from behind. Half unconscious and pressed down by some heavy weight, I heard the noise of shouts and blows above me, and then I fainted away. When I came to myself, I was lying among the debris of the door, which had been beaten in on the top of me. Opposite were a dozen of the men who had lately sat in judgment upon me, tied 2 and 2, and guarded by a score of Russian soldiers. Beside me was the corpse of the ill-fated English agent, the whole face blown in by the force of the explosion. Alexis and Petrokeen were both lying on the floor like myself, bleeding profusely. "Well, young fellow, you've had a narrow escape," said a hearty voice in my ear. I looked up and recognized my black-eyed acquaintance of the railway carriage. "Stand up," he continued. "You're only a bit stunned, no bones broken. It's no wonder I mistook you for the Nihilist agent when the very lodge itself was taken in. Well, you're the only stranger who ever came out of this den alive. Come downstairs with me. I know who you are and what you are after now. I'll take you to Mr. Dimidoff." "Nay, don't go in there," he cried, as I walked towards the door of the cell into which I had been originally ushered. "Keep out of that. You've seen evil sights enough for one day. Come down and have a glass of liquor." He explained as we walked back to the hotel that the police of Saltov, of which he was the chief, had had warnings and had been on the lookout during some time for this Nihilist emissary. My arrival in so unfrequented a place, coupled with my air of secrecy and the English labels on that confounded portmanteau of Gregory's, had completed the business. I have little more to tell. My socialist acquaintances were all either transported to Siberia or executed. My mission was performed to the satisfaction of my employers. My conduct during the whole business has won me promotion, and my prospects for life have been improved since that horrible night, the remembrance of which still makes me shiver. End of A Night Among the Nihilists by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
When I Was on the Frigate by John Trousty. Translated by Arnold R. Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. When I Was on the Frigate. I was storm-bound in the fishing village. I had come there by steamer, but now the steamer was gone and I was left behind there, a stranger, at a loss what to do. My idea was to continue my journey overland, and my route lay for the most part through the mountainous country on the other side of the fjord. I hadn't managed to hire horses or a guide, and it was no easy matter to find one's own way in such stormy weather when the rivers were running in full flood. This was in the springtime, round about the beginning of May. I was staying at the home of the local doctor, who had given me shelter and who was now trying to help me in every way he could. He was in my room with me, and we were both sitting there smoking cigars and chatting together. I had given up all hope of continuing my journey that day, and was making myself comfortable on the doctor's sofa. But when we least expected it, we heard the sound of heavy sea boots clumping along the corridor, and there was a knock at the door. "Come in," said the doctor. The door opened slowly, and a young man in seaman's clothes stood in the doorway. "I was asked to tell you that old Hrolfr from Weir will take that chap over there across in his boat, if he likes," said the man, addressing himself to the doctor. We both stood up, the doctor and I, and walked towards the door. That possibility hadn't occurred to either of us. "Is old Hrolfr going fishing, then?" asked the doctor. "Yes, he's going out to the islands and staying there about a week. It won't make any difference to him to slip ashore at Mulla Dalir, if it would be any help." "That's fine," said the doctor, turning to me. "It's worth thinking over, unless you really need to go round the end of the fjord. It'll save you at least a day on your journey, and it'll be easier to get horses and a man at Mulla Dalir than it is here." This was all so unexpected that I didn't know quite what to say. I looked at the doctor and the stranger in turn, and my first thought was the doctor was trying to get rid of me. Then it occurred to me what a fine thing it would be to avoid having to cross all those rivers which flow into the head of the fjord. Finally I decided that the doctor had no ulterior motive, and that his advice was prompted by sheer goodwill. "Is old Hrolfr all right at the moment?" the doctor asked the man in the doorway. "Yes, of course he is," said the man. "All right," I said, looking at them questioningly. I thought that was a funny thing to ask. The doctor smiled. "He's just a bit queer. Up here," he said, pointing to his forehead. The thought of having to set out on a long sea journey with a man who was half crazy made me shudder. I am certain, too, that the doctor could see what I was thinking, for he smiled good-naturedly. "Is it safe to go with him, then?" I asked. "Oh, yes, quite safe. He's not mad, far from it. He's just a bit queer. He's got bats in the belfry, as men say. He gets these attacks when he's at home in the dark winter days, and has nothing to occupy him. But there's little sign of it in the summer, and he's a first-class seaman." "Yes, a first-class seaman who never fails," said the man in the doorway. "It's quite safe to go on board with him now. You can take my word for that." "Are you going with him?" asked the doctor. "Yes, there's a crew of 3 with him. There'll be 4 of us in the boat altogether." I looked at the man in the doorway. He was a young man of about 20, promising and assured. I liked the look of him very much. Secretly I began to be ashamed of not daring to cross the fjord with 3 men such as he, even though the skipper was a bit queer in the head. "Are you going today?" said the doctor. "Don't you think it's blowing a bit hard?" "I don't think old Hrolfr'll let that bother him," said the man, and smiled. "Can you use your sails?" "Yes, I think so. There's a fair wind." It was decided that I should go with them. I went to get ready as quickly as possible, and my luggage, saddle and bridle were carried down to the boat. The doctor walked to the jetty with us. There in the shelter of the breakwater was old Hrolfr's boat, its mast already stepped, with the sail wrapped round it. It was a 4-oared boat, rather bigger than usual, tarred all over except for the top plank, which was painted light blue. In the boat were the various bits of equipment needed for shark fishing, including a thick wooden beam to which were attached 4 hooks of wrought iron, a keg of shark bait which stank vilely, and barrels for the shark's liver. There were shark knives under the thwarts, and huge gaffs hooked under the rib boards. The crew had put the boxes containing their food and provisions in the prow. In the stern could be seen the back of a man bending down. He was arranging stones in the well of the boat. He was dressed in overalls made of skin, which reached up to his armpits, and which were fastened by pieces of thin rope crossing over his shoulders. Further forward there was a second man, and a third was up on the jetty. "Good day to you, Rolfer," said the doctor. "Good day to you," grunted Rolfer as he straightened himself up and spat a stream of yellowish-brown liquid from his mouth. "Hand me that stone over there." These last words were addressed not to the doctor or me, but to the man on the jetty. Rolfer vouchsafed me one quick, unfriendly glance, but apart from that scarcely seemed to notice me. The look in those sharp, haunting eyes went through me like a knife. Never before had anyone looked at me with a glance so piercing and so full of misgiving. He was a small man, and lively, though aging fast. His face was thin, rather wrinkled, dark, and weather-beaten, with light, untidy wisps of hair around the mouth. I was immediately struck by a curious twitching in his features, perhaps a relic of former bouts of drinking. Otherwise his expression was harsh and melancholy. His hands were red, swollen, and calloused, as if by years of rowing. "Don't you think it's blowing rather hard, Rolfer?" asked the doctor after a long silence. So," answered Rolfer, without looking up. Again there was silence. It was as if Rolfer had neither time nor inclination for gossiping, even though it was the district medical officer talking to him. The doctor looked at me and smiled. I was meant to understand that this was exactly what he had expected. After another interval the doctor said, "You are going to do this traveller a favour then, Rolfer?" "Oh, well, the boat won't mind taking him." In other words, I was to be nothing but so much ballast. "Don't you think it's going to be tricky landing there in Moolar Creek?" Rolfer straightened up, putting his hand to his back. "Oh, no, damn it," he said. "There's an offshore wind, and the sea's not bad, and anyway we'll probably get there with the incoming tide." "Isn't it going to take you out of your way?" I asked. "We won't argue about that. We'll get there all the same. We often give ourselves a rest in the old creek when we have to row." Immediately afterwards I said good-bye to the doctor and slid down into the boat. The man on the jetty cast off, threw the rope down into the boat, and jumped in after it. One of the crew thrust the handle of an oar against the breakwater and pushed off. Then they rowed for a short spell to get into the wind, whilst old Rolfer fixed the rudder. The sail filled out, the boat heeled gently over and ran in a long curve. The islets at the harbour mouth rushed past us. We were making straight for the open bay. On the horizon before us the mountainous cliffs, dark blue with a thick, ragged patch of mist at the top, towered steeply over the waves. In between, the sea stretched out, seemingly for miles. Rolfer was at the rudder. He sat back in the stern on a crossbeam flush with the gunwale, his feet braced against the ribs on either side, and in his hands the rudder lines, one on each side, close to his thighs. I was up with the crew near the mast. We all knew from experience that Icelandic boats sailed better when well loaded forward. All four of us were lying down on the windward side, but to leeward the foam still bubbled up over the rowlocks. "If you think we're not going fast enough, lads, you better start rowing, but no extra pay," said old Rolfer, grinning. We all took his joke well, and I felt it brought me nearer to the old man. Up to then I'd been just a little scared of him. A joke is always like an outstretched hand. For a long time we hardly spoke. In front of the mast we lay in silence, whilst old Rolfer was at the stern, with the whole length of the boat between us. The crew did all they could to make me comfortable. I lay on some soft sacking just in front of the thwart, and kept my head under the gunwale for protection. The spray from the sea went right over me, and splashed down into the boat on the far side. The boy who had come for me to the doctor's settled himself down in the bows in front of me. His name was Eric Ericsson, and the more I saw of him the more I liked him. The second member of the crew sat crosswise over the thwart with his back to the mast. He too was young, his beard just beginning to grow, red-faced, quiet, and rather indolent looking. He seemed completely indifferent, even though showers of spray blew one after another straight into his face. The third member of the crew laid down across the boat behind the thwart. He put a folded oilskin jacket under his head and fell asleep. For a long time, almost an hour, I lay in silence, thinking only of what I saw and heard around me. There was more than enough to keep me awake. I noticed how the sail bellowed out, full of wind, pulling hard at the clew line, which was made fast to the gunwale beside Hrolfr. The foresail resembled a beautifully curved sheet of steel, stiff and unyielding. Both sails were snow white, semi-transparent and supple in movement, like the ivory sails of the model ships in the Rosenborg Palace. The masts seemed to bend slightly, and the stays were as taut as fiddle strings. The boat quivered like a leaf. The waves pounded hard against the thin strakes of the boat's sides. I could feel them on my cheek, though their dampness never penetrated. But in between these hammer blows their little pats were wonderfully friendly. Every now and then I could see the white frothing of the wave crests above the gunwale, and sometimes under the sail the horizon was visible, but more often there was nothing to be seen but the broad back of a wave, on which for a time the boat tossed before sinking down once more. The roll was scarcely noticeable, for the boat kept at the same angle all the time, and cleft her way through the waves. The motion was comfortable and soothing to the mind, quite unlike the violent lunging of bigger ships. Gradually the conversation came to life again. It was Eric who proved to be the most talkative, though the man on the thwart also threw in a word here and there. We began to talk about old Hrolfr. We spoke in a low voice so he couldn't hear what we said. There was indeed little danger of his doing so. The distance was too great and the storm was bound to carry our words away. But men always lower their voices when they speak of those they can see, even though they are speaking well of them. My eyes scarcely left old Hrolfr, and as the men told me more, my picture of him became clearer and clearer. He sat there silent, holding on to the steering ropes and staring straight ahead, not deigning us a single glance. The crew's story was roughly this. He was born and bred in the village, and he had never left it. The croft which he lived in was just opposite the weir in the river, which flowed through the village, and was named after it. He went to sea whenever possible, fishing for shark in the spring and for cod and haddock in the other seasons. He never felt so happy as when he was on the sea, and if he couldn't go to sea, he sat alone at home in the croft mending his gear. He never went down to the harbor for work like the other fishermen, and never worked on the land. Humming away and talking to himself, he fiddled about in his shed, around his boathouse or his croft, his hands all grubby with tar and grease. If addressed, he was abrupt and curt in his answers, sometimes even abusive. Hardly anyone dared go near him. Yet everyone liked him, really. Everyone who got to know him said that he improved on acquaintance. His eccentricity increased as he grew older, but particularly after he had lost his son. His son was already grown up and had been a most promising young fellow. He was thought to be the most daring of all the skippers in the village, and always went furthest out to sea. He was also the most successful fisherman of them all. But one day a sudden storm had caught them far out to sea, well outside the mouth of the fjord. Rowing hard in the teeth of the wind and tide, they managed to reach the cliffs, but by that time they were quite exhausted. Their idea had been to land at Mular Creek, but unfortunately their boat overturned as they tried to enter. Hrolfr's son and one other on board had been drowned, though the rest were saved. After the disaster Hrolfr ignored everybody for a long time. It wasn't that he wept or lost heart. Perhaps he had done so for the first few days, but not afterwards. He just kept to himself. He took not the slightest notice of his wife and other children, just as if they were no longer his concern. It was as though he felt he had lost everything. He lived all alone with his sorrow and talked of it to no one. Nobody tried to question him. No one dared try to comfort him. Then one winter he started talking to himself. Day and night for a long time he talked to himself. Talked as though two or more men were chatting together. changing his tone of voice and acting in every way as though he were taking part in a lively and interesting conversation. There was nothing silly in what he said, although the subject matter was often difficult to follow. He would always answer if anyone spoke to him, slowly to be sure, but always sensibly and agreeably. Often, before he could answer, it was as though he had to wake up as from a sleep, and yet his work never suffered from these bouts of absent-mindedness. He never talked about his son. The conversations he held with himself were mostly concerned with various adventures he thought had befallen him. Some were exaggerated, others pure invention. Sometimes he would talk of things he was going to do in the future, or things he would have done or ought to have done in the past, but never about the present. It wasn't long before the rumor spread that old Hrolfr was crazy, and for a long time hardly anyone dared to go to sea with him. "Now, that's all a thing of the past," said Eric, and smiled. "Nowadays there are always more who would like to go with him than he can take." "Does he catch plenty of fish?" "Yes, he rarely fails." "Isn't he quite well off then?" "I don't know. At any rate he's not dependent on anyone else, and he's the sole owner of his boat and tackle." "He's rolling in money, the old devil," said the man at the mast, wiping the spray from his face with his hand. Then they began to tell me about Moolar Island and the life they would lead there in the coming week. The island was a barren rock beyond the cliffs, and in the autumn storms was almost covered by waves. The first thing they'd have to do when they arrived was to rebuild their refuge from the year before, rough it over with bits of driftwood and cover them with seaweed. That was to be their shelter at night, no matter what the weather. Nature had provided a landing place, so that they'd no trouble with that, though the spot was so treacherous that one of them would have to stand watch over the boat every night. Each evening they would row off from the island with their lines to some well-known fishing bank, for it was after midnight that the shark was most eager to take the bait. Savoring in his nostrils the smell of horse-flesh soaked in rum and of rotten seal blubber, he would rush on the scent and greedily swallow whatever was offered. When he realized the sad truth that a huge hook with a strong barb was hidden inside this tempting dish, and that it was no easy matter to disgorge the tasty morsel, he would try to gnaw through the shaft of the hook with his teeth. Very occasionally he might succeed, but usually his efforts failed. Attached to the hook was a length of strong iron chain, and sometimes, though defeated by the hook, he would manage to snip through the chain. Then, in his joy at being free, this creature with a magnificent appetite would immediately rush to the next hook, only to be caught there when the lines were drawn in. If the shark failed in his efforts to gnaw himself free, he would try, by twisting and turning, to break either the hook or the chain. But man had foreseen this possibility, and had made the hook to turn with him. With exemplary patience the Grey One would continue his twisting until he had been drawn right up to the side of the boat, and a second hook made fast in him. His sea-green, light-shy, pig-like eyes would glare malevolently up at his tormentors, and in his maddening fury he would bite, snap, and fight until he almost capsized the boat. For centuries our forefathers had hunted the shark like this in open boats, but nowadays men prefer to use decked vessels. No one in the district still used the old method, apart from old Hrolfr. He had dragged in many a grey one. From the bottom of the boat Eric picked up one of the hooks and passed it to me. It was of wrought iron, half an inch thick, with a point of cast steel, but the spinning joint was almost chewed through, and the hook shaft bitten and gnawed. The Grey One had fought hard that time. The crew told me so much about their fishing adventures that I longed to go to the island with them. Suddenly Eric gave me a nudge. The conversation stopped, and we all looked back at old Hrolfr. Now he's talking to himself. We all held our breath and listened. Hrolfr sat like a statue holding the rudder lines. His eyes wore a far-away look, and a curious smile of happiness played over his face. After a short silence he spoke again, in a perfectly normal voice. "When I was on the frigate." For the time being that was all. There was a touch of vanity in his smile, as though in memory of some old, half-ludicrous story from the past. "Yes, when I was on the frigate, my lad." It was just as if there were someone sitting next to him beside the rudder, to whom he was relating his adventures. "Has he ever been on a warship?" I whispered. "Never in his life," said Eric. Our eyes never left him. I can still remember the curious twitching and working of his features. The eyes themselves were invisible. It was as though the man were asleep. But his forehead and temples were forever on the move, as if in mimicry of what he said. I couldn't utter a sound. Everything was blurred before my eyes, for it was only then that the full realization came upon me that the man at the rudder, the man who held all our lives in his hands, was half crazed. The crew nudged each other and chortled. They had seen all this before. "She was running aground, heading straight for the reef. A total loss," said Rolfer. "A total loss, I tell you. She was a beautiful craft, shining black and diced with white along the sides, 10 fighting mouths on either side, and a carved figure on her prow. I think the king would have been sorry to lose her. She was far too lovely to be ground to pieces there. They were glad when I turned up." The crew did their best to smother their laughter. "Topsails up!" I shouted. "Topsails up, my lad!" The officer, for all his gold braid, went pale as death. "Topsails up in the devil's name!" The bluejackets on the deck fell over themselves in fear. "Yes, my lad, even though I hadn't a sword dangling by my side, I said, 'Topsails up, in the devil's name!' And they all obeyed me. They all obeyed me. They didn't dare not to. Topsails up, in the devil's name!" Rolfer raised himself up on the crossbeam, his fists clenched round the steering ropes. Eric was almost bursting with laughter and trying not to let it be heard, but the man at the mast made little attempt to stifle his. "She's made it," said Rolfer, his face all smiles and nodding his head. "Out to sea, straight out to sea. Let her lie down a bit, if she wants to. It'll do her no harm to ship a drop or two. Let it bubble up over her rowlocks, as we Icelanders say. Even though she creaks a bit, it's all to the good. Her planks aren't rotten when they make that noise. All right, we'll sail the bottom out of her, but forward she'll go. Forward, forward she shall go." Rolfer let his voice drop and drew out his jet words slowly. By now we were far out in the fjord. The sea was rising and becoming more choppy because of tide currents. Good steering became more and more difficult. Rolfer seemed to do it instinctively. He never once looked up, and yet seemed to see all around him. He seemed to sense the approach of those bigger waves which had to be avoided or passed by. The general direction was never lost, but the boat ran wonderfully smoothly in and out of the waves, over them, before them, and through them, as though she were possessed with human understanding. Not a single wave fell on her. They towered high above, advanced on her foaming and raging, but somehow, at the last moment, she turned aside. She was as sensitive as a frightened hind, quick to answer the rudder, as supple in her movements as a willing racehorse. Over her reigned the spirit of Hrolfr. But Hrolfr himself was no longer there. He was on the frigate. It was not his own boat he was steering in that hour, but a huge 3-master, with a whole cloud of sails above her, and 10 cannon on either side, a miracle of the shipwright's craft. The mainstays were of many-stranded steel wire, the halyards all clustered together, struck at the mast and stays. They seemed inextricably tangled, and yet were in all fact ship-shape, taut and true, like the nerves in a human body. There was no need to steer her enormous bulk to avoid the waves or pass them by. It was enough to let her crush them with all her weight, let her grind them down and push them before her like drifts of snow. Groaning and creaking she plowed straight on through all that came up against her, heeling before the wind right down to her gunwale, and leaving behind her a long furrow in the sea. High above the deck of this magnificent vessel, between 2 curved iron pillars, Hrolfr's boat hung like a tiny mussel shell. Once upon a time this had been a dream of the future, but now that all hope of its fulfillment had been lost, the dream had long since become a reality. Hrolfr's adventure on the frigate was a thing of the past. For a long time he continued talking to himself, talked of how he had brought the frigate safely to harbour, and how he had been awarded a gold medal by the king. We could hear only snippets of this long rigmarole, but we never lost the drift of it. He spoke alternately in Danish and Icelandic, in many different tones of voice, and one could always tell by the way he spoke where he was in the frigate, whether he was addressing the crew on the deck or the officers on the bridge, and when, his fantastic feat accomplished, he clinked glasses with them in the cabin on the poop. The wind had slackened somewhat, but now we had reached so far out into the bay the waves were higher. They were the remains of the huge ocean waves which raged on the high seas, remains which, despite the adverse wind, made their way far up the fjord. Hrolfr no longer talked aloud, but he continued to hum quietly to himself. The crew around me began to doze off, and I think even I was almost asleep for a time. To tell the truth, I wasn't very far from feeling seasick. Soon afterwards the man who had been asleep in the space behind the mast rose to his feet, yawned once or twice, shook himself to restore his circulation, and looked around. "It won't be long now before we get to Moolar Creek," he said, with his mouth still wide open. I was wide awake at once when I heard this, and raised myself up on my elbow. The mountain I had seen from the village, which then had been wrapped in a dark haze, now towered directly above us, rocky and enormous, with black sea crags at its feet. The rocks were drenched with spray from the breakers, and the booming of the sea as it crashed into the basalt caves resounded like the roar of cannon. "There'll be no landing in the creek today, Hrolfr," the man said, and yawned again. "The breakers are too heavy." Hrolfr pretended he hadn't heard. Everybody aboard was awake now and watching the shore, and I think he was not the only one amongst us to shudder at the thought of landing. On the mountain in front of us it was as though a panel was slowly moved to one side. The valleys of Mulladelir opened up before us. Soon we glimpsed the roofs of the farms up on the hillside. The beach itself was covered with rocks. The boat turned into the inlet. It was quieter there than outside, and the sea was just a little smoother. "Loosen the foresail," Hrolfr ordered. It was Eric who obeyed and held on to the sheet. Hrolfr himself untied the mainsail, whilst at the same time keeping hold of the sheet. I imagine Hrolfr must be thinking it safer to have the sails loose, as it was likely to be gusty in the inlet. "Are you going to sail in?" said the man who had been asleep. His voice came through a nose filled with snuff. "Shut up," said Hrolfr savagely. The man took the hint and asked no more questions. No one asked a question, though every moment now was one of suspense. We all gazed in silence at the cliffs, which were lathered in white foam. One wave after another passed under the boat. They lifted her high up, as if to show us the surf. As the boat sank slowly down into the trough of the wave, the surf disappeared, and with it much of the shore. The wave had shut it out. I was surprised how little the boat moved, but an explanation of the mystery was soon forthcoming. The boat and all she carried were still subject to Hrolfr's will. He let the wind out of the mainsail, and by careful manipulation of the rudder kept the boat wonderfully still. He was standing up now in front of the crossbeam and staring fixedly out in front of the boat. He was no longer talking to himself. He was no longer on the frigate, but in his own boat. He knew well how much depended on him. After waiting for a while, watching his opportunity, Hrolfr suddenly let her go at full speed once more. Now the moment had come, a moment I shall never forget, nor probably any of us who were in the boat with him. It was not fear that gripped us, but something more like excitement before a battle. Yet, if the choice had been mine, we should have turned back from the creek that day. Hrolfr stood at the rudder, immovable, his eyes shifting from side to side, now under the sail, now past it. He chewed vigorously on his quid of tobacco and spat. There was much less sign now of the twitchings round his eyes than there had been earlier in the day, and his very calmness had a soothing effect on us all. As we approached the creek, a huge wave rose up behind us. Hrolfr glanced at it with the corner of his eye. He spat and bared his teeth. The wave rose, and it reached us just at the mouth of the creek, its overhanging peak so sharp as to be almost transparent. It seemed to be making straight for the boat. As I watched, I felt the boat plummet down, as if the sea was snatched from under her. It was the undertow. The wave was drawing the waters back beneath it. By the gunwale, the blue-green sea frothed white as it poured back from the skerries near the entrance to the creek. The boat almost stood on end. It was as if the sea was boiling around us, boiling until the very seaweed on the rocks was turned to broth. Suddenly, an ice-cold lash, as of a whip, seemed to strike me in the face. I staggered forwards under the blow and grasped one of the mainstays. "Let go the foresail!" shouted Hrolfr. When I was able to look up, the sails were flapping idly over the gunwale. The boat floated gently into the creek, thwart deep in water. We all felt fine. It's true, I could feel the cold sea water dripping down my bare back underneath my shirt, but I didn't mind. All that had happened to me was but a kiss, given me in token of farewell by the youngest daughter of the goddess of the waves. The boat floated slowly in on the unaccustomed calm of the waters and stopped at the landing place. Standing there watching were two men from the farm. "I thought as much. It had to be old Hrolfr," one of them called out as we landed. "It's no ordinary man's job to get into the creek on a day like this." Hrolfr's face was wreathed in smiles. He made no answer, but slipping off the rudder in case it should touch bottom, he laid it down across the stern. We were given a royal welcome by the farmers from Moolar, and all that I needed to further me on my journey was readily available and willingly granted. Nowhere does Iceland's hospitality flourish so well as in her outlying stations and in the remotest of her valleys, where travellers are few. We all got out of the boat and pulled her clear of the waves. Every one of us was only too glad to get the opportunity of stretching his legs after sitting cramped up on the hard boards for nearly 4 hours. I walked up to where old Hrolfr stood apart on the low flat rocks, thanked him for the trip, and asked him what it cost. "Cost?" he said, scarce looking at me. "What does it cost? Just a minute now, my lad, just a minute." He answered me with complete lack of formality one accords an old friend, though we had met for the first time that day. His whole face was scowling now as he answered me brusquely, indeed almost curtly, and there was something attractive about him, something that aroused both trust and respect, and which made it impossible for me to resent his familiarity. "How much the trip costs? Just a minute now." It seemed that his thoughts were elsewhere. He unloosened the brace of his overalls, reached down into the pocket of his patched garments beneath, and drawing out a fine length of chewing tobacco, took a bite. Then breaking off a smallish length, he dropped it into the crown of his seaman's hat. Finally, slowly and very deliberately, he refastened the top of his overalls. "I expect you got a bit wet out there coming into the creek." "Oh, not really." "Sometimes one gets unpleasantly damp out there." Hrolfr stood still, chewing his quid of tobacco, and staring out at the entrance to the creek. He seemed to have forgotten all about answering my question. "Sometimes one gets unpleasantly damp out there," he repeated, laying great emphasis on every word. I looked straight at him and saw there were tears in his eyes. Now his features were all working again and twitching as they had done earlier. "There's many a boat filled up there," he added, "and some have got no further, but I have floated in and out so far. Oh well, the silver cup sinks, but the wooden bowl floats on, as the proverb says. There was a time when I had to drag out of the water here a man who was better than me in every way. That's when I really got to know the old creek." For a time he continued to stand there, staring out at the creek, without saying a word. But at last, after wiping the tears from his face with the back of his glove, he seemed to come to himself once more. You were asking, my lad, what the journey costs? It costs nothing. Nothing? What nonsense! Not since you got wet, said Rolfer and smiled, though you could still see the tears in his eyes. It's an old law of ours that if the ferryman lets his passengers get wet, even though it's only their big toe, then he forfeits his toll. I repeatedly begged Rolfer to let me pay for the journey, but it was no use. At last he became serious again and said, The journey costs nothing, as I said to you. I have brought many a traveler over here to the creek, and I have never taken a penny in return. But if you ever come back to our village again, and old Rolfer should happen to be on land, come over to Weir and drink a cup of coffee with him. Black coffee with brown rock sugar and a drop of brandy in it, that is, if you can bring yourself to do such a thing. This I promised him, and old Rolfer shook me firmly and meaningfully by the hand as we parted. As they prepared to leave, we all three, the farmers from Moolar and I, stood there on the rocks to see how Rolfer would manage. The crew had furled the sails and sat down to the oars, whilst old Rolfer stood in front of the crossbeam, holding the rudder line. They weren't rowing, though, but held their oars up, waiting for their opportunity. All this while wave after wave came riding through the entrance to the creek, pouring their white cascades of foam over the reefs. Rolfer watched them steadily and waited, like an animal ready to pounce on its prey. Now, my lads, cried Rolfer suddenly. The oars crashed into the sea and the boat shot forward. Just so, I thought, must the Vikings in olden times have rowed to the attack. Rolfer's voice was lost to us in the roaring of the surf, but he seemed to be urging the men on to row their utmost. They rowed indeed, like things possessed, and the boat hurtled forward. At the mouth of the creek, a surf-topped wave rose against them, sharp and concave, as it rushed on its way to the reefs. We held our breath. It was a terrifying but magnificent sight. Rolfer shouted something loudly, and at the same moment every oar hugged the side of the boat, like the fins of a salmon as it hurls itself at a waterfall. The boat plunged straight into the wave. For a moment we lost sight of her in the swirling spray. Only the mast was visible. Then we saw her again. She was well out past the breakers. She had been moving fast and was well steered. Rolfer took his place on the crossbeam as if nothing had happened, just as he had sat there earlier in the day, whilst he was on the frigate. Two of the crew began to set the sails, whilst one started to bail out. Soon the boat was once more on the move. I felt a strange lump in my throat as I watched old Rolfer sailing away. God bless you, old salt, I thought. You thoroughly deserve to cleave through the cold waters of Iceland in a shapely frigate. The boat heeled over gracefully and floated over the waves like a gull with its wings outstretched. We stood there watching without a move until she disappeared behind the headland. End of When I Was on the Frigate by John Trousty.
The Patron by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. The Patron by Guy de Maupassant. We never dreamed of such good fortune. The son of a provincial bailiff, Jean Marin, had come, as do so many others, to study law in the Quartier Latin. In the various beer-houses that he had frequented, he had made friends with several talkative students who spouted politics as they drank their beer. He had a great admiration for them and followed them persistently from café to café, even paying for their drinks when he had the money. He became a lawyer and pleaded causes which he lost. However, one morning he read in the papers that one of his former comrades of the Quartier had just been appointed deputy. He again became his faithful hound, the friend who does the drudgery, the unpleasant tasks, for whom one sends when one has need of him, and with whom one does not stand on ceremony. but it chanced through some parliamentary incident that the deputy became a minister. 6 months later, Jean Marin was appointed a state councillor. He was so elated with pride at first that he lost his head. He would walk through the streets just to show himself off, as though one could tell by his appearance what position he occupied. He managed to say to the shopkeepers as soon as he entered a store, bringing it in somehow in the course of the most insignificant remarks, and even to the news vendors and the cabman, "I, who am a state councillor." Then, in consequence of his position, as well as for professional reasons, and as in duty bound through being an influential and generous man, he felt an imperious need of patronizing others. He offered his support to every one on all occasions and with unbounded generosity. When he met any one he recognized on the boulevards, he would advance to meet them with a charmed air, would take their hand, inquire after their health, and, without waiting for any questions, remark, "You know I am state councillor, and I am entirely at your service. If I can be of any use to you, do not hesitate to call on me. In my position one has great influence." Then he would go into some cafe with the friend he had just met and ask for a pen and ink and a sheet of paper. "Just one, waiter. It is to write a letter of recommendation." And he wrote 10, 20, 50 letters of recommendation a day. He wrote them to the Café Américain, to Bignon's, to Tortoni's, to the Maison Dorée, to the Café Riche and the Helder, to the Café Anglais, to the Napolitain. Everywhere, everywhere. He wrote them to all the officials of the Republican government, from the magistrates to the ministers. And he was happy, perfectly happy. One morning, as he was starting out to go to the council, it began to rain. He hesitated about taking a cab, but decided not to do so and set out on foot. The rain came down in torrents, swamping the sidewalks and inundating the streets. Monsieur Marin was obliged to take shelter in a doorway. An old priest was standing there, an old priest with white hair. Before he became a councillor, Monsieur Marin did not like the clergy. Now he treated them with consideration, ever since a cardinal had consulted him on an important matter. The rain continued to pour down in floods, and obliged the two men to take shelter in the porter's lodge so as to avoid getting wet. Monsieur Marin, who was always itching to talk so as to let people know who he was, remarked, "This is horrible weather, Monsieur l'Abbé." The old priest bowed. "Yes, indeed, sir. It is very unpleasant when one comes to Paris for only a few days." "Ah, you come from the provinces?" "Yes, monsieur. I am only passing through on my journey." "It certainly is very disagreeable to have rain during the few days one spends in the capital. We officials, who stay here the year round, we think nothing of it." The priest did not reply. He was looking at the street where the rain seemed to be falling less heavily, and with a sudden resolve he raised his cassock just as women raise their skirts in stepping across water. Monsieur Marin, seeing him start away, exclaimed, "You will get drenched, Monsieur l'Abbé. Wait a few moments longer. The rain will be over." The good man stopped irresistibly and then said, "But I am in a great hurry. I have an important engagement." Monsieur Marin seemed quite worried. "But you will be absolutely drenched. Might I ask in which direction you are going?" The priest appeared to hesitate. Then he said, "I am going in the direction of the Palais Royal." "In that case, if you will allow me, Monsieur l'Abbé, I will offer you the shelter of my umbrella. As for me, I am going to the council. I am a councillor of state." The old priest raised his head and looked at his neighbour, and then exclaimed, "I thank you, monsieur. I shall be glad to accept your offer." Monsieur Marin then took his arm and led him away. He directed him, watched over him, and advised him. "Be careful of that stream, Monsieur l'Abbé, and be very careful about the carriage wheels. They spatter you with mud sometimes from head to foot. Look out for the umbrellas of the people passing by. There is nothing more dangerous to the eyes than the tips of the ribs. Women especially are unbearable. They pay no heed to where they are going, and always jab you in the face with the point of their parasols or umbrellas. And they never move aside for anybody. One would suppose the town belonged to them. They monopolize the pavement and the street. It is my opinion that their education has been greatly neglected." And Monsieur Marin laughed. The priest did not reply. He walked along, slightly bent over, picking his steps carefully so as not to get mud on his boots or his cassock. Monsieur Marin resumed, "I suppose you have come to Paris to divert your mind a little?" The good man replied, "No, I have some business to attend to." "Ah, is it important business? Might I venture to ask what it is? If I can be of any service to you, you may command me." The priest seemed embarrassed. He murmured, "Oh, it is a little personal matter, a little difficulty with my bishop. It would not interest you. It is a matter of internal regulation, an ecclesiastical affair." Monsieur Marin was eager. "But it is precisely the State Council that regulates all those things. In that case, make use of me." "Yes, monsieur, it is to the council that I am going. You are 1,000 times too kind. I have to see Monsieur l'Abbé and Mr. Savant, and also perhaps Monsieur Petipas." Monsieur Marin stopped short. "Why, those are my friends, Monsieur l'Abbé, my best friends, excellent colleagues, charming men. I will speak to them about you, and very highly. Count upon me." The curé thanked him, apologizing for troubling him, and stammered out 1,000 grateful promises. Monsieur Marin was enchanted. "Ah, you may be proud of having made a stroke of luck, Monsieur l'Abbé. You will see that, thanks to me, your affair will go along swimmingly." They reached the council hall. Monsieur Marin took the priest into his office, offered him a chair in front of the fire, and sat down himself at his desk and began to write. "My dear colleague, allow me to recommend to you most highly a venerable and particularly worthy and deserving priest, Monsieur l'Abbé." He stopped and asked, "Your name, if you please?" "L'Abbé Ceinture." "Monsieur l'Abbé Ceinture, who needs your good office in a little matter which he will communicate to you. I am pleased at this incident, which gives me an opportunity, my dear colleague." And he finished with the usual compliments. When he had written the 3 letters, he handed them to his protégé, who took his departure with many protestations of gratitude. Monsieur Marin attended to some business and then went home, passed the day quietly, slept well, woke in a good humour, and sent for his newspapers. The first he opened was a radical sheet. He read, "Our clergy and our government officials. We shall never make an end of enumerating the misdeeds of the clergy. A certain priest named Ceinture, convicted of conspiracy against the present government, accused of base actions to which we will not even allude, suspected besides of being a former Jesuit, metamorphosed into a simple priest, suspended by a bishop for causes that are said to be unmentionable, and summoned to Paris to give an explanation of his conduct, has found an ardent defender in the man named Marin, a councillor of state, who was not afraid to give this frocked malefactor the warmest letters of recommendation to all the Republican officials, his colleagues. We call the attention of the ministry to the unheard-of attitude of this councillor of state. Monsieur Marin bounded out of bed, dressed himself, and hastened to his colleague, Petipas, who said to him, "How now? You were crazy to recommend to me that old conspirator?" Monsieur Marin, bewildered, stammered out, "Why, no. You see, I was deceived. He looked such an honest man. He played me a trick, a disgraceful trick. I beg that you will sentence him severely, very severely. I am going to write. Tell me to whom I should write about having him punished. I will go and see the Attorney General and the Archbishop of Paris. Yes, the Archbishop." And seating himself abruptly at Mr. Pretipas's desk, he wrote, "Monseigneur, I have the honour to bring to your greatest notice the fact that I have recently been made a victim of the intrigues and lies of a certain Abbé Ceinture, who imposed on my kind-heartedness. Deceived by the representations of this ecclesiastic, I was led—" Then, having signed and sealed his letter, he turned to his colleague and exclaimed, "See here, my dear friend, let this be a warning to you never to recommend anyone again." End of The Patron by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Perfume of the Rose by Flora Annie Steele. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Perfume of the Rose. "I think we ought to be going back to the others," said the girl. She was a pretty, fair English girl, fresh as a rose in her dainty pink muslin dress, flounced as they wore them in the Mutiny year, in 3 full flounces to the waist, like the corolla of a flower. And the lace sunshade she held tilted over her shoulder, as a protection against the slanting rays of the afternoon sun, added to her rose likeness by its calyx of pale green lining. "Ought we?" said the young Englishman who walked beside her, his hand clasping hers. They were a good-looking pair, pleasant to behold. "What a bore! It is so jolly here." The epithet was not happy, save as an expression of the speaker's frame of mind, for the garden into which these engaged lovers had wandered away from the gay party of English men and women, who had taken possession of the marble summer-house in its centre for a picnic, or, as the natives call it, a fool's dinner, was something more than jolly. It was beautiful, this garden of a dead dynasty, of kings past and gone, like last year's roses. But there were roses still, and to spare, within those high 4 square walls that were hidden from each other by the burnished orange groves, by the tall forest trees fringing the cross of wide marble aqueducts bordered by wide paths. Such blossoming trees! The kachnar flinging its bare branches, set thick with its geranium flowers, against the creamy feathers waving among the dense dark foliage of the mangoes. The bacayune drooping its long lilac tassels beside the great gold ones of the umultas, and here and there its whole vitality lavished on a monstrous leaf or two, a huge flower or two, white, curved, solid as if cut in gold marble, yet with a warm fragrance at its heart. A hill magnolia challenged the scent of the roses below. Ineffectually, at least here, in this square of the garden, for that cross of wide, empty aqueducts divided it into squares. And this one was a square of roses, roses everywhere, even in the lower level of what, in the old kingly days, had been a marble-edged waterway, which now, half filled with soil, held more roses. But they were all of one kind, the pink Persian rose, whose outer petals pale in the sunlight, whose rose of roses heart is full of an almost piercing perfume. What wonder when it is the Otto of Roses rose? It grew here for that set purpose in orderly lines, its grey-green velvety leaves almost hidden by its profusion of flowers. And the scent of them filled the whole square of garden where the air, still warm from the past noon, lay prisoned in that fringe of blossoming trees. It seemed to fill the brain also with the quintessence of gladness, beauty, life, and love. So his arm sought her waist, and their lips met. But only for a second. The next, her blush matching her flounces, she had drawn back, and he, with an angry frown, was glaring at the direction of the notes which had interrupted them. It was a high, clear voice, full of little trills and bubblings like a bird's, and it sang on insistently, as if to give those two time to recover from their confusion. And as it sang, the Persian vowels seemed as piercingly sweet as the perfume into which they echoed. The rosewood takes earth's kisses for its meat. The rose-leaf makes its blush from the sun's heat. The rose-scent wakes, who knows from what thing sweet, who knows the secret of the perfume of the rose. As the song ended, a head showed above the tufted bushes. It was rather a fine head, bare of covering, its long grizzled hair parted in the middle, lying in a smooth outward curve, then sweeping in an equal inside curve between the ear and throat. So much, no more was to be seen above the roses, save for a moment a long-fingered delicate brown hand, hiding the face in its salam. "Who the shaitan are you?" asked the young man fiercely in Hindustani. The head and hands met in a second salam, then the face showed. Rather a fine face, preternaturally grave, but with a cunning comprehension in its gravity. "I am Hushmut, the essence-maker, Huzur," was the reply. "I belong to the garden, and being hidden from the noble people, in my occupation of plucking roses for my still, I sang to let them know." The young Englishman gave a half-embarrassed laugh. "What does he say?" asked the girl. She had only been 2 months in India, and these had been spent in falling in love. "He thought we might like to know he was there, that's all. A joke, isn't it?" answered her lover. She smiled, and so, holding each other's hands boldly, they stood facing that head above the roses. He nodded cheerfully. "The Huzurs are doubtless about to marry persons," came the voice. "It is not always so, even with the Huzurs, but this being different, if they require essences for the bridal, let them come to Husmut. Rose, jasmine, orange, sandal, lemongrass, I make them all in their season. Yea, even violet, which the Mems love. It is not really Banafsha, Huzur. They grow not in the plains. I make it from the babul blossom, and none could tell the difference. Mayhap there is none, since he who makes the perfume of the flowers in his still may send the same to many blossoms, as I send my essences to many lovers, even the noble people." There was distinct raillery in the last words, and the young Englishman's smile vanished. "We people hold not with essences," he said curtly, adding to the girl, "Come, dear, I think we ought to go back. Your father will be wanting to go home. He has a lot of work, I know." A shuffle in the bushes made the lovers pause, a curious shuffle, such as a wounded bird makes in its efforts to escape. "If the most noble will tarry, this slave will at least make the luck offering to the bride," came the voice again, and to point its meaning the delicate brown hand held up a circular shallow basket heaped with rose petals, heaped so lightly that the hand held it level, and it seemed to glide on the top of the bushes, heralding the grizzled head which slid after it with a faintly undulating movement. The cause of this became clear when the limit of the roses was reached. Husmut the essence-maker must have been a cripple from birth. The loose blue cloth, such as gardeners wear knotted round their loins like a petticoat, hid, however, all deformity. Even when he clambered up the marble edge of the old waterway, and shuffled with sidelong jerks along to the pink muslin flounces, the wearer's eyes grew soft suddenly. Perhaps the mystery of such births came home to the woman who was so soon to be a wife, perhaps a mother. She gave him a mother's look, anyhow, the look of almost passionate pity a woman gives to a child's deformity. Perhaps he saw it. Anyhow, he paused, then, with his bold black eyes twinkling, held out the basket. "A handful, Huzoor, for luck," he cried. "A rose ungathered is but a rose. Pluck it, lover, don't mind a thorn. Tuck it away in your bosom clothes, and drink its beauty from night to morn." The voice trilled and babbled quite decorously, but the young Englishman intercepted a deliberate wink and felt inclined to kick Husmut to lower levels till he remembered that the girl could not understand. "Take a handful," he said, "and let's get rid of him." The girl obeyed, but by mere chance the little white hand with his ring on it did tuck the handful of pink rose leaves away in the loose pink ruffles of her breast, whereat Husmut's approval became so unmistakable that the young Englishman felt that the only thing was to escape from it. Yet, as he hurried the girl back to the summer-house, he turned to listen to the essence-maker's voice as he went on with his song and his rose-picking. "Dig, gardener, deep, till the earth lips cling tight. Prune, gardener, keep those blushes to the light. Then, gardener, sleep. He brings the scent by night, who knows the secret of the perfume of the rose." There was nothing to be seen now but the stunted grey-green bushes half hidden in blossom. Even the head had disappeared. They were a queer people, thought the young man, very difficult to understand. Then the refrain returned to him. "Who knows the secret of the perfume of the rose?" "Husmut?" answered an older man who lounged smoking in one of the marble-fretted balconies in the dead king's pleasure-house. "Ah, yes, he's quite a character, a scoundrel, I believe. At least he knows all the worst lots in the city. They come to the garden at night, you see, and the bazaar women get all their essences from him. So I expect he knows at any rate of all the devilry that's going on. I wish I did." The speaker's face looked a trifle harassed. "Is it true, sir, what they say?" asked another voice, "that Husmut is really the king's son? That his mother was a Brahmin girl they kidnapped, who cried herself to death in one of these rooms. Then, when the child was a cripple, the king, by Jove, he was a brute, disowned it." "Is that about Husmut?" asked the girl, who had joined the group in time to hear the last words. The men looked at each other, and the older one said, "Yes, my dear. They say he was deserted by his parents because he was a cripple. Rather rough on him. Now, I think I'll go and get your mother to come home. It's getting late. You'll follow, I suppose?" "Yes, father, with him," she said, with a rose blush. So by degrees, in couples as a rule, but sometimes with a pale-faced child tucked into the carriage between father and mother, the pleasure-seekers left the garden of dead kings to the scent of the roses, left it cheerfully, calling back to their friends times and places where they were to meet again, as Englishmen and women did on those fatal evenings in May 1857. Only the girl in her pink frock and her lover lingered, while the dog-cart in which he was to drive her home waited under the blossoming trees. And as they stood talking, as lovers will, Husmut, the essence-maker, thinking the coast was clear, came shuffling down the scented shadow of the path, for the sun had left the garden, pushing his basket of rose-leaves before him, dragging his crippledom behind him. "Do you think he would show us his still?" said the girl suddenly. "I've never seen one. Ask him, will you?" Husmut's big, bold black eyes twinkled. Certainly the Miss Sahiba might see. There was no secret in his work. He took the scent as he found it, as wise men took love. Again there was that faint suspicion of raillery, only to be pardoned by the girl's ignorance, and also by a conviction that Husmut counted on that ignorance and meant the remark only for the young Englishman. And so, oddly, the latter became conscious of a distinct antagonism between himself and the crippled essence-maker. It was absurd, ludicrous, but it existed nevertheless. There was not much to see in those vaults under the plinth of the pleasure palace in which Husmut had set up his distillery. They were very low, very dark, the only light coming through the open door and from the row of rose-shaped air-holes pierced at intervals in the plinth. Viewed from outside, these formed part of its raised and pierced marble decoration. From within, they looked quaint and flower-like, set as they were in the dim, shadowy vault, hidden here and there by the dumpy columns, showing through the arches distantly, softly, brightly pink. For Husmut had pasted pink paper over them to keep out the bees and wasps, he explained, which otherwise, led by the scent of the flowers, came in troublesome numbers. The rood still, like a huge cooking pot, stood in one corner, and all about it lay trays on trays of fading rose leaves. "Pah, how sickly sweet! Let's get outside," said the young man after a brief glance around. But the girl stood looking curiously at a brownish-yellow mass piled beside the still. "What is that?" she asked. Husmut's black eyes turned to her comprehendingly. He shuffled to the pile and held out a sample for her to see. She bent to look at it. "Rose leaves," she said. "Oh, I see. After the sun has been taken out of them. Poor things! What a shame!" Husmut said something rapidly in Hindustani, and the girl turned to her companion for explanation. "He says," translated the latter, with a curiously grudging note in his voice, "that they have their use. He dries them in the sun and burns them in the furnace of his still." She shook her head and smiled. "That's poor compensation." Then she bent closer and sniffed regretfully at what Husmut held. "All gone," she said, so like a child that her lover laughed at her tenderly. "What else did you expect, you goose? Only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in the dust. So come, we really must be off, it's getting late." He felt in his pocket and held out a bakshish to Husmut, but the latter shook his head, and once more said something rapidly in Hindustani. It had a note of petition in it, but the request was apparently not to the hearer's taste. That was to be seen from his face. "What does he want?" asked the girl curiously. "Nothing he is going to get," replied her lover, moving off. "The cheek of the man!" But the pink muslin stood its ground. "What is it?" she persisted. "I want to know. He doesn't look to me as if he meant to be rude, and her face softened. If it is anything we can do, I'd like to do it. Tell me, please." The young fellow shrugged his shoulders impatiently. "Oh, only foolery. He wants you to give him back some of the rose leaves he gave you, that he may put them in his new brew to make it sweeter. Says the luck gift of a bride always does." The girl blushed and smiled all over. "Well, why not? It is a pretty idea, anyhow." She drew out the handful of rose leaves as she spoke, then paused with a faint wonder, for the warmth of their shelter had made their perfume almost bewildering. How sweet they are!" she murmured. Then, still smiling, but with the blush faded almost to paleness, she dropped the rose leaves into the delicate, long-fingered hand. "I hope it will be the sweetest essence you ever made," she said with a laugh, and Husmut seemed to understand, for he smiled back and salaamed, as he in his turn tucked the charm into his bosom, for use when the still should be ready for closing. And as he did so, he said in his high, suave voice, "May he who knows the secret of the rose protect the bride." He said it without the least suspicion of reality, simply as a dignified piece of courtesy. A minute afterwards, the wheels of that last dog-cart, as it drove out of the garden, disturbed the birds, who had already begun to choose their resting-places for the night, since they, too, looked for the usual rest and peace in that fatal Maytime. And for a space, the peace, the rest, settled on the garden. Only Husmut's voice, as he busied himself in packing the pink petals into his still, told of any life in it beyond the birds, the flowers, the bees. One of these, belated, drifted into the vault through the open door and hummed a background to the high-trilling voice. "Pale, pale are the rose lips sweet. Red is the heart of the rose, but red are the lips mine meet, and your heart white as the snows." Then a faint, almost noiseless patter of bare running feet paused at the door, and someone looked in to say breathlessly, "It hath begun, they say. But who knows? I am off to the city to see." Husmut looked up, startled from his rose leaves. Startled, nothing more. Begun? So soon? Wherefore? God knows, came the breathless voice. Mayhap it is a lie. Some thought it would not come at all. I will return and tell thee the news. The faint, almost noiseless patter of bare feet died away, and there was peace and rest in the garden for another space. Only Husmut shuffled to the door, looked out curiously, then shuffled back to his work, for that must be finished before dark, else the roses would spoil, squandering their sweetness. There was another pile of brownish-yellow residuum ready dried for the furnace, and as he filled a basket with it, his hands among the scentless stuff, a sudden remembrance of his own impotence, his own deprivation, came to him. Perhaps he had seen a hint of the simile in the English girl's face. He smiled half cynically and muttered, "Only the dust of the rose remains for the perfume seller." He paused almost before the bit of treasured wisdom was ended. There was a sound of wheels, of a galloping horse's feet. Someone was coming back to the garden. The next instant, through the open door, he saw two figures running, an Englishman, an English girl in a pink dress. The man's arm was round her as he ran. He looked back fearfully, then seemed to whisper something in her ear, and she gave answer back. What was it? Husmut knew by instinct. He was thinking of the roof of the pleasure-house, of the winding stair that led to it, down which it would at least be possible to fling a foe before the end came, and she was thinking of the marble plinth below, where, when the end came, a woman might find safety from men's hands in death. So they came on through the growing shadows. Husmut shuffled to the door and watched the figures calmly, indifferently, as they neared him, for the way to the winding stair lay up the steps which rose just beyond the low door of his distillery in the plinth. Perhaps the dusk hid him from those two, perhaps even in broad daylight they would not, in their fierce desire to reach not safety but resistance, have seen him. They did not, anyhow, but as they passed the door the girl's muslin flounce caught hard on its lintel hasp, and as in frantic haste she stooped to rip it free, the scent of those rose-leaves Husmut had given her, still lingering in the ruffles of her breast, seemed to pass straight back into those same rose-leaves in his own. That was all, nothing more, but it brought back his last words to her. May he who knows the secret of the rose protect the bride. Strange coincidence, since the chance of saving her had come to the speaker. The same instant, his long-fingered brown hand was on her white one as she tugged at her dress. "This way, Huzur," he cried in a loud voice for the man to hear. "There's a secret passage here. It leads to safety." Safety! That word, better than resistance, not to the man himself, but as sole guardian to the girl, arrested him in a second, tempted him. He looked, hesitated, then dragged his charge on, dragged her from anything with a dark skin to it. But her white one, touching this dark one, found something in it to give confidence, or perhaps that fragrance from the still, which sends a like perfume to many blossoms, had passed from Husmut's breast to hers, as hers had to Husmut's. He knows, who knows the secret of the perfume of the rose. Anyhow, she hung back, she called pitifully, clamorously, "No, no, let us trust him, let us take the chance." There was no time for remonstrance. The next second they were in the cool, scented darkness of the vault, with those pink air-holes showing like shadowy roses among the low arches, the squat pillars. "At the further end," came Husmut's voice amid his shuffling, till the latter ceased in the rasping of a chain unhasped. "Here, Huzur, it leads to the summer palace beyond the garden wall, so by the mango grove to the residency. May he who knows the secret of the perfume of the rose protect the bride." His voice sounded hollow in their ears as they ran down the vaulted passage which opened before them, lit at intervals by those cunning air-holes, hidden flowerfully in the scroll-work of one of the marble-edged aqueducts, and the closing door behind them blew a breath of the rose scent from the vault after the retreating figures. 2 years had passed. 9 long months spent in keeping a foe at bay, 3 in following that spent and broken foe to the bitter end, and then a year of English skies and English faces to dull the memory of that long strain to mind and body. And then once more a young Englishman with a girl in a pink dress drove into that garden of dead kings. But the 4-square wall was in ruins. It had been a rallying point of that spent and broken foe. The garden itself was neglected, the roses unpruned. And those two were changed also, and Anaya, holding a baby, remained in the hired carriage which they left waiting for them under the blossoming trees, as the dog-cart had waited that May evening 2 years before. "I'm afraid he must have thought us awfully ungrateful," said the man regretfully. "But it couldn't be helped at first. Then afterwards one had to move on. But I did write, you know, more than once about him after we got a grip on the place again, so I hope they have done something." "They will have to now, at any rate," said the wearer of the pink dress firmly. The sight of the garden, changed, neglected as it was, had brought back the very picture of that grizzled head with the curved hair slipping through the rose bushes, the delicate dark hand holding the tray of rose leaves as it slid over the bushes with its slack offering for the bride. Yes, even if justice had been slow, inevitably slow, it should come now, this very evening, though she and her husband had only arrived in the station that morning. They went to the Rose Square first, but Husmut was not there. Then, seeing by the lack of blossom that the time for roses was not yet, they went on to the orange grove. There was no one there, so doubtfully they passed to the jasmines, to the lemongrass, but no one was to be seen. Nothing was to be heard but the lazy yet insistent cry of someone scaring the birds from the pomegranates. "Let us ask him, he may know," suggested the wearer of the pink dress. So they called him, and he came, an old man, wizened, careworn. Yes, he said he knew. Wherefore not, when he had guarded fruit in that garden since he was a boy? There was not much to guard now, owing to past evil. Husmut the essence-maker? Husmut was dead. No one made essences any more. How did he die? Very simply. He had seen it with his own eyes when he was guarding fruit. The hussars had doubtless heard of the evil times, even though, as the coachman had told him, they had just come from Vilayet. Well, it began quite suddenly one evening in May. It was the peaches he was guarding then. There had been a fool's dinner in the garden, and afterwards a young sahib and a miss in a pink dress had come running in to take refuge from the troopers. He had seen them, but what could he do? But Husmut had shown them the secret passage, no doubt. Anyhow, he had come out alone and closed the door and sat beside it singing when the troopers rode up. And doubtless, seeing that he was friends with all the bad workers in the city through the selling of his essences, they would have believed his tale that the young sahib had not passed that way, but for a bit of the Miss Sahiba's dress, which had caught in the door-hasp. So they knew what he had done, and, being enraged, had killed him there by the door. It was quite simple. Quite. So simple that those two said nothing. Only their hands sought each other as they turned back to the summer-house. "I should like to see the place again," said the wearer of the pink dress in a hard, even voice. "I wonder if the door is open." It was, for no one made essences now, so they entered. The still stood in the corner as before. The pile of that strange fuel lay between it and the trays of rose leaves, but there was no difference between them now. Both were yellow, scentless, and though the pink paper which Husmut had pasted over the rose-shaped air-holes was all broken and torn by birds and winds and weather, the bees did not drift in, for there was no scent to lead them on, none. The winds of 2 long years had swept it away absolutely. What else was to be expected? Yet a vague disappointment showed in the woman's face, as it had in the girl's. But this time the man's voice trembled as he answered her look with the words, "Only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in the dust." End of The Perfume of the Rose.
Psychology by Katherine Mansfield, 1888 to 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Psychology by Katherine Mansfield. When she opened the door and saw him standing there, she was more pleased than ever before, and he, too, as he followed her into the studio, seemed very happy to have come. "Not busy?" "No, just going to have tea." "And you are not expecting anybody?" "Nobody at all." "Ah, that's good." He laid aside his coat and hat gently, lingeringly, as though he had time and to spare for everything, or as though he were taking leave of them for ever, and came over to the fire and held out his hands to the quick, leaping flame. Just for a moment both of them stood silent in that leaping light. Still, as it were, they tasted on their smiling lips the sweet shock of their greeting. Their secret selves whispered, "Why should we speak? Isn't this enough?" "More than enough. I never realized until this moment. How good it is just to be with you. Like this." "It's more than enough." But suddenly he turned and looked at her, and she moved quickly away. "Have a cigarette? I'll put the kettle on. Are you longing for tea?" "No, not longing." "Well, I am." "Oh, you." He thumped the Armenian cushion and flung onto the sommiere. "You're a perfect little chinny." "Yes, I am," she laughed. "I long for tea, as strong men long for wine." She lighted the lamp under its broad orange shade, pulled the curtains and drew up the tea table. Two birds sang in the kettle. The fire fluttered. He sat up, clasping his knees. It was delightful, this business of having tea, and she always had delicious things to eat. Little sharp sandwiches, short, sweet almond fingers, and a dark, rich cake tasting of rum. But it was an interruption. He wanted it over, the table pushed away, their two chairs drawn up to the light, and the moment came when he took out his pipe, filled it, and said, pressing the tobacco tight into the bowl, "I have been thinking over what you said last time, and it seems to me—" Yes, that was what he waited for, and so did she. Yes, while she shook the teapot hot and dry over the spirit flame, she saw those other two, him leaning back, taking his ease among the cushions, and her, curled up en escargot in the blue shell armchair. The picture was so clear and so minute, it might have been painted on the blue teapot lid. And yet she couldn't hurry. She could almost have cried, "Give me time." She must have time in which to grow calm. She wanted time in which to free herself from all these familiar things with which she lived so vividly. For all these gay things round her were part of her, her offspring, and they knew it and made the largest, most vehement claims. But now they must go. They must be swept away, shooed away, like children, sent up the shadowy stairs, packed into bed and commanded to go to sleep at once, without a murmur. For the special thrilling quality of their friendship was in their complete surrender. Like two open cities in the midst of some vast plain, their two minds lay open to each other. And it wasn't as if he rode into hers like a conqueror, armed to the eyebrows and seeing nothing but a gay silken flutter, nor did she enter his like a queen walking soft on petals. No, they were eager, serious travellers, absorbed in understanding what was to be seen and discovering what was hidden, making the most of this extraordinary absolute chance which made it possible for him to be utterly truthful to her and for her to be utterly sincere with him. And the best of it was they were both of them old enough to enjoy their adventure to the full without any stupid emotional complication. Passion would have ruined everything. They quite saw that. Besides, all that sort of thing was over and done with for both of them. He was 31, she was 30. They had had their experiences, and very rich and varied they had been, but now was the time for harvest. Harvest. Weren't his novels to be very big novels indeed? And her plays. Who else had her exquisite sense of real English comedy? Carefully she cut the cake into thick little wads, and he reached across for a piece. "Do you realize how good it is?" she implored. "Eat it imaginatively. Roll your eyes if you can and taste it on the breath. It's not a sandwich from the hatter's bag. It's the kind of cake that might have been mentioned in the book of Genesis. And God said, 'Let there be cake,' and there was cake, and God saw that it was good." "You needn't entreat me," said he. "Really, you needn't. It's a queer thing, but I always do notice what I eat here, and never anywhere else. I suppose it comes of living alone so long, and always reading while I feed. My habit of looking upon food as just food, something that's there at certain times, to be devoured, to be not there." He laughed. "That shocks you, doesn't it?" "To the bone," said she. "But, look here," he pushed away his cup and began to speak very fast. "I simply haven't got any external life at all. I don't know the names of things a bit, trees and so on, and I never notice places or furniture or what people look like. One room is just like another to me, a place to sit and read or talk in, except—" And here he paused, smiled in a strange naive way, and said, "Except this studio." He looked round him and then at her. He laughed in his astonishment and pleasure. He was like a man who wakes up in a train to find that he has arrived already at the journey's end. "Here's another queer thing. If I shut my eyes I can see this place down to every detail, every detail. Now I come to think of it, I've never realized this consciously before. Often when I'm away from here I revisit it in spirit, wander about among your red chairs, stare at the bowl of fruit on the black table, and just touch, very lightly, that marvel of a sleeping boy's head." He looked at it as he spoke. It stood on the corner of the mantelpiece, the head to one side down drooping, the lips parted, as though in his sleep the little boy listened to some sweet sound. "I love that little boy," he murmured, and then they were both silent. A new silence came between them, nothing in the least like the satisfactory pause that had followed their greetings. "Well, here we are together again, and there's no reason why we shouldn't go on from just where we left off last time." That silence could be contained in the circle of warm, delightful fire and lamplight. How many times hadn't they flung something into it just for the fun of watching the ripples break on the easy shores? But into this unfamiliar pool the head of the little boy sleeping his timeless sleep dropped, and the ripples flowed away, away, boundlessly far, into deep glittering darkness. And then both of them broke it. She said, "I must make up the fire," and he said, "I've been trying a new—" Both of them escaped. She made up the fire and put the table back. The blue chair was wheeled forward. She curled up, and he lay back among the cushions. "Quickly, quickly! They must stop it from happening again." "Well, I read the book you left last time." "Oh, what do you think of it?" They were off, and all was as usual. But was it? Weren't they just a little too quick, too prompt with their replies, too ready to take each other up? Was this really anything more than a wonderfully good imitation of other occasions? His heart beat, her cheek burned, and the stupid thing was, she could not discover where exactly they were or what exactly was happening. She hadn't time to glance back, and just as she had got so far, it happened again. They faltered, wavered, broke down, and were silent. Again they were conscious of the boundless, questioning dark. Again there they were, two hunters, bending over their fire, but hearing suddenly from the jungle beyond a shake of wind and a loud, questioning cry. She lifted her head. "It's raining," she murmured, and her voice was like his when he had said, "I love that little boy." Well, why didn't they just give way to it, yield, and see what will happen then? But no, vague and troubled though they were, they knew enough to realize their precious friendship was in danger. She was the one who would be destroyed, not they, and they had been no party to that. He got up, knocked out his pipe, ran his hand through his hair and said, "I have been wondering very much lately whether the novel of the future will be a psychological novel or not. How sure are you that psychology, qua psychology, has got anything to do with literature at all? Do you mean you feel there's quite a chance that the mysterious non-existent creatures, the young writers of today, are trying simply to jump the psychoanalyst's claim?" "Yes, I do, and I think it's because this generation is just wise enough to know that it is sick and to realize that its only chance of recovery is by going into its symptoms, making an exhaustive study of them, tracking them down, trying to get at the root of the trouble." "But oh," she wailed, "what a dreadfully dismal outlook." "Not at all," said he. "Look here." On the talk went, and now it seemed they really had succeeded. She turned in her chair to look at him while she answered. Her smile said, "We have won," and he smiled back, confident, "Absolutely." But the smile undid them. It lasted too long. It became a grin. They saw themselves as two little grinning puppets jigging away in nothingness. "What have we been talking about?" thought he. He was so utterly bored he almost groaned. "What a spectacle we have made of ourselves," thought she, and she saw him laboriously, laying out the grounds, and herself running after, putting here a tree, and there a flowery shrub, and here a handful of glittering fish in a pool. They were silent this time from sheer dismay. The clock struck 6 merry little pings, and the fire made a soft flutter. What fools they were, heavy, stodgy, elderly, with positively upholstered minds. And now the silence put a spell upon them like solemn music. It was anguish, anguish for her to bear it, and he would die. He'd die if it were broken. And yet he longed to break it. Not by speech, at any rate not by their ordinary maddening chatter. There was another way for them to speak to each other, and in the new way he wanted to murmur, "Do you feel this too? Do you understand it at all?" Instead, to his horror, he heard himself say, "I must be off. I'm meeting Brand at 6. What devil made him say that instead of the other? She jumped, simply jumped out of her chair, and he heard her crying, "You must rush then. He's so punctual. Why didn't you say so before?" "You've hurt me. You've hurt me. We've failed," said her secret self, while she handed him his hat and stick, smiling gaily. She wouldn't give him a moment for another word, but ran along the passage and opened a big outer door. Could they leave each other like this? How could they? He stood on the step and she just inside holding the door. It was not raining now. "You've hurt me, said her heart. "Why don't you go?" "No, don't go." "Stay." "No, go." And she looked out upon the night. She saw the beautiful fall of the steps, the dark garden ringed with glittering ivy, on the other side of the road the huge bare willows, and above them the sky big and bright with stars. But of course he would see nothing of all this. He was superior to it all, he with his wonderful spiritual vision. She was right, he did see nothing at all. Misery, he'd missed it. It was too late to do anything now. Was it too late? Yes, it was. A cold snatch of hateful wind blew into the garden. Curse life! He heard her cry, "Au revoir," and the door slammed. Running back into the studio, she behaved so strangely. She ran up and down, lifting her arms and crying, "Oh, oh, how stupid! How imbecile! How stupid!" And then she flung herself down on the sommier, thinking of nothing, just lying there in her rage. All was over. What was over? Oh, something was. And she'd never see him again. Never. After a long time, or perhaps 10 minutes, had passed in that black gulf, her bell rang a sharp, quick jingle. It was he, of course. And equally, of course, she oughtn't to have paid the slightest attention to it, but just let it go on ringing and ringing. She flew to answer. On the doorstep there stood an elderly virgin, a pathetic creature who simply idolized her, heaven knows why, and had this habit of turning up and ringing the bell and then saying, when she opened the door, "My dear, send me away." She never did. As a rule she asked her in and let her admire everything, and accepted the bunch of slightly soiled-looking flowers more than graciously. But today, "Oh, I am so sorry," she cried, "but I've got someone with me. We are working on some woodcuts. I'm hopelessly busy all evening." It doesn't matter at all, darling," said the good friend. "I was just passing and I thought I'd leave you some violets." She fumbled down among the ribs of a large old umbrella. "I put them down here. Such a good place to keep flowers out of the wind. Here they are," she said, shaking out a little dead bunch. For a moment she did not take the violets, but while she stood just inside, holding the door, a strange thing happened. Again she saw the beautiful fall of the steps, the dark garden ringed with glittering ivy, the willows, the big bright sky. Again she felt the silence that was like a question. But this time she did not hesitate. She moved forward, very softly and gently, as though fearful of making a ripple in that boundless pool of quiet. She put her arms round her friend. "My dear," murmured her happy friend, quite overcome by this gratitude. "They are really nothing, just the simplest little threepenny bunch." But as she spoke she was enfolded, more tenderly, more beautifully embraced, held by such a sweet pressure, and for so long that the poor dear's mind positively reeled, and she just had the strength to quaver, "Then you really don't mind me too much?" "Good night, my friend," whispered the other. "Come again soon." "Oh, I will, I will." This time she walked back to the studio slowly, and standing in the middle of the room with half-shut eyes, she felt so light, so rested, as if she had woken up out of a childish sleep. Even the act of breathing was a joy. The sommier was very untidy, all the cushions like furious mountains, as she said. She put them in order before going over to the writing table. "I have been thinking over our talk about the psychological novel," she dashed off. "It really is intensely interesting." And so on and so on. At the end she wrote, "Good night, my friend. Come again soon." End of Psychology by Katherine Mansfield. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
Sról from Lubartów by Adam Szymański. Translated by Else C. M. Benecke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. Sról from Lubartów. 1. It happened in the year, but no matter what year. Suffice it to say that it happened, and that it happened at Yakutsk in the beginning of November, about a month after my arrival at that citadel of frost. The thermometer was down to 35 degrees Reaumur. I was therefore thinking anxiously of the coming fate of my nose and ears, which, fresh from the west, had been making silent but perceptible protests against their compulsory acclimatization, and today were to be submitted to yet further trials. These latest trials were due to the fact that one of the men in our colony, Peter Kurp, nicknamed Baudyga, had died in the local hospital 2 days before, and early that morning we were going to do him a last service, by laying his wasted body in the half-frozen ground. I was only waiting for an acquaintance, who was to tell me the hour of the funeral, and I had not long to wait. Having wrapped up my nose and ears with the utmost care, I set out with the others to the hospital. The hospital was outside the town. In the courtyard, and at some distance from the other buildings, stood a small shed, the mortuary. In this mortuary lay Baudyga's body. When the doors were opened, we entered, and the scene within made a painful impression on the few of us present. We were about 10 people, possibly a few more, and we all involuntarily looked at one another. We were standing opposite a cold and bare reality, not veiled by any vestige of pretence. In the shed, which possessed neither table nor stool, nothing but walls white with hoarfrost and a floor covered with snow, lay a large bearded corpse, equally white, and tied up in some kind of sheet or shirt. This was Baudyga. The body, which was completely frozen, had been brought near the light to the door, where the coffin was standing ready. Never shall I forget Baudyga's face, as I saw it then with the light full upon it, and washed by the snow. There was something strange and indescribably sad in the rough, strongly marked countenance. The large pupils and projecting eyeballs seemed to look far away into the distance, towards the stern frosty sky. "That man, he was a good sort," one of those present said to me, noticing the impression which the sight of Baudyga made on me. He was always steady and industrious. People who were hard up used to go to him and he would help them. But there never was anyone so obstinate as Kurp. He believed to the last that he would go back to the Narev, yet before the end came it was plain that he knew he would never get there. Meanwhile the petrified body had been laid in the coffin and placed upon the small one-horse Yakut sledge. Then the tailor's wife, a person versed in religious practices, undertook the office of priest for such time as we could give her, and began to sing Ave Maria, while we joined in with voices broken with emotion. After this we proceeded to the cemetery. We walked quickly. The frost was invigorating and made us hasten our steps. At last we reached the cemetery. We each threw a handful of frozen earth on to the coffin, a few deft strokes of the spade, and in a moment only a small, freshly turned mound of earth remained to bear witness to Baudyga's yet recent existence in this world. This witness would not last long, however, scarcely a few months. The spring would come, and, thawed by the sun, the mound on the grave would sink and become even with the rest of the ground, and grass and weeds would grow upon it. After a year or two the witnesses of the funeral would die, or be dispersed throughout the wide world, and if even the mother who bore him were to search for him, she would no longer find a trace on the earth. But indeed none would seek for the dead man, nor even a dog ask for him. Baudyga had known this, we knew it too, and we dispersed to our houses in silence. The day following the funeral the frost was yet more severe. There was not a single building to be seen on the opposite end of the fairly narrow street in which I lived, for a thick mist of snow crystals overspread the earth like a cloud. The sun could not penetrate this mist, and although there was not a living soul in the street, the air was so highly condensed through the extreme cold that I continually heard the metallic sound of creaking snow, the sharp reports of the walls and ground cracking in the frost, or the moaning song of a Yakut. Evidently those Yakut frosts were beginning, which reduce the most terrible Arctic cold to insignificance. They fill human beings with unspeakable dread. Every living thing feels its utter helplessness, and although it cowers down and shrinks into itself for protection, knows quite well, like the cur worried by fierce mastiffs, that all is in vain, for sooner or later the inexorable foe is bound to be victorious. And Baudiga was continually in my mind, as if he were alive. I had sat for hours at my half-finished task. Somehow I could not stick to work. The pen fell from my hand, and my unruly thoughts ranged far away beyond the snowy frontier and frosty ground. In vain I appealed to my reason, in vain I repeated wholesome advice to myself for the 10th time. Hitherto I had offered some resistance to the sickness which had consumed me for several weeks. Today I felt completely overcome and helpless. Homesickness was devouring and making pitiless havoc of me. I had been unable to resist dreaming so many times already. Was it likely I should withstand the temptation today? The temptation was stronger, and I was weaker than usual. So begone frost and snow, begone the existence of Yakutsk. I threw down my pen, and surrounding myself with clouds of tobacco smoke, plunged into the waters of feverish imagination. And how it carried me away! My thoughts fled rapidly to the far west, across morasses and steppes, mountains and rivers, across countless lands and cities, and spread a scene of true enchantment before me. There on the Vistula lay my native plains, free from misery and human passions, beautiful and harmonious. My lips cannot utter, nor my pen describe their charm. I saw the golden fields, the emerald meadows, the dense forests murmured their old legends to me. I heard the rustle of the waving corn, the chirping of the feathered poets, the sound of the giant oaks as they haughtily bid defiance to the gale. And the air seemed permeated by the scent of those aromatic forests and those blossoming fields, adorned in virgin freshness by the blue cornflowers and that sweetest beauty of spring, the innocent violet. Every single nerve felt the caress of my native air. I was touched by the life-giving power of the sun's rays, and although the frost outside creaked more fiercely, and showed its teeth at me on the window panes more menacingly, yet the blood circulated in my veins more rapidly, my head burned, and I sat as if spellbound, deaf, no longer seeing or hearing anything round me. 2. I did not notice that the door opened and someone entered my room. Neither did I see the circles of vapour which form in such numbers every time a door is opened that they obscure the face of the person entering. I did not feel the cold. It penetrates human dwellings here with a sort of shameless, premeditated violence. In fact, I had seen or heard nothing until suddenly I felt a man close to me, and even before catching sight of him, found myself involuntarily putting him the usual Yakut question, "Tochnado, what do you want?" "If you please, sir, I am a hawker," was the answer. I looked up. Although he was dressed in ox and stag's hide, I had no doubt that a typical Polish Jew from a small town stood before me. Anyone who had seen him at Lositz or Sarnak would have recognized him as easily in Yakut as in Patagonian costume. I knew him at once. And since, as I have said, I was as yet only semi-conscious, and had asked the question almost mechanically, the Jew now standing before me did not interrupt my train of thought too harshly. The contrast was, therefore, not too disagreeable. Quite the reverse. I gazed into the well-known features with a certain degree of pleasure. The Jew's appearance at that moment seemed quite natural, since it carried me in thought and feeling to my native land, and the few Polish words sounded dear to my ear. Half dreaming still, I looked at him kindly. The Jew stood still for a moment, then turned, and retreating to the door, began to pull off his multifarious coverings. Then I came to myself and realized that I had not yet answered him, and that my sagacious countryman, quite misinterpreting my silence, was anxious to dispose of his wares to me. I hastened to undeceive him. "In heaven's name, man, what are you doing?" I cried quickly. "I do not want to buy anything. I am not wanting anything. Do not unload yourself in vain, and go away with God's blessing." The Jew stopped undoing his things, and after a moment's consideration, came towards me with his long fur coat half trailing behind him, and began to mumble quickly in broken sentences: "It's all right. I know you won't buy anything, sir. I saw you, for I have been here a long time, a very long time. I didn't know before that you had come. You come from Warsaw, don't you, sir? They only told me yesterday evening that you had been here 4 months already. What a pity it was such a time before I heard of you. I should have come here at once. I have been searching for you today for an hour, sir. I went quite to the end of the town, and there's such a frost here. Confound it! If you will allow me, sir, I won't interrupt for long. Only just a few words." "What do you want of me?" "I should only like to have a little chat with you, sir." This answer did not greatly surprise me. I had already come across not a few people, Jews among them, who had called solely for the purpose of "having a little chat" with a man recently arrived from their country. Those who came were interested in the most varied topics imaginable. There were the inquisitive gossipers, pure and simple; there were the people who only inquired after their relations; and there were the politicians, including those whose heads had been turned. Among those who came, however, politics always played a specially important part. So it did not surprise me, I repeat, to hear the wish expressed by a fresh stranger; and although I should have been glad to rid my cottage as quickly as possible of the unpleasant odour of the ox-hide coat, badly tanned as usual, I begged him in a friendly way to take it off and sit down. The Jew was evidently pleased. He took a seat beside me at once, and I could now observe him closely. All the usual features of the Jewish race were united in the face beside me: the large, slightly crooked nose, and penetrating hawk's eyes, the pointed beard of the colour of a well-ripened pumpkin, the low forehead surrounded by thick hair, all these my guest possessed. And yet, strange to say, the haggard face expressed a certain frank sincerity, and did not make a disagreeable impression on me. "Tell me where you come from, what your name is, what are you doing here, and why you wish to see me?" "Please, sir, I am Strul, from Lubartów. Perhaps you know it, just a stone's throw from Lublin. Well, at home everyone thinks it's a long way from there, and formerly I thought so too. But now," he added with emphasis, "we know that Lubartów is quite close to Lublin, a mere stone's throw." "And have you been here long?" "Very long, 3 good years." "That is not so very long. There are people who have lived here for over 20 years, and I met an old man from Vilna in the road who had been here close upon 50 years. Those have really been a long time." But the Jew snubbed me. "As to them, I can't say. I only know that I have been here a long time." "You must certainly live quite alone, if the time seems so long to you." "With my wife and child, my daughter. I had 4 children when I set out, but, may the Lord preserve us, it was such a long way, we were travelling a whole year. Do you know what such a journey means, sir? 3 children died in 1 week, died of travelling, as it were. 3 children! An easy thing to say. There was nowhere even to bury them, for there was no cemetery of ours there. I am a Hussite," he added more quietly. "You know what that means, sir? I keep the law strictly, and yet God punishes me like this." He grew silent with emotion. "My friend," I tried to say to console him a little, "no doubt under such circumstances it is difficult to remember that it makes no difference, but all earth is hallowed." But the Jew jumped as if he had been scalded. "Hallowed? How hallowed? In what way is it hallowed? What are you saying, sir? It's unclean, it's damned. Hallowed earth? You must not talk like that, sir, you ought to be ashamed. Is earth hallowed which never thaws? This earth is cursed. God doesn't wish human beings to live here. It wouldn't have been like this if he had wished it. Cursed, bad, damned, damned." And he began to spit about him and stamp his feet, threatening the innocent Yakut earth with tightened lips and his shrivelled hands, and muttering Jewish maledictions. At last, exhausted by the effort, he fell rather than sat down at the table beside me. All exiles, without regard to religion or race, dislike Siberia. Evidently a fanatic does not learn to hate it half-heartedly. I paused until he had calmed himself. Educated in a severe school, the Jew quickly regained his self-possession and mastered his emotion, and when I gazed questioningly into his eyes the next moment, he immediately answered me: "You must pardon me, I do not speak of this to anyone, for to whom should I speak here?" "Then are there very few Jews here?" "Those here? Do you call them Jews, sir? They are such low fellows, no one of them keeps the law strictly." Fearing another outburst, I would not, however, allow him to finish, and decided to change the conversation by asking him straight out what he wanted to talk to me about. "I should like to know the news from there, sir. I have been here so many years, and I have never yet heard what is going on there." "You're asking a good deal, for I can't exactly tell you everything. I do not know what interests you. Politics, perhaps?" The Jew was silent. I concluded that my present guest, like many of the others, was interested in politics; but as I myself did not understand the very elements of the subject, I began to give the stereotyped account I had already composed with a view to frequent repetition of the situation of European politics, our own, and so forth. But the Jew fidgeted impatiently. "Then this does not interest you?" I asked. "I have never thought about it," he answered candidly. "Ah, now I know why you have come. I'm sure you wish to know how the Jews are doing, and how trade is going?" "They are better off than I am." "Exactly. I am sure, under the circumstances, you will wish to know, if living is dear to you, what the market prices are, how much for butter, meat, etc." "What does it concern me if it is ever so cheap there, if I can get nothing here?" "Quite right again, but what the devil did you actually come here for?" "Since I don't know myself, I ask you, sir, how am I to tell you? You see, sir, I often get thinking, I think so much, that Rivka, that's my wife, asks, 'Srul, what's the matter with you?' And what can I tell her, for I don't know myself what it is. Perhaps some people would laugh at me," he added, as if fearing I were amongst them. But I did not laugh. I was interested. Something, the cause of which he himself could not explain or express in words, was evidently weighing on him, and his unusually poor command of language added to this difficulty. In order to help him, I reassured him by telling him that I was in no hurry, as my work was not urgent, and there would therefore be no harm in our having an hour's talk, and so on. The Jew thanked me with a glance, and after a moment's thought, opened the conversation thus: "When did you leave Warsaw, sir?" "According to the Russian calendar, at the end of April." "Was it cold there then, or warm?" "Quite warm. I travelled in a summer suit at first." "Well, just fancy, sir. Here it was freezing." "Then you have forgotten, is that it? Anyway, with us the fields are sown in April, and all the trees are green." "Green!" Joy shone in Srul's eyes. "Why, yes, yes, green, and here it was freezing." Now at last I knew why he had come to me. Wishing to make certain, however, I was silent, and Jew was evidently getting animated. "Well, sir, you might tell me if there is any with us now, but you see I don't know what it's called. I have already forgotten Polish." He apologized shyly, as if he had ever known it. "It is white like a pea blossom, yet it's not a pea, and in summer it grows in gardens round houses, on those tall stalks." "Kidney beans?" "That's just it, kidney beans, kidney beans," he repeated to himself several times, as if wishing to impress those words on his memory for ever. "Of course there are plenty of those, but are they known here?" "Here! I have never seen a single pod all these past 3 years. Here the peas are what at home we should not expect the pigs to eat," I suggested. "Well, yes, here they sell them by the pound, and it's not always possible to get them." "Are you so fond of kidney beans?" "It's not that I am so fond of them, but they are so beautiful that I don't know why. I often get thinking and thinking how they may be growing round my house. Here there's nothing. And now, sir," he recommenced, "will you tell me if those small grey birds are still there in the summer, like this?" And he measured with his hand. "I have forgotten their names too. Formerly there were a great many, when I used to pray by the window. They used to swarm around. Well, whoever even looked at them there? Do you know, sir, I could never have believed that I should ever think about them. But here, where it's so cold that even the crows won't stop, you can't expect to see little things like that. But they are sure to be there with us. Are they there? They are there, aren't they, sir?" But I did not answer him now. I no longer doubted that this old fanatical Jew was pining for his country just as much as I was, and that we were both sick with the same sickness. This unexpected discovery moved me deeply, and I seized him by the hand, and asked in my turn: "Then that was why you wished to talk to me about? Then you are not thinking of the people, of your heavy lot, of the poverty which is pinching you, but you are longing for the sun, for the air of your native country. You are thinking of the fields and meadows and woods, of the little songsters for whom you could not spare a moment's attention there when you were busy, and now that those beautiful pictures are fading from your recollection, you fear the solitude surrounding you, the vast emptiness which meets you and effaces the memories you value. You wish me to recall them to you, to revive them. You wish me to tell you what our country is like." "Oh yes, sir, yes, sir. That was why I came here." And he clasped my hands and laughed joyfully like a child. "Listen, brother." And my friend, Srul, listened, all transformed by listening, his lips parted, his look riveted to mine. He kindled, he inspired me by that look. He wrested the words from me, drank them in thirstily, and laid them in the very depth of his burning heart. I do not doubt that he laid them there, for when I had finished my tale he began to moan bitterly: "Oh, Vei mia, Vei mia!" He struck his red beard, and in his misery tears like a child's rolled fast down his face. And the old fanatic sat there a long time sobbing, and I cried with him. Much water has flown down the cold Lena since that day, and not a few human tears have rolled down suffering cheeks. All this happened long ago. Yet in the silence of the night, at times of sleeplessness, the statuesque face of Baudiga, bearing the stigma of great sorrow, often rises before me, and invariably beside it Srul's yellow, drawn face, wet with tears. And when I gaze longer at that night vision, many a time I seem to see the Jew's trembling, pale lips move, and I hear his low voice whisper: "Oh, Jehovah, why art thou so unmerciful to one of thy most faithful sons?" End of Srul from Lubartów.